It's hard to believe this is the last rundown I get to give you. It's even harder to believe I still haven't gotten the chance to go to Devrim. I swear to the gods, Cyrus, I'm going to need you to stop. And I'm going to need you to stop sending our family to other realms. We haven't heard from Eliza and Roehrich in months. We're all worried about them, Cyrus. Well, maybe if they hadn't been sent there alone. We have discussed this numerous times. We all miss them, and we're all worried. You know as well as I do that Scarlet has spent countless hours holed up with books in the mirror chambers. She's trying. We're all trying. Yeah, all right. I didn't mean... It's fine, Cyrus. Let's just do this so I can get back to the Wind Court. Ashton found more texts that might be useful. We head back to Devrim to find Theon not doing well. Tessa had left him on his knees. He'd sent Luca to go after her, and he has no idea where his brother is. Tristan Blackheart shows up and takes him to the underground, where he meets Eliza and Roehrich, who we very graciously sent to help them. And if Eliza gets stuck in a realm where Fae are treated as less than, I pity anyone who crosses her path. Meanwhile, Tessa is hanging out with the Akaz Lord, and her visions keep changing. She slips out of a tribunal hearing when Luca shows up, making her way to the Pantheon. On her way there, she runs into the Keeper, only to realize there is more than one. She finds her way to the Mirror Gate beneath the Pantheon and summons her grandfather, Akaz himself. That's a choice, and not a great one. Axel is locked away somewhere, falling prey to some insane bloodlust that is driving him, well, insane. At some point he's taken from the locked room only to meet with Brie Delacruz, one of the leaders of the Night Children in the Underground. She proposes they join forces to take the Underground, and eventually all of Devrim. She leaves him to the bloodlust to... help him decide? What a bitch. That's the understatement of the century. I can see how that would be effective, though. I mean, look at Gehenna. Can we please not bring the sorceress into this? Anyway, Luca goes on to the Akaz kingdom because that's what Theon wants, and Guardians are notorious for bending over backwards for their wards. I'll bend you over backwards. I know. So, Luca shows up, hoping Tessa will help them find Axel. He ends up making a bargain with the Akaz Lord, which cannot be good, and Tessa is furious when she finds out he will be staying in Akaz kingdom for the foreseeable future. She has lots of reasons to not want him around, but one of them is a big secret being kept beneath the Farven Palace. Luca doesn't like being there any more than Tessa likes having him there, but he suddenly has bigger things to worry about when Tessa starts pulling him into her dreams. Theon and Tessa are finally reunited when she shows up at Aria's property, and they have it out with their magic. Nice. Do you think they destroyed a building like we do when we're pissed with each other? Anyway, Luca intervenes, but he also discovers Eliza and Roehrich, noticing the latter is clearly related. Tessa leaves Theon to his mess, going to the Windfell River, where she's attacked by Night Children. Orion and Tessa's wolves come to her aid, and Roan is gravely injured. She begs Luca for help, and they end up at Aria's house, where Theon has a healer specifically for his hounds and horses. It comes to light that Nyla and Roan are trackers, creatures created by her father Temerol. Those are new. I know. I wish I'd known when we were there. I have so many questions. They can't speak, love. They're probably grateful for that. I can't imagine how quickly they'd get sick of you. Speaking of questions, Theon has a lot too, and so does Katia, who's been hanging out with Roehrich and Eliza. Kat finds a book, and they all learn about the twin flame bond, and how the source marks are gross manipulations of them. Finally. Thank the gods they finally put that together. Kat also realizes that... Shit. Is that true? Keep going, Cyrus. Kat believes that Axel is her twin flame, and asks Eliza to give her the twin flame mark, in the hopes it will help them find Axel. Tessa takes a field trip to the Sirana villas, where she learns that Fae are being bred for their power. That is fucked up. And I trust Eliza and Roehrich to help stop it. Eliza is going to burn everything when she learns of this. Brecken helps sneak Tessa away to one of the buildings, where she breaks into some files. She learns things about her friends, but she also learns that Voltaire's source has a daughter. Vowing to destroy the villas, Brecken asks her to wait a few days to give him time to get the innocents out. She does, and a few days later she returns and demolishes the villas. Thank the gods. While all of that is happening, Theon, Kat, and Tristan go to the Shifter Alpha and Beta to ask for help finding Axel. They agree, but only if Theon finds a missing Shifter prince first. He also learns that Tristan has history with the Shifters, and that he and Sienna are siblings. Axel suddenly finds himself freed by Bree, and he follows a voice in his head that leads him to Kat, where he attacks her. By the gods! Thankfully, Theon and Tristan show up to pull him off her, and he learns that Kat is pregnant with his child. Holy Anala! Can this guy not catch a break? Apparently not, because a little while later, Sienna shows up and confirms that he has triggered the curse and will turn into a night child. The twin flame bond he shares with Kat will die once the transition is complete. Knowing he's a threat to Kat and his child, he leaves and returns to Bree. This is a ruse, right?
Cyrus, seriously, we all understand it's fucked. Just keep going.
Yeah, but I guess Theon has taken on the duties of the Arius Lord since his father is being held captive in the Akaz Kingdom cells. Trying to use that as leverage against Rordan, he attends meetings with the other rulers. They decide to move forward with a gala, with funds going to the rebuilding of the villas. For fuck's sake.
Sigh.
Yeah, I know. Keep going. Tessa has been training with Luca as agreed, and he wants her to master traveling. Orion shows up, annoyed that she is having to track down the hunters Tessa keeps summoning. Orion warns her she needs to stop, but Tessa argues the hunters answer to her. Luca goes to see Theon to ask if he knows how Tessa is pulling him into her dreams. While there, he officially meets Roehrich, where it is confirmed they are full-blooded brothers. Roehrich doesn't appear to care, and that seriously tracks for that broody bastard. Tessa is learning more and more as Dex and Rordan continue to pressure her into acting. In an attempt to breathe and get away, she goes to visit Roan, who is still recovering from his injuries. She finds Theon being remarkably human as he plays with his hounds and tries to convince Roan to join in. Desperate to not feel anything, she drinks too much tea that has been prepared for her and is pulled into a vision. Luca is there when she wakes, panicked at how long she was unconscious. Axel decides to return for Kat after a chat with Bree, where he realizes the night child had let him go to kill her. He seeks out Tessa for help, only for Tessa to reveal that she intends to end his bloodline. Not trusting anyone, he waits until dark and goes to Kat. They exchange words, and ultimately she returns with him to the underground. Tessa accompanies Luca to go talk to Roehrich about his theories as to how Luca is entering her dreams. They believe it is a manifestation of gifts from her various bloodlines. When they return, Luca is upset about how little his brother cares. Tessa offers to take his mind off it, but he resists, until Theon agrees down the bond. Honestly, good for them. Tessa never agreed to a relationship with Theon, and Luca is noble enough to make sure his friend is fine with it before acting. That's something you don't see in Devrim. In a wild turn of events, Tessa has been sneaking down to the room where Eviana, Voltaire's source, is being held. Despite the female's clear apathy, Tessa returns time after time, leaving various things for the female, including boots, clothes, and weapons. The Tirana Gala happens, and Theon is forced to go with Felicity Davers, since she is his match. During the event, Rordan surprises everyone and announces a match for Tessa as well. Forced to keep herself under control, she dances with the male. Then she finds herself dancing with Theon. They both slip into the hall to the same alcove, where this all started. Furious with Tessa's actions at the Serana Gala, Roehrich once again berates her for not acting. Trying to figure out a way out of her mess, she is attacked again, this time by the augury, and we learn Theon's mother has been working with them. Tessa summons her hunters, but they go rogue because they were summoned within Arya's kingdom. Orion has warned her of this, and the huntress ends up being killed in battle, leaving her bow to Tessa. Luca takes Tessa back to his... Really? He has one too? He takes her back to his cave, where Theon is waiting for them. Theon immediately has to leave to go defend his kingdom, once again leaving Luca with Tessa. The two of them finally give in to the feelings and tension they've been harboring for months. Things seem to be going great until Tessa lets it slip that she's known this entire time that Luca's father is in the Farven Palace cells. They have an argument, and Luca sends her away. Tessa finally travels. All of that just sucks.
Just wrap this up, Cyrus, please. We have other things to do today.
We're almost done. Relax or you'll shift.
I swear to Sargon some days.
Unbeknownst to Eviana, Tessa has entrusted two of her friends to free Eviana. Lang and Corbin show up and convince the female to go with her. She learns of a mark to block her bond with Voltaire, and in the end she blackmails Lang and Corbin into helping her. Helping her do what? No one knows, but we can assume it has to do with her daughter. Axel and Kat have a run-in with Bree. They end up getting married, only to also discover that Bree has confiscated all the blood rations in the underground, leaving Axel in a bind. Tessa returns to Farven, where she hands herself over to everything going on after discovering text messages from Theon. She's taken to the cells beneath the Pantheon until her fate can be decided. But Theon has never stopped fighting for her. He shows up with Tristan, and they break her out. In the process, they are unexpectedly aided by the Akaz heir. Luca tricks his brother into helping him free their father, who Roehrich very clearly has no desire to ever talk to or see. They then race to help Theon. Theon explains he's figured everything out, and the fates will come for Tessa and destroy Devrim in the process. He tells them all to leave, giving Luca a final order to protect her. Then he walks away, giving her the freedom she's always wanted, and sacrificing the realm for her. Well, fuck me. Talk about a shocking turn of events. Where do you think they're going to go? I don't know. I've been trying to figure something out, but she'll just continue to be hunted across the stars. Here? Can't they just come here with Eliza and Roehrich? We've discussed it, but I cannot allow that. Not yet. Not when we are still recovering from our own battles with Akaz, but I'll figure something out. The Oracle says they need to fight their own battles, that we've interfered enough already. Let's go to the Citadel, darling. I'll bring the mugweed to help. How will mugweed help? I suppose we won't know until we try it. But if anything, you'll relax some. One would think Sorin would be helping with that. I heard that, you prick.
Who will be left standing? There was nothing but rocks and dirt and rubble under her bare feet. The sky, that had been clear and blue when she'd first stepped here, was quickly turning gray the longer she stood among the ruin of a world that had once been grand. Wicked and cruel and broken, yes, but the shell of it had been grand. The beauty of the outside had hidden the poison that spread among the realm, killing and taking and breaking. Lightning crackled at her fingertips, flecks of silver and gold, white and black, flickering among her power. She took a deep breath, calming the fury that was building in her belly. She'd told no one she was coming here. Only one knew. the one who'd helped her get here. But perhaps she should have brought Roan or Nyla just to help keep her grounded. It had been decades since she'd been in this world. She hadn't thought it would still make her feel. But she should have known. It would forever make her feel. Because it was the last place she'd seen him. Because it had always been more than a bond. Tessa looked back over her shoulder. The mirror gate she'd stepped through stood several paces away, but the pantheon that had once housed it was in ruins. It was nothing more than cracked pillars and crumbled stone. She could see straight to the courtyard where the fountain had stood once, large and regal. Without having to navigate the passages of the pantheon, she reached the disintegrating structure quickly. Half of the fountain was gone, and water had long ceased flowing, but the other half still stood, albeit fractured in several places. She ran her hand along the lip, finding a crack that had been there before this world had died. A crack she'd put there with her power, summoning a hunter to her side. Peering over the side, a gasp of surprise fell from her lips. Somehow the mosaics of the 6 first gods and goddesses were still pristine and perfect. Not one scratch or chip on the tiles. Tilting her head as she studied them, she couldn't help but think they'd gotten some of it wrong, particularly Celeste. Just minor details here and there, but not Arius. That mosaic was perfect with the dark hair and emerald eyes, the arrogant tilt of lips. It even managed to capture the aura of his darkness and power, looking so much like him. Odd, really, when he was hundreds and hundreds of generations removed from Arius. How had he looked so incredibly similar? Genetics or no, it seemed implausible. Straightening, she intended to make her way to a townhouse that had once almost felt like home, but as she turned, she stilled. This world was dead, the fates having destroyed it in their search for her, and yet... "Hello, clever Tempest." She said nothing, only stared back at him. The inky black hair that always found a way to fall across his brow. The emerald irises drifting with darkness and sin. The suit, sans jacket. The rings on his fingers. The mark of Akaz. Her mark, forever on the back of his left hand. When she didn't speak, he slipped his hands into his pockets, rocking back on his heels slightly. He slowly took her in, eyes going from her head to her bare toes and back up again, as though he was trying to take in as much detail as he could. "Are you a phantom?" she finally blurted, unable to help herself because how was he here? Nearly a century after Devram and everyone in it had been destroyed. How had he survived? He smiled, and her stomach dipped as a dimple appeared. Only then did he take a single step toward her, his head canting to the side a little with the movement. "You look beautiful," he said, going still once more. Tessa looked down at the black dress with deep slits up the sides. Her bow was looped across her chest while her golden hair was loose and flowing around her as the wind picked up. Meeting his gaze once more, she said, "You didn't answer my question. How are you still here?" He appeared to debate his answer before he said, "I'm not entirely sure. Do you wish I wasn't?" Her fingers curled at her sides, power and more flaring, because she didn't know what she wished. She didn't know why today, of all days, she'd finally found her way back here. He reached her in a few long strides. Gently taking her chin, he tipped her face up to his, and she shuddered. It may have been decades since she'd seen him, but a part of her soul remembered him, always would. Her power calmed, her fury banked. The chaos that was always trying to consume her rushed to his touch, seeking him out. A small sigh escaped her when he brushed his thumb across her bottom lip.
Better?
He asked, his voice gruff and low as he searched her eyes, concern lining his features. She nodded, swallowing thickly. How did you know? That small smile tilted again.
I always know what you need, little storm.
They stood like that for a long moment, staring at each other, before he lightly cleared his throat.
Where's Luca?
Tessa shrugged, looking back at the mirror gate. She wished she hadn't. His hand slipped from her face, and the thing inside her immediately thrashed, reaching for him again so violently she stumbled back a step. Her hands curled, fingers already reaching for her hair, but wisps of dark wrapped around her, soothing and calming. She shouldn't have come back here. And yet, he'd been able to touch her. A phantom couldn't do that, could it? Then again, the hunters had been able to touch her when they'd wanted to.
You're thinking too hard, Tessa,
he said gently, watching her. Is this the after? She asked instead. He huffed a laugh.
By the gods, I hope not. Then again, if it brings you to me, I'll take it.
It's been decades. His brow furrowed for a few seconds before quickly smoothing back out.
I'll take whatever you'll give me.
She nodded, still unsure of everything that was happening. The last time she'd seen him. Lifting her chin, she glared at him, fresh fury coursing through her. Fury she'd shoved down for years and years. Fury she'd told everyone she'd dealt with, when in reality, she'd simply learned how to hide it, master it, use it when needed. Fury and chaos, chaos and fury, wild and untamed, untamed and wild. There'd never been any such thing as balance when it came to her. She'd only given them the illusion she'd found such a thing. Found a balance. Found a semblance of peace and belonging. Found a sense of purpose. The truth was, she'd simply found a way to survive, letting the chaos and the fury consume her. She knew Luca sensed it. He'd tried, she supposed. But in the end... Luca tells me. She trailed off, letting her fingers flit through the darkness, drifting around her and hovering close. Well, everyone tells me, I guess, that I was never the same after we left here.
Who's everyone?
She shrugged. Too many emotions trying to claw their way out of the dark places where she'd shoved them. Luca, Tristan, they're the only ones who really knew me from my time here. He nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving her. You broke me, she stated.
I know, Tessa. I know I did. But I had hoped that if I got you out, it would...
He shoved a hand through his hair, a frustrated growl escaping him.
I was hoping it would atone for some of it. Keep you safe. Save you from a fate you never deserved. That's all I ever wanted for you. To be safe and happy and...
She shot forward before she fully knew what she was doing. Impulsive, wild. Her hands slammed into his chest, and he caught her wrists, keeping her there. You broke me when you walked away from me, she cried, finally letting that fury win. To fury, they both lose. You promised! You were the one person who never balked when I showed you my worst. You promised I would always... You were my only constant in the end, and you walked away from me, she finished. He said nothing, pulling her fully into his chest. Her head rested against him, and she could hear his heart beating, rapid and erratic.
It was all to save you, Tessa Lynn,
he murmured, his chest rumbling with the words.
Always to save you, Because I love you. Please tell me you understand that. It's the only way I know how to. I love you. And I hate you, she replied. He was silent for a few of those too fast heartbeats before he said, Yeah, little storm. How much do you hate me? So goddamn much, she answered, pressing into him more, because like this, her soul was almost calm, the fury almost banked. It did this with Luca too, but it was never enough. Peace and contentment just out of reach. The world almost silenced for once in her immortal existence. His hand drifted along her hair, tangling in the strands as she clutched at his shirt. She breathed him in, letting his scent fill her lungs, memorizing his touch. Some part of her wished she could stay with him. A bigger part of her knew she'd left a piece of herself here, and it was why she'd come back. How bizarre to want to stay with a phantom. As if he could still hear her thoughts, he whispered, You can't stay here. She stiffened, his fingers trailing down her spine. It's too dark for you here, little storm, he continued. You hate the dark. As much as I hate you, she retorted. His fingers paused on her lower back before a low huff of laughter escaped him. Always a battle with you, right? Despite herself, a small smile tilted on her lips. Always. Tessa, But he broke off, his entire body tensing, and she pulled back to look up into his face once more. His gaze was fixed on something beyond her, and she turned to see a figure off in the distance. This far away, she couldn't make out much, even with enhanced senses. She could only see the long black hair blowing in the increasing winds around a distinctly feminine form. Is that Orion? Is she a phantom here too? Tessa asked, moving to take a step closer, but his hold on her tightened, keeping her close. You need to go, he said. It's not safe for you here right now. When was it ever? She countered, her voice hardening. He cupped her cheek, regret and longing staring down at her. I'll always find you. I'm forever yours. Tessa pursed her lips, lingering a second longer before stepping from his hold. She wouldn't argue with him. It hadn't worked before. She wasn't under any illusion that it would do any good now. Adjusting the bow across her chest, she didn't say another word as she made her way back to the mirror gate. The figure across the vast expanse watched, not moving. You broke me, too, he called after her, making her pause. In ways I never could have imagined. So hate me, Tessa. Hate me and break me and make me feel it all. But would you save me? If you could. Her fingers traced along the symbols etched around the mirror, searching for the one she needed. She pulled a dagger from where it was sheathed at her thigh, slicing her palm and pressing it to the marking before she looked over her shoulder one last time. Maybe, she answered, before she stepped through the mirror. Part 1. Endings. 1. Tessa. The chair was empty. It was always empty when she woke, but she knew he sat in it while she slept. His scent lingered in the room, so strong and fresh he must have just left. She wondered if he could still feel her stirring down the bond, despite how broken and fractured it was now. He would hate that he was bound to her in any way. He valued loyalty above all else, and she'd betrayed that. Betrayed him. But for the first time since Theon had left them in that chamber, she wished Luca was sitting in that chair when she blinked her eyes open. For the first time, she wished he was there, just to calm the turmoil in her soul. Truth be told,
She wasn't sure how long they'd been here. Days, for sure. Weeks, possibly. They tried to talk to her, but she couldn't hear them. Sounds were muffled. She was too lost to herself, her thoughts, her fury, trying to make sense of something, anything. But she couldn't get her thoughts in order, and even if she did, she had choices to make. So many choices. It was what she'd always wanted, and now there were so many, it felt crippling. Sliding from the bed, Tessa made her way to the floor-to-ceiling windows, pressing her palms to the cool glass. Every room of this 3-story penthouse had them. On the top floors of the towering building, she could see over the vast expanse of the Acropolis below. The Pantheon in the center, grand and regal on the hill it occupied in the center of the city. The Tribunal building a few blocks away, the shopping centers to the south, while the building she was in sat in the heart of the corporate district to the west. And while she could see everything outside, she knew there were more spells and wards on the glass than there were floors in the building. No one could see in. She would expect nothing less from a male who changed his identity on a regular basis. Tristan Blackheart had been here for centuries, and only in the last few months had he dropped all his glamours. Had he felt guilty, living in this luxury while his sister had been banished and hiding in the underground, being hunted by the Arius Lord? Had any part of him felt an ounce of regret? She doubted it. He had his own purposes and motives, and he didn't seem to care who he used to obtain them. His sister could suffer. Injustice could reign. And her? He could keep any secrets and plans from her until it benefited him the most. She'd thought he was different from the rest of this God's forsaken realm. I can have motives and still care. It does not have to be one or the other. Power flared at her fingertips. Bright light refracted back into the room, but there was more. Sparks of energy, embers of black and white, faint flecks of silver and gold. She inhaled deeply, trying to calm her soul. Not that it worked. It never worked. Tristan's words rattled around in her head. It does not have to be one or the other. But she had a purpose too. A purpose that could be fulfilled if she simply left this world. Let the fates come and do what they do best. Fuck over everyone and everything. But that would mean... We agreed you weren't going to do that anymore. Came a growl that had her pausing. She hadn't realized she'd stepped back from the windows, had started pacing, had her hands in her hair, tugging at the strands. Slowly she turned, lifting her gaze to his as Luca tossed something onto a nearby table before striding across the room. Hands still in her hair, she backed up with every step until her back pressed to the window. She said nothing, unsure of what he was referring to. She didn't recall agreeing to anything. Reaching for her hands, he methodically untangled her hair from her fingers. There was no tenderness in his touch, no soft glance or reassuring look, just duty. That was what she'd become to him, a duty given to him by his ward. Not that she could blame him. And maybe it was better this way. It was easier to do what needed to be done when you were alone. So, we're going to continue with the silence then? Luca asked as he finished, taking a step back from her, his stare hard. She slowly lowered her hands to her sides, fingers curling into the fabric of the shirt she wore. It wasn't his. She actually had no idea where the clothing had come from or when she'd changed into it. She didn't even remember coming here. Folding his arms across his chest, he added, You should shower and get dressed. Everyone is meeting in an hour to discuss our next moves. She watched his irritation grow when she only stared back, gritting her teeth as everything in her soul strained for him. Her power wanted his, and again, she wondered if he could feel her struggle. With each day that passed, though, she was sure he couldn't. Neither could Theon because she couldn't feel them either. The silence down the bond was deafening, telling her just how broken it was. The quiet was so loud, it made her want to scream and rage, leave and stay, save and destroy. At some point, he had moved. She didn't know when, but he'd stepped closer. She felt the barest of touches as his fingertips trailed down her arm, as if this was the last thing he wanted to be doing. But again, she was his duty. But that touch, gods, that touch calmed everything just enough to give her some reprieve from the madness, and her eyes fluttered closed. There was an audible sigh before he murmured, "What am I going to do with you, Tessa?" Her eyes snapped open, and she lurched away from his touch. What was he going to do with her? The wild, untamed, chaotic thing that could never do as she was told or be what she was supposed to be. What was he going to do with her? The one who could never clean up her own messes and who always needed saving. What was he going to do with her? The source that couldn't submit, and the one expected to understand everything, yet be told nothing. A dark bark of laughter fell from her lips, a sound tinged with the madness that had laid claim to her soul. He should be asking what she was going to do with all of them. "Fuck," Luca muttered. "That's not—" But she was already walking away from him, striding for the bathroom. The cold tile of the bathroom floor helped her feel grounded as she spun and looked back into the bedroom. Luca hadn't moved, but his eyes narrowed as she held his gaze. Then she slammed the door shut. Moving to the vanity, she found her reflection. Her violet eyes were glowing, and she didn't know how to make them stop. She didn't know if she wanted to anymore. For so long, she'd been told she needed to learn to control it. For so long, she'd feared it. For so long, she'd thought herself weak for failing to conquer it. But maybe... She lifted a hand, light pooling as gold and silver flecks appeared and swirled among it all. Flickers of lightning, a storm in her palm. Maybe in the end, they'd all been wrong. Her eyes still on her reflection, she smiled. For the first time in all her years, she let herself embrace what she was at her core. She would not change herself to suit others, would not shove down her light or deny her longing for the dark, would not cower and let others save her. Pulling her shirt over her head, she slipped off the loose pants she was wearing, discarding it all in a pile on the floor. Then she stepped into the shower, turning the water on and letting the hot water wash over her. "What am I going to do with you?" Dex had said it. Theon had said it. Luca had said it. They would do nothing with her. Not a God's damn thing. But her... She was ready to fulfill her purpose, her way. "Nice to see you up and about, Wild Fury," Tristan said, his tone light and playful when she entered the large sitting room. Tessa met his gaze, but she didn't say anything. There was no tilt of her lips or arched brow, and she watched his small smile falter. Luca had been waiting for her when she'd emerged from the bathroom, hair still dripping and skin bare. Neither of them had spoken. He'd only pointed to the bundle he'd tossed on the table, which turned out to be a pair of leggings, a sweater, and undergarments. No socks or shoes. Not that she'd have worn them anyway. Then she'd followed him down a flight of stairs to where everyone else had gathered. Roehrich and Eliza, Sienna and Gia, Tristan and Zan. The eldest male's soulful sapphire eyes watched her carefully, just as they'd always done from behind a pane of enchanted glass. He still had the white stone collar around his neck. Apparently no one had figured out how to remove it yet. At the extended silence, Tristan looked at Luca. "Has she said anything at all?" "Not a word," Luca clipped. brushing past her. Tristan visibly hesitated for a moment before he hedged. "And down the bond?"
"Nothing from either of them,"
he answered, broody and stoic, identical to two of the other males in the room.
"There's food, Tessa,"
Tristan said, returning his attention to her. The teasing note to his voice was gone, replaced with something softer, kinder, cautious.
"But if there's something else you'd like, I can make that happen,"
he added. She drifted over to the spread of food that had been laid out along a wall. Fruit and breads, donuts and crackers, various jams and cold meats and cheeses. Tristan appeared at her side, holding out a steaming cup of coffee, and she glanced up at him again. His voice was low and only for her when he said,
"Come on, Wild Fury. It's a peace offering."
As if a cup of coffee could fix her. Fix this. Fix anything. But she took it anyway, the hot cup warming her hand as she reached for a cracker and took a bite.
"Let her be,"
Luca said from across the room, where he had commandeered an armchair. An ankle propped on his knee, he steepled a finger along his temple.
"She doesn't need to be coddled. If she wants to act like a child and give everyone the cold shoulder, let her."
He was probably expecting her to bristle, react in some shape or form, but she didn't even bother glancing at him, instead setting her cup down and filling a small plate with a bit of food. If he wanted to go back to how they were before, she could do that. Him a broody prick, and her, well, she wasn't going back to how she was before. But if he wanted to pretend they'd never been anything, she could do that. Swiping up the cup of coffee, she moved to stand near the windows, setting her dishes on a side table as she stared out, biting into a donut she'd picked up. The gray sky swirled with snow, a storm of flurries and ice that drifted to the ground. The snow should be lessening as they moved towards the spring equinox, but the weather had been cold and dreary. She didn't notice the weighted silence that had settled over the room until Triss lightly cleared his throat.
"It's been 2 weeks since we
stole her from the Pantheon cells," Sienna supplied.
"I guess we can call it that,"
Tristan muttered.
"I don't know what else you'd call it.
"Freeing her."
Tempting fate,"
Sienna countered.
"We're tempting fate every day we stay here,"
he retorted. Sienna hummed in agreement.
"And now it is time to step away and let them dictate their own steps, Tristan. We've interfered enough here."
Interfered? It was an interesting choice of word, since neither of them offered any guidance until their hands were forced, and even then their guidance was vague.
"That's simple enough,"
Luca interjected.
"We need to leave. That decision has already been made."
"And go where, exactly?"
Tristan said.
"Isn't that what's been holding us back? Well, besides—"
He trailed off, and Tessa watched in the glass reflection as he gestured in her direction.
"If she doesn't want to speak and contribute to anything, then she can't complain about not having a say and not having choices,"
Luca said. Still, she said nothing, only taking another bite of her donut, as if she'd let anyone take her choices from her again.
"You are sure Scarlet won't let us go to Halaya, just until we figure everything out?"
Luca finally said.
"We've discussed this several times already. My answer isn't going to change,"
Roehrich said, his tone sounding as irritated as his brother's.
"And if we simply show up?"
Luca asked.
"And ask forgiveness later type of thing?"
Tessa huffed a laugh to herself at his response, picking up her coffee and taking a sip. It tried to warm her bones where a permanent chill had seemed to settle. She didn't know if it'd ever thaw again.
"That's a terrible idea. You should always have a plan,"
Roehrich replied.
"That is the plan,"
Luca shot back.
"And if she denies forgiveness—"
"Stop it, both of you,"
Eliza cut in.
"Perhaps the best course of action is to summon her in the mirror and ask her. Even if she says no, she'll likely have an idea of where we could go."
"Or,"
Roehrich drawled,
The male who clearly prefers to travel the realms and doesn't want to be tied down could give us some ideas.
That was the comment that had Tessa peeking over her shoulder to see how Zan would react to his elder son's clear vitriol. Luca looked like he was holding back a retort, and Roehrich was glaring at his father, refusing to be the first to break the stare. And Zan? He sighed, crossing his arms.
I've tried multiple times to explain myself. You refuse to listen. Because I don't care. All I care about is getting back to my actual father, the one who raised me as his own. If that is the plan here, to leave, then let's get the fuck on with it,
Roehrich retorted. Tessa watched Zan debate what to say, and she found herself wondering if she'd let her own parents explain their actions. Or would she simply not care like Roehrich didn't care? It wouldn't change anything, and she didn't owe them her forgiveness for choosing to abandon her in a realm where she'd been forgotten. She didn't think that was how love worked. And yet, that was what everyone who claimed to love her seemed to do. Leave her, abandon her, all in the name of trying to protect her and keep her safe. If she loved someone, she'd fight for them, do whatever it took to stay with them, even if it meant every day was spent in danger. If she loved someone, they'd fucking know it, because she'd destroy a world for them to keep them safe. Not fucking abandon them, not walk away from them, not leave them behind.
Tessa.
Her name was a sharp command that broke through her thoughts, her gaze sliding to Luca, who still sat in that goddamn chair as if he didn't have a care in the world. His eyes dipped down her body as he said, "Control it." She looked down, her palms glowing with embers crackling at her fingertips. But instead of reining it in, she let it grow. Let it loosely wind around her legs, her waist. Let it call to the rest of the power in the room. And she watched as every single person who stood before her stiffened, knew they were keeping their own straining magic from reaching for her, knew her power was calling to theirs, knew it was affecting Luca the most. And even when she felt a calmness brush against her, Tristan or Sienna trying to use their pax gifts to pacify her, she remained impassive. Turning back to the window, she picked up her coffee and stared at the Pantheon, the tribunal building, the Acropolis, the center of a poisoned realm. Only then did she let her power wane, except for the bands of light at her wrists.
Has she expended any of that power since she was brought here?
Zan asked, everyone collectively releasing a breath of relief.
Not that I'm aware of,
Luca answered.
And you think that is a good idea? I think she's stubborn and is trying to prove a point. As per usual, it's going to bite her in the ass,
Luca answered. Tessa ignored him, setting her coffee aside and picking up an orange, starting to peel it.
Can we get back to the topic at hand?
Roehrich cut in.
Because my answer remains the same. Scarlet will not allow that kind of power into Halaya, where we are all still recovering from a war we nearly lost. Not when Tessa will continue to be hunted throughout the realms.
So then, we are left with summoning Scarlet to the mirror, Tristan cut in. Unless you do have other ideas, Zan.
I have ideas on where we could go, but we still need the Worldwalker High Queen to allow passage,
he answered.
Then it's settled. We go to the Pantheon, summon Scarlet to the mirror, and go from there,
Tristan said. When do we go? Eliza asked.
Honestly, we're lucky Tessa hasn't been tracked here yet. The enchantment that prevents her from traveling is still active. She's been too... We haven't had time to work on removing it, Tristan finished. We've been sitting around doing nothing for days.
Roehrich cut in.
We should go sooner rather than later. We're all prepared anyway. We have been in case we needed to escape,
Tristan said.
Then we go tonight, under the cover of darkness. It's our best chance,
Luca said. And from the reflection in the window, Tessa watched him rise from the chair.
Agreed,
Roehrich said.
Sienna? Tristan asked, and Tessa tilted her head to the side. She could see her in the window reflection, too, her gaze catching Tessa's and holding. Tessa popped an orange slice into her mouth, waiting for the witch's reply. I think we cannot interfere here anymore, she finally said, and Tessa smiled. Wise choice. She turned on her heel, crossing the room without ever uttering a sound. She didn't acknowledge any of them as she left and found her way back to the stairs. Taking another bite of her orange, she climbed to the room she'd been staying in. They had made plans, but she had her own, and now she could finally realize them to fulfill her purpose.
2. Luca. At least Tristan waited until they all heard the door to her room click shut on the floor above, before he rounded on Luca. That's it? What the fuck, Luca? We need to do something. Blackheart spat, hurling his cup of coffee across the room. The ceramic mug shattered where it hit the wall, and Luca couldn't help but smirk. He'd been handling the tantrums of the St. Orcus brothers and the Arius Lord for over 2 decades. Males who were used to commanding a room and being obeyed without question. He should maybe be concerned that Tristan was a deity, and maybe he would have been if he hadn't also been dealing with Tessa the last several months. I told you not to coddle her, Luca replied in a bored tone as he made his way to the food spread. She can see right through that shit. We need to draw her out of herself, not give her more reason to sink into her power, Blackheart retorted. You all act like she's going to go off any second. She is unpredictable. Do you not remember what happened at the Pantheon when Theon left? A warning growl rumbled from his chest at the mention of that day, as if he needed any sort of reminder of what had happened. He relived it every time he closed his eyes, every time he slept, which was only when she was sleeping. He hoped Tessa would draw him into her dreams so he could see what exactly was going on in that mind of hers. But it never came. She clearly didn't trust him anymore, and the feeling was pretty fucking mutual. The problem was that since he wasn't pulled into her dreams, he instead relived the nightmare of that day repeatedly. Of watching his best friend, his true brother, walk out of that chamber. Of Tessa thrashing in his arms, trying to talk to the others over her shrieks of fury and her power that flared more and more. Gritting his teeth against the shocks of energy that rippled off her, sinking into his being and power, trying to latch onto anything it could. It had wanted to take, and she had let it do whatever it wanted. His power hadn't been enough to counter it, just as Theon's had never been enough by itself. Roehrich had helped, the power of 2 grandsons of Sargon at least containing her, but it had taken the addition of both Tristan and Sienna to finally stop her. And stop probably wasn't the best word to use. The siblings had combined their gifts from their father, Pax, the god of peace and calming, and their mother, a powerful witch. They'd managed to put Tessa into a deep sleep, and Luca had felt a twinge of guilt the moment she had gone lax in his arms. And while Tessa may have been in a magic-induced coma of sorts, he could still feel her magic thrashing in her soul. Angry, vengeful, chaotic. Everyone else had wanted to leave right then and there. Eliza was already at the mirror preparing to summon her queen when Luca had stopped her. He was the real reason they hadn't left Devrim yet. He was the reason they were still here 2 weeks later. Everyone thought it was because of Tessa, and it was in a way, but he was admittedly dragging his feet on this. He'd initially argued it would be a mistake to take Tessa from the only world she knew when she was already volatile. She'd wake up in unfamiliar surroundings, in a new world, reeling from everything that had been said in that chamber, and her power would consume her. It might have been true. It might have been an exaggeration. Either way, everyone else eventually agreed, more afraid of her than they needed to be. And while it drove him mad she hadn't uttered a single word to anyone since she woke a day later and all the days since, He hadn't had to argue about staying when she was displaying just how unstable she was at the moment. His arguments may have been about Tessa, but in truth, he was trying to think of a way out of this. He knew Theon's orders, but the idea of leaving his best friend behind in a world that would be destroyed, his family, his brothers he'd been raised with, suffered and survived with, all those years of plotting and planning. He wasn't sure he could live with himself if he didn't at least try. But he'd come up short, and patience had clearly run out. This morning, every single person, including his father, had said it was time to go. They'd tried to include Tessa in the decision, and Luca had hoped she'd finally argue, but of course, there'd been nothing from her. Just her watching, listening, and learning everything she could. Still following Theon's orders to this day. Except she'd learned to be just as cunning and vicious as the Arius heir too. And while it made her a bigger pain in his ass, it also made the dragon in his soul want her even more. Once again, he was at odds with the thing, especially now that they'd had a taste of what could have been with her. "You have nothing to say," Tristan demanded as Luca layered deli meat onto slices of bread. "What is there to say?" Luca countered, annoyed that now they suddenly wanted his opinion, when for the last 2 weeks they'd been arguing with him. "Are you even trying to help her?" the male snarled. "Do you even care at this point?" Of course he fucking cared. That was the entire goddamn problem. He cared about Theon. He cared about Axel. And damn it all to the pits of torment, he cared about Tessa when he absolutely fucking shouldn't. He'd gone in a goddamn circle, wanting her and denying himself, forced to spend time with her, finally having her, and now back to not wanting to want her. The fates were cruel. "Tristan makes valid points." Luca turned to his father, finding him standing across the room on his own. Roehrich wouldn't give him the time of day, and Eliza, while not blindly loyal to her mate, was still standing firmly beside him. Sienna and Gia had claimed seats on the sofa now that Tessa had left, and Luca took a bite of his sandwich, waiting for the meal to go on. Zan crossed his arms, mirroring Roehrich's stance, and one that Luca often found himself in. "She's too quiet. Chaos is never quiet." "This is information that would have been helpful a couple decades ago, Zan." Tristan bit out, pulling a roll of lull leaf from his jacket pocket and lighting it up before dragging a hand through his hair that immediately fell back into his eyes. His glowing, sage eyes. "We didn't know. Nobody knew what she would grow to be. Everyone has been waiting and watching," Zan replied. "But you had to have had an idea," Tristan argued. "Everyone had ideas, including Rodan and Voltaire," Zan retorted. "You've seen firsthand how they tried to prepare for what she could be. We all failed in this the moment we lost her. We lost track of her, they lost track of her, the fucking fates lost track of her," Tristan said, blowing out a plume of smoke. His entire body was already relaxing, the tension bleeding out of his limbs. "But the day you placed that babe in my arms, The sound of a plate clattering to the table interrupted whatever Blackheart was saying, and all eyes turned toward Luca, where his half-eaten sandwich was now on the table. "Surely, I misheard the two of you because it sounded like you," he pointed at his father. "Brought Tessa to Devram, and then handed her over to you." He finished, moving his finger to Blackheart. When both males remained silent, he said, "We all came here because of her?" "Let me guess." Roehrich cut in, his words dripping with disdain. "You weren't abandoned in another realm because you were needed." "Needed for what?" Luca asked, turning to his brother to find him smirking in derision. "The same thing I was abandoned for. A direct descendant of Sargon, the son of Temeral's guardian. Nothing is more important to him than fulfilling our duty," Roehrich said, glowing eyes holding Luca's. "I was always supposed to be hers," Luca muttered, repeating words she'd whispered to him more than once. She'd known. Her soul had known. But he'd always thought it meant. He turned back to their father. "Is that true? Is that the reason I was brought here?" Zan sighed, his arms dropping to his sides. He winced a little when the collar at his throat jostled. The collar they'd tried countless times to remove without success. "It's not just about a guardian bond. Yes, your wards are safer with you, but you are also safer when bonded to another. Bonds are more complex than simple words and magic tricks. Surely you all realize that by now," Zan said. Luca glanced at Roehrich, his brother's features back to stoic, but Luca saw the slight head tilt that told him Eliza was speaking down their bond. And while he suddenly found himself with even more questions, the one that came from his mouth was, "Does Tessa know?" "Know what?" Zan asked. "That you brought her here, that you handed her over to Blackheart, that I was—" He trailed off, not sure how to phrase everything he was trying to wrap his mind around. "Voltaire told her I brought her here, but she never asked me about it," his father answered, shifting on his feet. "I expected her to. Waited for the question every time she found her way to my cell, but she never did." "And you?" Luca pressed, looking at Blackheart. "I never told her," Tristan said. "I was trying to gain her trust, and that didn't seem conducive to that goal. I always planned to. It just never came up." "It never came up?" Luca repeated. "She's been searching for answers for months, her entire goddamn life, and it never fucking came up?" "We can only interfere so much," Sienna cut in. Luca had forgotten she was there, but not anymore. He rounded on her next, his lip curling back and baring his teeth. "You knew this entire time. All of you fucking knew and never said a goddamn word." "If we interfere too much, we don't answer to the legacy or the gods," Sienna snapped, her words icy and hard. "The fates come for us. Interfering too much would have led them straight here." "We came here, and Tristan met us on the other side. In the—" Zan started, but Luca interrupted him. "No," he snarled. "You're not telling me these details now. Not without her here. She deserves to hear it all from the three of you, not secondhand from me. I'll see if I can get her back down here." He didn't wait for a reply as he stormed from the room. Everyone in their goddamn secrets, hoarding information for leverage, blackmail, and having the upper hand. It was all this fucking realm knew. Moves and counter-moves. And Tessa had learned that strategy as well as she'd learned everything else. He knew that was why she'd kept the knowledge of his father from him. She'd gone from the Arius house to the Akaz palace. She was in the perfect position to learn any and all information, and she had sworn to destroy the Arius bloodline. Why would she have told him anything when he showed up on the Akaz doorstep? Of course she was suspicious. She'd told him numerous times she didn't want him there, and even though he'd told her his loyalty was to her, words meant nothing to her. How often had pretty words been used to manipulate her? No. Tessa only understood actions. Words fell on deaf ears, and emotions betrayed her. She understood being shoved into cupboards and locked in wine cellars. She understood someone getting her flip-flops and sitting under the night sky with pizza. She understood being forced to share a bed and dropping to a knee in obedience. She understood someone being at her side when she woke from an assessment. She understood someone giving her the gift of music and playing Chaos Sphere on a makeshift field. She understood the two people who swore they never would, walking away from her, one in anger and one in an attempt to save her. In the end, he couldn't blame her one bit for sinking into her power. It was the only constant she'd ever had. He paused outside her door. Or maybe it was their door. He didn't sleep anywhere else, and he didn't have another room here. The few things he did have with him were all in that room, too. He couldn't hear her moving around, but he could hear... humming? Not quite ready to deal with whatever he was going to find on the other side of the door, he pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed the same number he'd been dialing nearly every hour for 2 weeks. And just like every other time, it went straight to voicemail. Theon hadn't answered a single phone call. The goddamn bond was clearly fractured, and Tessa... Blackheart thought he was being apathetic, but it was the opposite, actually. He was trying to get under her skin. He was doing anything he could to get a reaction out of her, and that was something he'd learned from Theon. All those months ago, when he'd first brought her to Arya's house, and she'd withdrawn into herself, Theon hadn't let her be. Luca told him to leave her alone, but he'd pushed and pushed. Finally, he understood why. It wasn't entirely obsession and control issues. Sure, it was mostly that, but in the end, he always got her to react. In the end, he pulled her back from the edge. He craved her snark and her ire, simply because it meant she was feeling something. He understood now, because he'd felt utter relief when Tessa had slammed the bathroom door in his face a few hours ago. For the first time since that chamber, she'd shown emotion. It was fleeting, and when she'd emerged from the bathroom, she'd been back to apathetic. But it had been there. Theon was the one for this, not him. Sighing, he slipped the phone back into his pocket, idly wondering if it even mattered. Would the new world they went to have phone technology? Roehrich and Eliza wouldn't even touch the things. A stupid thing to be contemplating right now, really, but he was just delaying the inevitable. He didn't bother knocking as he turned the knob and pushed the door open. He'd taken all of one step when he went still. Tessa was lying on her back on the bed, still in the clothing she'd put on after her shower. Her head hung over the side of the bed, so she was looking at the world upside down, the ends of her golden hair brushing the floor. One hand rested on her stomach, her finger tapping a beat to her humming, while the other hand was raised, toying with her power in the air. A swirling mass of energy, lightning flickered among it, and... He stepped fully into the room, shutting the door behind him. A damp mist hung in the air, as if it was seconds away from raining inside. And all the while, she just lay there humming that stupid Revelation Decree song. "Tessa," he said, his tone sharp. A command that usually made her pause, but there was nothing this time. She didn't look at him, no blink or start. "Tessa," he tried again. "There is a discussion happening downstairs that you need to be a part of. Information you deserve to know." She still didn't acknowledge him, that storm in her hand growing, and Luca had never felt so goddamn helpless. He was the grandchild of the god of war and courage. He didn't know how to accept defeat. But that was exactly what he felt was happening as he crossed the room and sank to the floor. He tipped his head back, resting it on the bed beside her, and listening to her hum. As much as he hated it, his entire being relaxed a little. Just being next to her was like taking a drag of lull leaf. Whether it was the bond he'd been dragged into or something else, he didn't know. But he let himself revel in it just for a moment. Tonight everything was going to change forever, and he selfishly wanted this last bit of peace. He didn't want to think about how he'd failed in his duty as a guardian. There was no other word for it when his ward was welcoming his own destruction with open arms. He didn't want to think about how, for the briefest of moments, he'd had everything. Family, acceptance, love. He didn't want to think about how it had all shattered so quickly. And he didn't want to think about all the conflicting emotions that came with that. how he'd given in to his fury, a controlled recklessness. "I don't know how we recover from this," he said, his eyes falling closed. She never ceased her humming, but he knew she was listening. He wasn't even sure what he was saying or why. Maybe because the two people he used to talk to were being left behind, and he had no one else. "It's a lonely club, being the grandchild of gods, but we don't have to be alone anymore." Her words from days that felt like a lifetime ago flitted through his mind, his chest aching at the memories of it all. "We're going to a new world, Tessa, and all we'll have is each other," he said into the room, his eyes still closed. "I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how we do that after the betrayals we've faced here." Because in the end, that was what he felt. Betrayed by Tessa, 1,000 times over. But he also felt betrayed by Theon, for thinking he could walk away from him after decades of surviving together. How that betrayal was what ultimately made him feel like a failure. He was just as furious with Theon as he was with Tessa. "I know he's the one you need right now. I don't know how to be that. He's the one who's always protected us from ourselves. And I know you need him. You hate it, but you know it too." He fell silent, the seconds stretching on, filled only by her humming. Then he said in a voice so low, he didn't even know if she could hear him, "I don't know how we live without him." He'd realized it before they did. Theon might have understood it in the end. Tessa was still figuring it out, but the three of them were so intertwined. Surviving without a piece of them seemed impossible. And it wasn't because Theon had pulled him into the warped source bond. The fates could only control so much, and no one could control chaos. It was only then he'd realized the humming had ceased, the entire room going quiet and still. Luca opened his eyes and lifted his head to find her staring at him. The small smile on her face was one he could only describe as terrifying madness. "Tessa," he said carefully, unsure of what to say or do as her power consumed her more and more. Knowing that with each passing day they were losing her, and it only made the path ahead that much more uncertain. She rolled onto her stomach, her hair falling over her shoulder. So close to him now, her breaths fanned across his cheek. He turned, too, keeping his eyes trained on her. Never turn your back on a predator. Her head tilted as she watched him, and he waited for her to speak, to blink, to do anything. He jolted, nearly shifting to his dragon form, when her hand shot out, reaching for him, yet her touch was soft as her fingers danced across his lips. And when she opened her mouth, finally speaking to him, her tone had that eerie ring that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. "You ask the wrong questions, Luca Moores." In the next blink, she was standing on the bed before leaping lightly to the floor. Her humming once again filled the room as she moved to the windows, her fingers sliding along the glass as she paced the length of the room. Back and forth, back and forth. The drizzle in the room had stopped, but so had the raging winter weather outside. It was completely still outside, not a breeze or stray snowflake. Unease filled his gut as he stared at her. Bare feet, hair wild as the fingers of her other hand wound into the strands, eerie humming, power echoing and mirroring her every move. A calm before a storm, a darkness before a dawn. That was what he was staring at.
3. Tessa.
"You need shoes, Tessa,"
Luca said from the main foyer of the penthouse. She looked down at her bare toes,
brow furrowing. "It's been snowing for days, and I know it's stopped, but now the sidewalks and roads are icy," Luca continued, dropping a pair of boots on the floor in front of her. "More than that, we have no idea what we're going to step into when we go through the mirror gate."
She wasn't really worried about that. He pressed socks into her hands, and she looked up at him, wrinkling her nose in disgust.
"You can't wear flip-flops,"
he chided, crossing his arms, and she rolled her eyes as she plopped down on the floor and slid the socks onto her feet. Then she pulled on the black boots, working the buckles and laces. The things came nearly to her knees. She would have preferred a dress, but she was in fitted black pants and a form-fitting top, clothing very similar to Roehrich and Eliza, who were clad in what she assumed they had arrived in this realm in. A hand appeared in her line of vision, and she slipped her fingers into Luca's palm, letting him pull her back to her feet. Then he dropped a stocking hat on her head, and she scowled at him. He ignored her, reaching to take a cloak that Tristan was passing out. All of them would wear the cloaks the keepers wore, an extra layer of disguise everyone was hoping they wouldn't need. She hadn't come back downstairs until everyone was ready to leave. Luca had said they were discussing something important, and had tried to convince her to come listen to it all, but the truth was, she didn't care. Nothing anyone said was going to change anything, and any information they had could be told to her after this night.
"Everyone have everything?"
Tristan asked, and Tessa watched him slowly take in the space around him, a place he'd lived in for centuries. Roehrich reached to take a pack from Eliza, shouldering it with his own. Sienna and Gia had bags she assumed held potion ingredients and books. Tristan had 2 bags stuffed full, and Luca had a backpack along with a duffel bag. She had nothing. The bow Orion had left her was back at Luca's cave. Her phone was in Favin. The book Rorden had given her was hidden. She had nothing, just like she'd gone to the Arius kingdom with. She had nothing, but all that was about to change. Luca reached over, pulling the hood of the cloak up and tucking her hair in, taking care of her like Theon had instructed, his new assignment. With another last look around, Tristan pressed the button for the elevator that opened directly into his main foyer. They all stepped in, the ride to the first floor quiet, and they stayed that way as they stepped out onto the street, taking a side door that emptied into an alley. The door behind them hadn't even closed completely when 2 large shapes stalked from the shadows, glowing orange eyes locked on her. Tessa smiled as Roan came to her side, rubbing against her legs. Her fingers sank into his silver fur while Nyla prowled a few feet in front of her, dark as the night. There would be little doubt who they were if they were spotted, but few would dare do anything. She was powerful. Her wolves were dangerous. Her company was violent. It was the start of everything that was to come. Tristan took the lead along with Zan, Nyla with them. Luca stayed on her other side. Behind them were Eliza and Roehrich, and Tessa idly wondered how they kept their footsteps so light. Sienna and Gia took up the rear. The world was still around them, as if the entire realm was holding its breath, and Tessa inhaled deeply. Fresh, cold air filled her lungs, and she wished her bare feet were leaving prints in the snow rather than her boots. Sticking to the dark streets and staying in the shadows, they made their way to the Pantheon. The trek took 3 times as long as it should have, but they couldn't exactly pull up in a car at the front doors. From the corner of her eye, she saw Luca pull his phone from his pocket multiple times. For the most part, he appeared to simply be checking the screen. A few times, his thumb moved as if typing a message. It was over 2 hours before Tristan was leading them through the hidden door and down passages in the Pantheon. Roan dropped behind her, the passage too narrow for him to stay at her side, and she heard Luca cursing at the wolf for separating him so far from her. Soon enough, they were all spilling into the chamber, everyone pulling back their hoods and breathing a collective sigh of relief. Or everyone else was. Tessa kept her hood up, coming to a stop just inside the chamber. Her eyes swept over the room, vividly remembering every breath and step, every word spoken and tear that had fallen. A kiss, soft and tender and full of sorrow. Tesselin Ostra, I would sacrifice all the realms and all the stars for you. You are perfectly wild, perfectly untamed. You were not made to be caged, nor were you made to be a sacrifice for a realm that does not deserve such a gift. You were made to live in the light. Go live, little storm. Thumbs swiping at her cheeks. And fury. So much fury as he had walked away from her. Stay with us, Tessa, came a low murmur, and she blinked, finding Zan standing in front of her. He had a knowing look on his face, sapphire eyes searching hers. Let him help you. The deeper you sink, the harder it will be to pull you back. Her lips pulled up at the corners. Maybe I want to drown. If he was surprised she'd spoken, he didn't show it, and he didn't balk at her words either. I know that's easier, he said with a nod. It's easier to give in, but in the end, that's all it will be, an end. Then he moved away as Luca approached, eyeing his retreating father suspiciously. Are you all right? He asked, still watching his father. When she didn't reply, he finally turned to face her fully. Before we go, Tristan and Sienna need to remove the enchantment that was put on you when he freed you from the cells. We don't know where we're going to end up, and we need to be able to travel in case we find ourselves somewhere unfavorable. She nodded because it would be nice to have the enchantment removed. It made her feel caged, not being able to portal anywhere, and she didn't like feeling trapped. More than that, they could have all simply traveled here rather than walking these last few hours. Roan nudged her hand, his nose wet and cold where he sat beside her. Nyla was pacing the perimeter of the chamber. It's easier to remove here, Tristan said, coming to Luca's side. Especially down here, where magic is stronger and more prevalent. Why? She asked. Tristan blinked, unable to conceal his surprise like Zan had, but a pleased expression quickly replaced it. Because the Pantheon is located at the center of the continent. It is already a more powerful location because of its position as a nexus. Beyond that, this chamber is the center of the Pantheon, making it more powerful still. That is why the cells you were in could contain you. There is more magic here. You mean more chaos, she supplied, her fingers winding into Roan's fur once more. Tristan nodded slowly and almost seemed to hesitate before he said, Yes, and because of that, I do not know how you will be affected. It will be easier for us to remove the enchantment, but I fear it will be harder on you. What does that mean? Luca demanded, edging closer so he was partially blocking her from view. She almost scoffed. She didn't need physical protection, only protection from those who tried to take from her, control her with pretty words, use her. She is already immersed in her power, Tristan said. Undoing this enchantment will require us to draw on the magic here, and her magic is drawn to itself, Tessa supplied, slipping past Luca and venturing deeper into the chamber. She kept her back turned to the passage she'd watched him walk down, leaving her behind. Instead, she focused on the mirror, where Eliza and Roehrich were speaking in a low tone. Stand in the center, Sienna said in her usual harsh tone, and Tessa moved to the middle of the room. She reached up, pushing back her hood and removing the stocking hat Luca had given her, tossing it to the side where everyone had placed their packs of belongings. She could feel it, the power Tristan had referred to. It buzzed in the air, frenetic and enticing. Or maybe that was her own power. It didn't really matter. They were one and the same. But the magic in her veins was seeking. The thing in her soul was stretching. She could feel it all. Everyone's power. The dragons and the fire. The calming that Tristan was pushing on her. The magic of the realm and the stars beyond. The power of that mirror. Sienna was circling her, drawing marks on the ground as she went. Tristan was standing before her, concern etched deep into his features. "Luca will be here, Wild Fury," Tristan said, trying to muster his cocky smile. He truly was worried about this. How interesting. "As soon as we're done, he'll be here to pull you back." Her head canted to the side. Back from where? "The madness," Zan supplied. "Temeril would often have to do so for your mother." Tessa blinked. For the first time in 2 weeks, she actually wanted more information. Despite her parents abandoning her, she was still curious. She didn't know how she'd react if she ever met them. Would she be cold and distant like Roehrich? Or would she be tentative and open like Luca? Probably more like Roehrich. He'd been intentionally abandoned. Luca had been a victim of this realm. "Ready?" Tristan asked, looking more nervous than Tessa had ever seen him. He was always cool and collected, snapping at Theon and putting people in their place. Tessa nodded, once again wishing she'd taken her boots off before they did this. She curled her toes, hating the feeling of the socks. "He can't be in the circle with you," Tristan said. "You need to listen for his call." Tessa glanced at Luca, who stood with his arms crossed. Holding her stare, he said, "I will come for you, Tessa." One would think he'd felt her hesitation and uncertainty about that statement, but she knew that wasn't the case. The bond was broken. It had broken the moment Theon had left this chamber. All 3 of them were broken, and there was no fixing them anymore. Luca took a step towards her, lips parting as if he was going to say more, but Sienna started reciting something in an old tongue. Tristan joined her, and the moment was lost. Luca's lips pressed into a thin line, but she couldn't focus on him, not as she felt her power rush to the surface, that thing inside of her screaming with excitement. Not as she felt power surround her, her magic stretching and yanking to greet it. She heard Tristan falter, but Sienna snapped, "We keep going, Tris. We don't even know if she can leave this world with the enchantment in place. Do not stop!" Tessa's head tilted as she watched the siblings, both eyes glowing a soft sage, his with russet undertones, hers with violet. They resumed their incantations, and her eyes fluttered closed as she felt the push and pull and call of what she was. It swirled around her, and she gasped, her eyes flying open. Light and dark flared at her fingertips, wound up her arms. Sparks of gold and embers of silver fluttered among it all. Her feet lifted off the ground, and her hair fanned out around her as if caught in a windstorm. Maybe she was, because rain and snow were falling around her. And gods, she hadn't been worried, but this hurt, as if the magic of every world was trying to rip her apart to get at the power she held. It wanted to take and take and take. It was that same feral craving she always fell into when she let her magic have its way. They'd warned her, told her it would take everything from her if she let it. And this is what they'd meant. "Tessa!" Her name echoed in her mind. Maybe Luca had yelled it. Maybe the emotion was strong enough to filter through a splintered and fractured bond. It didn't matter. When she opened her mouth, a scream erupted from her. The scream of her magic. The scream of her pain. The scream of chaos and fury. A fierce roar mingled with her cries, but she couldn't focus on anything as power wrapped her up in a whirlwind of chaos.
She thrashed among it, trying to find a way out, a way to free herself, but the power gripped her tighter, as if the enchantment had been doing more than just keeping her from portaling and traveling, as if the enchantment had somehow caged her power too, and now it was angry. It was taking what it wanted, and she would be the cost. She screamed again. Her knees cracked against the stone floor of the Pantheon chamber, and she fell into chaos. It was like watching the mirror as worlds and stars swirled around her, held together by the chaos it all came from. No order, no structure, no balance. She couldn't breathe, but she also didn't know that she needed to in this space. She didn't think it was the after. Maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was nothing and everything at once. She was tossed around, and yet, despite the chaos, she felt calm. How odd. She stopped struggling, stopped flailing, and just let herself be. She watched, she listened, she learned everything she could. And then she was standing in an opulent room, gold and white, black and silver. Marks she knew and symbols she didn't glittered on the walls, the floor, the ceiling. In the center of the floor was a vast chasm that seemed to swallow the light, yet illuminate the room all at once. Thank the... well, not the gods, because frankly, fuck them and their failures. The fates? But that would be awkward, right? Considering... There is not time for this. A male voice interrupted the female. Tessa had spun at the voices, and it had taken her several seconds to find the female figure slinking through the shadows. All in black, she wore a cloak, the hood up, but an ashy blonde braid was snaking out and down her chest. And by the gods, she had so many weapons strapped to her body, Tessa wasn't sure how she could even move. More movement had her attention shifting to the male. Tall and broad, with deeply tanned skin. He had the arched ears of the Fae and Legacy. His black hair was tied up atop his head, eyes the color of a thunderstorm fixed on her. But it was the brown, feathered wings that arched over his shoulders that had Tessa's eyes narrowing. He was the same as Dex, Aurelia, and Brecken. The female pulled her hood back while simultaneously pulling a dagger from her hip, spinning the point against her gloved finger. She smiled, the tips of fangs visible, and the smile held a tinge of madness that Tessa recognized as honey-colored eyes connected with hers. Her head canted to the side in a predatory manner while she said to the male, "I was beginning to think she'd gotten the date and time wrong." "You don't trust my sources," came yet another female voice that had Tessa spinning again. "Depends on which one it was," replied the first female, still spinning her dagger. The newcomer breezed into the room, carefully closing the door behind her. Arched ears were just visible through her long, dark red hair, and marks peeked out of the wide collar of her long-sleeved top. Tessa also suspected the nose piercing wasn't her only one, and once again, honey-colored eyes settled on her. "I know it's calling to you," she said to Tessa, moving farther into the room, her white sneakers quiet on the gleaming floor. Tessa remained quiet, watching them all and trying to figure out what was going on in yet another vision she didn't understand. The chaos wasn't driving her mad. These goddamn glimpses of everything and nothing were going to be what pushed her over the edge. "How long do we have?" the male asked, planting himself between Tessa and the hole in the center of the room. His feathered wings flared wide, as if creating an additional barrier, and she could tell just by looking at him he was a trained warrior, perhaps even more so than Roehrich. "Anala is doing her part. Again," the dark-haired female said bitterly. "We can't help it if she's his favorite," the first female said. But Tessa had stopped listening to them as the thing in her soul yanked her forward. She stumbled a step, the male going rigid as she got closer. "M," the male warned. "I've got it,"
The dark-haired female snapped before focusing on Tessa once more. Listen for his call. Don't go deeper. I don't know what you're talking about, Tessa said, trying to peer around the male as the first female slunk to his side, a dagger in each hand now, as if they anticipated a fight was about to happen. Maybe it was, because her power wanted. It just wanted. Resist it just a little longer. The female, M, said, If you go to it, he'll find you and the balance will never recover. There is no such thing as balance, Tessa retorted, taking another step forward. There is, M insisted. But if he finds you, he'll just add you to his collection that keeps him in power. Is that what you want? Tessa faltered, unsure of who or what they were talking about. That's what he does, M went on, noticing her hesitation. He finds, he creates, he cages. He will keep you. I am no one's, Tessa hissed, her power flickering at her fingertips, and the floor shuddered. Shit, the male muttered. He'll have felt that. I thought you said you had this under control, the other female snapped, stepping to M's side. That we just needed to keep her distracted for a minute or two. That's what he said, M retorted. This is why I don't trust your goddamn sources. The door being thrown open had them all turning as an ethereally beautiful female strode in. Her red-gold hair hung in loose curls down to her waist, amber eyes honing in on Tessa. We are out of time, the female said, her voice fire and power. She never slowed, coming right up to Tessa. You must go. Find the one who chose death. She has your answers. Then her hand thrust out, her palm wrapped in flames, slamming into Tessa's chest, and she fell into chaos again. The stars tumbled, the worlds fell, and then she was standing before a cell. She'd been here before, and knew when she turned to the window, she'd be below the sea. The same female was behind the bars, her fingers in her lanky black hair, tugging at the ends. Bright violet eyes snapped to Tessa, the female lurching forward, careful not to touch the bars. Did he send you? She asked, sounding more than a little mad. Is he finally coming for me? I don't know who you are, Tessa answered slowly, her head tilting as she watched the female slowly back away, shaking her head. But you do, child, but you do. We are one and the same, the female said. Then she tipped her head back and laughed as she shot forward, wrapping her hands around the bars of her cell. Power rippled out, slamming into Tessa, and again she fell. But it was faster this time. Glimpses of visions as if looking through windows, her soul being pulled in so many directions she wished it would simply tear apart. A silver-haired female in a chamber surrounded by books. It took a minute to recognize Scarlet, worry etched on her features as she frantically flipped pages. 3 males stood in the doorway, watching her. One was Soren. All 3 shared a look of concern as her shadows coiled around her. Another female with silver hair, a white snake around her shoulders as she slipped into the shadows of night. The land in the sky. A child with blonde curls and blue eyes, laughing as she ran before she shifted mid-step into a small feline. A female with hair as golden as her own sitting on a balcony railing, legs swinging in the air and smiling as if she could see Tessa. A male with long black hair tied at the nape of his neck. Wolves walked at his sides, a black eagle screeching in the sky above him. Pine green eyes honed in on Tessa, as if he too could see her, as if Tessa was straddling 2 worlds, all worlds. The thing in her soul whined, begging to be set free. The female tipped her head back, laughing to the dark clouds above her, while the male clenched his jaw, the wolves at his sides tipping their heads back and howling to a clear sky. A land once pristine and now rubble, a male with black hair and piercing emerald eyes. Her feet finally found the ground again, rocks crunching beneath her boots. He palmed her cheek, his thumb stroking gently. "Go home, Tessa. He's calling for you," he said. And before she could say anything in response, before she could tell him she didn't have a home, he bent, pressing his lips to her brow. Everything in her soul settled, even as she fell into chaos yet again. "Tessa, open your eyes, Tessa." Her name was a growled command, her shoulders shaking as her eyes fluttered open. Luca stared down at her, relief filling his face. He was kneeling on the ground, her body cradled in his arms, and she rolled from his hold, bile rising up her throat. He reached over, gathering her hair back in case she vomited, but it never came. Her arms trembled as she stayed on her hands and knees, trying to reorient herself. "Did it work?" Luca demanded. "It worked," Sienna replied. "How can we be sure?" "It worked," Tessa said, lifting her head as the nausea subsided. "What the fuck happened?" Luca asked, his attention on her now. But Tessa just pursed her lips, sitting back on her heels. "I saw things." "Visions," Luca clarified. "Kind of. It was like I was falling through them in a way. They went so fast. Different worlds, different times, 2 worlds at once. She trailed off, shaking her head and trying to clear it. Luca released her hair, withdrawing from her, and the calm that had settled over her immediately left. Her power rushed to him, latching on, and she heard him suck in a sharp hiss. His own magic scrambled to protect him, and then it was her sucking in a breath as their power intertwined. "Enough," Luca gritted out. "Just give me a minute," she rasped again, trying to push to her feet but immediately dropping back to her knees. "What do you mean you fell through visions?" Tessa looked up to find Eliza standing over her, gray eyes narrowed. Tessa shrugged. "That's what it felt like." The Fae looked up at Roehrich, who was at her side. "Doesn't that sound like—" Roehrich rubbed at his jaw. "It could be similar," he agreed. "Someone fill us in, again," Luca snarled, getting to his feet and helping Tessa up as he did. She swayed, and his lips pressed into a thin line as he held her steady. "Scarlet wasn't born what she is," Roehrich said. "She found the power of the World Walkers. She found it," Luca repeated dubiously. "It had been contained and hidden," Eliza cut in. "When the war between the gods and World Walkers ended, that was the cost. They didn't want the power lost, so it was contained. The World Walkers were still beings of chaos." "And Scarlet obtained that power, essentially becoming one herself. And Tessa is something similar," Roehrich finished. "So you're saying she what? Walked the worlds?" Luca asked. "Not like Scarlet can, but something similar, perhaps," Roehrich agreed. Luca took her shoulders, spinning Tessa to face him. A finger under her chin had her head tipping back, forcing her to meet his gaze. "What did you see?" She should tell him. They should be past keeping secrets, but she couldn't make any sense of anything she saw. They weren't alone here, and she was just getting used to working her shit out with another person or two, not a whole goddamn room. His nostrils flared with an exhale, faint traces of smoke appearing when she remained silent. He leaned in, his voice low as he said, "This conversation isn't over, Tessa. And Sargon, help me. You're going to tell me. You're going to have to figure this out because I don't have near the patience Theon does." He released her, stalking to the other side of the room to grab his bags. She stared after him, her hands curling into fists. She'd just
Needed a moment. She knew he was pissed at her. Had every right to be, but fuck.
Easy, Tessa,
Zan said, trying to calm her, but his voice was too much like his son's. Tears burned the back of her eyes. She wished she could say they were tears of hurt, but it was fury. It was always fury lately. The only time it wasn't eating at her, her power was clawing at her insides. She just needed a minute to breathe, a minute to think, a minute to—
Summon her. Let's get on with this,
Luca snarled, snapping Tessa out of her spiral. Everyone else had gathered their belongings. Eliza and Roehrich were waiting near the mirror. "Wait!" Tessa cried, lifting a hand to stop them, but power ricocheted around the room. Energy and light bounced around, curses sounding.
"Control it, Tessa!"
Luca barked, and she slid her gaze to his, her lip curling back in a sneer. He was pissed, but so was she. "I am," she said, and this time everyone stilled because her voice was too soft, too calm. "I'm controlling all of it." She made her way to the mirror, Roehrich pulling Eliza into his side as she approached. "We can call her," Eliza started. "She gave us away."
"I'll do it,"
Tessa interrupted, pulling a gold dagger from a swirl of magic. Ignoring protests, she sliced her palm, curling her fingers to keep the blood from dripping to the ground as she looked over the symbols and runes surrounding the mirror.
"She won't have a symbol," Roehrich said. "That's why we were given a way to contact her."
Tessa looked over her shoulder, her smile wide and wicked as she said, "I know." Then she pressed her palm to the mark she'd been seeking, an 8-pointed star.
"Find the one who chose death." "That's not the right—"
Tristan started, reaching for her, but she lifted her other hand, magic shoving him back. Light swirled, keeping the others at bay as the mirror flashed with words and scenes, just like the visions she'd fallen through. She was so goddamn tired of everyone thinking they knew what was best for her, of telling her to do as she was told. Go with Luca. Leave this world. Tell me what you saw. Control it. Stop fidgeting. Just give in. Try harder. Be more. Be less. The mirror swirled faster, moving too quickly for her to make out anything, until it slowed and a female came into view. Silver hair flowed over her shoulders and past her navel, a crown of white flames as bright as starlight atop her head. Thick kohl lined her eyes, her lips as red as blood. Her black gown was nearly sheer, and slithering along her torso and around her shoulders was a white python, stark against her bronzed skin. Glowing silver eyes settled on Tessa, and her voice was as ethereal and cold as the voids between the stars when she said, "I've been waiting for this since the moment I learned of your existence." "Everyone knows who I am, yet no one cared to tell me," Tessa replied, her hand dropping to her side, her magic having already healed the cut. "But I'm told you have answers for me." The female stood too still. She didn't even look like she was breathing. Maybe goddesses didn't have to breathe. "What answers do you seek?" she asked. Fingers brushed her arm, wrapping around her elbow as if to pull her back, but she shook them off. He'd told her to control it. That was what she was doing. "You chose him. Chose endings over beginnings," Tessa said. "Why?" The female's eyes softened a touch as she looked at Tessa, never breaking her stare. The snake moved, its tongue flicking in and out as it tasted the air. But no one spoke. There was no other sound, and the silence stretched on for so long, Tessa was wondering if she was going to reply. But she would have her answers one way or another,
and the goddess seemed to understand that when she said, "To start a genesis."
4. Luca. She'd summoned a goddamn goddess. Seraphina, the goddess of dreams and stars, the consort of Arius, Tessa's grandmother. Luca stared at Tessa as she squared off with a first goddess. He should be furious with her. He was furious with her. She'd once again, single-handedly, altered their plans. But by the gods, he was also so fucking proud of her as she lifted her chin, waiting for the goddess to answer her. It was going to fuck up everything. He could feel it in his bones. She was about to do something wild and uncontrolled, and he was probably going to fight with her about it later. But in this moment, his chest swelled with pride. "To start a genesis," the goddess finally answered, her eyes softening a fraction as she held Tessa's gaze. A genesis? The term nudged at something in the back of his mind, but then there was a hissed, "Moors!" from Blackheart that had him turning to his right, only to find the male on a knee. Sienna and Gia were in the same position. Looking at his father, he found him, Roehrich, and Eliza on a knee as well. The same way the Fae knelt for the legacy lords and ladies, because they were the gods in Devrim. Luca had never had to do such a thing. It made sense, being in the presence of an actual first goddess, but he didn't like the idea of being on a knee with Tessa being so unpredictable right now. More than that, why in all the realms would he kneel before a being that had abandoned their world, leaving it to become what it was? He'd kneel before someone he was loyal to, and that certainly wasn't a fucking goddess. Silver eyes slid to him as if she could hear his thoughts. Her facial expression didn't change. Her body language remained still. That snake continued to glide around her. He wouldn't kneel before her, but he did give her the courtesy of being the first to break the stare, dropping his eyes and bowing his head as he would to a lord or lady. Until the goddess said, "Zan, it has been some time." Luca's head snapped back up, looking at his father. "It has, Serena," Zan answered. Serena? His father was on a first-name basis with her? Not only a first-name basis, but a familial name of endearment? "Sargon is growing anxious," Seraphina said. "Understood, my lady." What did he understand? He'd been so worried about Tessa and Theon these last weeks, he hadn't had spare time to sit down and talk with his father about anything. When they did talk, it was all of them trying to convince him they needed to go and stop wasting time. Or rather, it was them trying to tell him he needed to deal with Tessa and convince her it was time to go. A few more seconds of tense silence passed before the goddess said, "You all may rise." Her gaze moved over them again, stopping to his right. "Tristan Blackheart, your dealings do not involve me, but I can still see your deepest desires and dreams. Taka will be interested in this report of events." Luca watched the male's jaw tense, his fingers curling into fists at his side, but he said nothing. His father was a god. What sort of dealings did the male have with another goddess? This was all getting too messy, and quite frankly, he didn't care about their dealings or the mysteries of the gods. The only thing he wanted an answer to was what she'd meant by a genesis, and why Tessa was asking this of her in the first place. Tessa was apparently in agreement, because the bands of light at her wrists were glowing and snaking up her arms. Only now there were flecks of darkness among the light. "Enough," Tessa snapped, stepping closer to the mirror once more. "This isn't a reunion with souls who found their way to a realm you care nothing for. What did you mean to start a genesis?" "That's our girl." Luca thought it before he could stop himself. Gods damn it. Serafina refocused on her granddaughter, lifting an arm so the snake could coil around it.
Devrim was created millenniums ago, she said. Much has happened since that world was cut off from the rest.
Silver eyes scanned the room again.
And much history has been forgotten. If not forgotten, altered, depending on who is telling the tale.
Then how am I to believe anything you say? Tessa demanded, her hands flying to her hair. He wanted to step forward and stop her, but he hesitated, unsure why. He could say it was because she hadn't asked for his help, that he was letting her do this on her own unless she asked for him. But he knew that wasn't the only reason. His dragon knew it too, snarling internally. She's not ours, he snapped at the creature in his soul. She betrayed us. Of course, the possessive dragon side of him didn't care. Once it claimed something, there was really no going back. Which just made her an even bigger pain in his ass.
You do not have to believe me,
the goddess was saying to Tessa.
But you summoned me for a reason, so I would gather you will, at the very least, listen to what I have to say.
The power winding up Tessa's arms flared again, but then Roan was there, rubbing along her legs, and her fingers sank into his fur, grounding her, giving her something to latch onto. Luca ignored the guilt coiling in his gut. Serafina's eyes dipped to the wolf, a small smile lifting on her lips.
One of my son's own, she said. Roan is mine, Tessa retorted. As is Nyla, because you are of him.
The goddess answered simply. Luca heard the scoff from Tessa before she said,
Tell me your version of history then, goddess.
Serafina's smile morphed into something tight and cold. A smile he'd seen on Tessa's face more than once.
Careful, child. Family or not, I am still a goddess. I do not care, Tessa said. I have been forgotten and discarded, used and abused. You think I have any care for what you are? For my own well-being at this point? I have nothing to lose anymore. I've already lost it all. I am the villain in everyone's story, including my own. I am the excuse for everyone's actions, and I am the power everyone seeks. I stand at a crossroads, salvation or destruction. So either tell me why you chose your path or leave. I will make a choice either way. You can decide if your knowledge is valuable enough for me to consider before I take that next step.
Serafina didn't move, didn't blink as she studied Tessa. And Luca found himself drawing closer. He hadn't even realized his feet had moved, but he needed to see her face. He wasn't entirely sure what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't the cool iciness that he found. There was no hesitancy. There was fury, but when wasn't there anymore? And her words? She'd once said things so similar, but she'd been different then, beat down by a world full of the wicked. She was a villain because this realm had turned her into one. The difference was now she didn't seem to care. She was embracing all that she was, wild and untamed, chaotic and uncontrollable, powerful and vengeful.
So much like your father, wild and stubborn,
Serafina murmured.
He abandoned me. I could not care less about him, Tessa spat.
The goddess leaned in, as if she wanted to whisper into Tessa's ear.
You are powerful, but you are not immune to my gifts, Tessalin. Is that what you believe happened? That he wanted nothing to do with you? That he left you to the fates?
Worse, she sneered.
He left me alone. Everyone did. It is what I have lived and what I know. Alone in a damned world, wishing someone would care.
She trailed off, waiting for Serafina's response, and Luca glanced at the goddess. Her lips were pursed, eyes glowing even brighter now, as if they were starlight themselves. Silver flames flickered in them, the same silver flames Scarlet could wield.
Arius and Akaz used to be quite close, like brothers, Seraphina said. The first to emerge from the chaos, they worked together in harmony, as was always meant to be, keeping the balance. You would have tipped the balance either way, Tessa said.
Seraphina's answering smile was anything but joyful.
We were not the only beings to emerge from the chaos. Arius and Akaz may have been the first, but other beings emerged after them, some before the rest of us.
You speak of the World Walkers. Roehrich cut in, drifting closer. The draw of new information pulled him in like a moth to a flame.
The World Walkers were one of them, yes,
the goddess agreed.
Who else?
Tessa asked.
The dragons, the seraphs.
Her gaze moved from Zan and settled back on Tessa.
The fates.
Are there more? Tessa pressed.
They are the main players,
Seraphina replied.
We all emerged with our own strengths. We were all meant to be a balance, but we created new stars, new worlds. But the World Walkers were the ones who could move most freely among the realms. The rest of us could do so, but there are costs for magic that is not inherently yours. What does any of this have to do with choosing Arius over Akaz?
Tessa cut in.
The World Walkers were just as powerful as the gods. While we had our own powers, so did they. They could also create worlds, and they could shift forms at will. The fates warned of a coming imbalance, and as happens when one tries to figure out fate, destruction befell us all. War erupted between the gods and World Walkers. The everlasting war,
Eliza clarified. Seraphina nodded.
We were losing, and in our desperation we thought if we could create a powerful child, stronger than any other being to exist. You and Akaz were going to create. Why didn't you?
Tessa asked, inching a little closer.
It is a long tale, one we do not have time for this day,
Seraphina answered.
But there came a time when we disagreed with Akaz. He was consumed by victory and power. We knew the balance was going to tip either way. The fates stepped back and provided a choice. Salvation or destruction,
Tessa murmured, her hands opening and closing at her sides. Seraphina nodded again.
Two could come together and change the course of history. A terminus and a genesis. It was left up to them to choose it. Since that time, there have been other crucial moments offered to two souls that could alter history. Some chose the genesis, some did not. Some do not realize they have even chosen it. But the fates do not intervene beyond ensuring their paths cross. It was always more than a bond.
Tessa's words were so quiet, Luca was sure no one else had heard them. She had taken a small step back, her hands once again in her hair. Then her eyes flashed to him.
He knew?
I don't. Luca started, still trying to wrap his mind around things, but an image flashed in his mind. A term circled over and over on a sheet of paper in Eliza and Roehrich's rooms. Genesis bond. He slowly slid his gaze to Roehrich. You knew. Did you tell him? It was a term we'd come across. We were still researching, but we suspected. His brother answered in the same apathetic tone he always spoke in. You son of a bitch! Luca seethed. We cannot interfere, Roehrich retorted.
The fates cannot travel among the worlds,
Tessa asked suddenly, looking back at Seraphina.
When the World Walkers lost at that point of the everlasting war, we did not want their power lost to the ether, Serafina replied. She lifted her arm once more, the snake sliding back up. The power was taken from the most powerful and contained, but it also created gateways for us to move among the realms. Like this one, Tessa clarified. Yes. And these mirror gates are the only way the Fates could come here, that anyone else could come here? Serafina hesitated, her eyes narrowing on Tessa once more, before she answered carefully. There are always workarounds. It is a matter of if one is willing to pay the cost. The gateways are simply the easiest and fastest. And the Fates will come for me, she pressed. Because I am an imbalance. I cannot say the intentions of the Fates or their prophecies. I deal in dreams and desires. And I deal in chaos, Tessa said, and that fucking eerie ring in her voice had Luca snapping to attention. Do you regret your choice? The goddess had taken a step back too, as if Tessa could somehow affect her from this side of the mirror. It probably had something to do with the light and dark curling around Tessa and rolling off her like a fine mist. Or maybe it was the sparks of gold and silver that flickered among it. It could have been the energy, streaks of lightning flashing through it all. But it was probably the storms brewing in her palms. Rotating vortexes, one of brightest white and the other of darkest black. A push and pull between the two that Luca could feel in the air. Serafina swallowed thickly, as though she knew her answer was going to set something into motion. But her voice was power and strength when she said, No, I would choose Arius 1,000 times over. Before anyone could blink, let alone move, Tessa lurched forward. Her palms landed on the glass, cracks and fissures immediately spiderwebbing out from her fingertips. Tessalin, no! Serafina gasped, the white snake lifting its head in interest as the goddess stumbled forward. You do not understand the cost of this. I don't know how this will alter things. Tessa's head tipped to the side as magic poured from her hands, the cracks deepening and spreading farther. The mirror was starting to swirl violently, the same magic Tessa was spilling across it, sparking and bouncing around the chamber. Neither do I, Tessa replied. I never know what's going to happen. I suppose for once we'll all be on the same playing field then, She lifted her palms, her feet coming off the floor as her power swelled all around her, and her hands slammed back onto the glass again. The goddess opened her mouth, but they'd never know what she was going to say, because she disappeared as the pieces of glass started to fall to the ground. No! Roehrich bellowed, lunging for her, but Luca was there first. Not to stop her, but to shove his brother back. His wings ripped free, shredding his shirt, and Roehrich snarled in response. Do not touch her, Luca warned. Roehric's eyes had long since shifted, vertical pupils filled with fury. His body trembled, telling Luca his brother was fighting the shift just like he was. That is our only way home, Roehrich growled. If you think I'm going to let her destroy it and strand us here forever, you... But he didn't get to finish that statement. Not as the floor beneath them shook, making them both stumble. Not as small pieces of rock and debris rained down on them. Roehrich turned, an arm snapping out to haul Eliza into his side, and Luca spun, finding Tessa with power still rolling off her. It spread, snaking across the floor, up the walls, through the ceiling. Tessa, what are you doing? Luca cried, but he was certain she couldn't hear him. She was too deep. How the fuck was he supposed to pull her back from this? We need to get her out of here, Tristan yelled. She is bringing this chamber to ruin. Make her stop, Roehrich snarled again. That is our only way home. It's already done, Tessa said in that eerie ring that had them all spinning back to her. Her entire being was glowing with an aura of chaos. Light and dark, energy and embers, beginnings and endings. "The mirror still stands," Roehrich argued. "Not for much longer," she replied, starting for the chamber exit. Each step left a boot print of dark power, magic radiating with every footfall. "Let's go!" Tristan said, racing to lead them out of here. Everyone else fell into line, grabbing their packs from the floor and scrambling to follow. Luca grabbed his own and rushed ahead until he realized Tessa wasn't in front of him. Skidding to a halt, he looked over his shoulder, trying to figure out where she'd gone. When he finally found her, he didn't know what to think. While the rest of them were clambering to get out of here, she had moved to the perimeter, dragging her fingers along the wall. Fissures spread from beneath them, seeping into the foundation. Tristan hadn't been wrong. She was going to bring the chamber to ruin, but this would bring the entire Pantheon down. He rushed for her, grabbing her other hand. "Tessa, we have to go," he said, tugging her along. But even as he pulled, she didn't appear to be in any hurry. Her hand never left the wall as he dragged her along. Down the passages they moved, cracks spearing in all directions. Nyla had prowled ahead like she normally did, but she kept circling back because they were falling behind. Roan was behind Tessa, nudging her forward with his nose. "Tessa, we need to move faster!" Luca gritted out as the debris that was falling grew bigger, large chunks of stone and marble crumbling when they hit the ground. He could hear the others ahead of them, yelling to people they came across to run and get out of the Pantheon. But Tessa only smiled. Her eyes were nearly wholly black, save for rings of violet on the edges glowing bright. Trying to avoid the obstacles of the quickly narrowing passages, they finally made it to the steps that would take them up to the main floor. She'd started humming again, that damned Revelation decree song, and he was done with this. Scooping her up in his arms, he raced up the broken stairs and emerged into mayhem. Priestesses were screaming and running, arms full of supplies and books. No one paid them any mind, which was good. His cloak had been shredded when his wings had appeared, and while he'd made them disappear, he was still shirtless and recognizable. Not to mention Tessa was well known by everyone now, no longer the wild fae trying to blend in with the world. With the crowd, it was too hard to carry her, and he was forced to put her back on her feet. Nyla had circled back yet again, and her wolves made sure people stayed back from them. Still, Tessa walked calmly through the main floor of the Pantheon. Energy continued to emanate from her, and her magic took, taking down priestesses as she moved. With every body that hit the floor, he felt her power increase, and he finally understood how she refilled her reserves. Life must give, and death must take. She hadn't taken in weeks. He just needed to get her outside. Once they were outside of the Pantheon walls, they could travel, assuming Tristan and Sienna had indeed managed to remove the enchantment. Luca spotted the others up ahead as they neared the main doors. Sentinels were pouring in, trying to help evacuate the priestesses. It was only then he realized there wasn't a single fae to be seen. He whirled back to Tessa, and she only smiled at him, dark and wicked. Finally embracing that she was life and death, and today she was channeling the latter. "You planned this all along," he said in disbelief as she moved past him. She said nothing, only lifted her hands in front of her and threw arcs of light ahead of them. The heavy wood doors were blasted off their hinges, exploding out into the courtyard. He followed, bounding down the 20 steps that led up to the building where the others were waiting for them. But they were staring past him, and he turned, not knowing what he would find anymore. There were no words, as Tessa sat on the top step removing her boots. The Pantheon was swaying behind her, as though it would fall at any moment, and she didn't seem to care, because she
was in complete control. 2 sentinels raced for her, but her wolves were there, their screams cut short by massive jaws. Tessa tossed the boots behind her as she stood, and only then did she descend the steps. Light swirled in one hand, while darkness hovered in the other. Energy skittered out with each step, the stairs crumbling to nothing as she left each one behind. She still wore her cloak, and it billowed behind her as the winds picked up. The clouds above them thundered, lightning striking far too close. She reached the bottom, and her eyes slid to the left. Luca turned to see what had captured her attention, only to find the Awakens Lord and the 4 ladies standing before them. Shit. But Tessa only tilted her head as she slowly lowered to the ground and placed a single palm flat on the stone. All they could do was watch as a final crack speared from her hand, back up the rubble she'd left behind, and straight into the heart of the Pantheon. The realm shuddered as the first streaks of dawn pierced the sky. And then the Pantheon caved in on itself, the fall rippling and radiating power outward as it came crashing down. Dust and ash filled the air so thickly that even with his eyes shifted, Luca had trouble seeing what was happening. He stumbled forward as the ground continued to shake beneath them, finding Tessa standing upright once more. "We need to go," he growled, clasping her shoulder and spinning her to face him. He took her chin, forcing her face up to his. "You made your point, Tessa. Now we need to go and regroup. Figure out what we do from here." Tristan appeared, a hand covering his mouth to keep from breathing in the wreckage. His eyes were glowing brightly as they settled on Tessa. "We have to get beyond the courtyard. That's where we'll be able to travel." Tessa nodded, turning to peer through the storm of chaos. The wind shifted just enough to clear the air and give them a perfect view of the Awakens Lord and the ladies once more. Roerdan's gaze was fixed on Tessa, and she stared right back. There was no mistaking what was passing between them. Tessa had announced her intentions to the entirety of Devrim. Something was coming, and this was the only warning. Then she spun, turning her back on all of them, and barefoot, she walked away from the ruling families of Devrim. She'd burned their goddamn castle to the ground. Luca moved to her side, and he felt the others fall into a formation of sorts behind her. Tristan and Sienna were done hiding. Her father was free and choosing their side. Devrim was about to be divided. Chaos was about to reign.
"The Fae are safe,"
she said suddenly, not seeming to care about the rubble they were maneuvering through. It had to be slicing up her feet. "What do you mean they are safe?" he asked.
"I sent word ahead of time to make sure the Fae were removed from the Pantheon before we arrived. Only Legacy went to the after this day," she replied.
"How?" she shrugged.
"I watched. I listened. I learned everything I could."
"You just declared war, Tessa," Luca growled. "Without consulting anyone, there will be consequences. They will retaliate."
"I will not live in a realm where Fae are forced to serve. This world deserves a war. Devrim deserves a reckoning."
She bit out as they crossed out of the courtyard. "And you believe that is your call to make, to pass such a judgment?" She stopped, turning to look up at him.
"I believe my purpose is a genesis. More than that, I believe my purpose is to at least try when no one else is doing a goddamn thing."
He blinked at her, unsure how to respond to that. But before he could say anything, Tristan and Sienna approached. "We cannot return to my penthouse," Blackheart said. "We made a statement following Tessa out of there." "I'm aware," Luca muttered, still eyeing Tessa. Her eyes were still too dark. She was still too lost to her power. And he couldn't decide if it was her magic talking or her. "Do we go to the underground?" Tristan pressed.
"It is the first place they will look," Sienna said. "We need some place few know of."
His head whipped to her, finding her piercing gaze fixed on him. "No," he growled.
"We need some place where we will not be disturbed. We need a plan, and she needs to be brought back from the brink," the witch countered.
Gods damn it. He knew she was right, but by the gods did he fucking hate it. "Fine," he grumbled, an arm winding around Tessa's waist and pulling her in close. For once, she didn't fight him. He held out his other hand, Sienna taking it. Making sure they were all connected, Luca traveled them to his cave to try to figure out how they were going to survive when there was no way to control the uncontrollable. 5. Theon. He was working on borrowed time. He knew that. Not only from the fates, but from his father. Luca had told him his father had been freed when they'd rescued Zan. He'd told Luca they didn't need to come up with a plan, that the fates would take care of it. But who knew when that would be? While the warnings from the prophecy all seemed to be aligning, indicating that it would be sooner rather than later. Soon could be days or decades for immortal beings. Theon was certain the only reason he hadn't run into his father yet was because he was off searching for Eviana. He didn't know the specifics of why he couldn't find her. There'd been no time for detailed explanations before he'd left them all at the Pantheon. If he'd waited any longer to leave, he was sure he wouldn't have been able to do it. Tessa's screams had echoed down the passages as he'd left, and now they haunted him. Waking, sleeping, it didn't matter. He heard them all the time. Theon had been staying at the penthouse in Rockmore, trying to formulate some semblance of a plan. And he had one. Sort of. He'd tied up some loose ends, moved funds around in accounts, and stocked up on blood rations, because without a source, he was going to need them. More than that, he'd purchased a new phone, shutting off his old one. He couldn't risk being tracked, and Luca kept trying to contact him. A male could only resist temptation for so long. This needed to be a clean break. The only thing he couldn't control was the bond between the three of them. And wasn't that ironic? The thing was broken, and he was both grateful and irritated by that. It was a double-edged sword. He wanted to know if they were all right, but he needed to let them both go. He'd entrusted her to Luca, and he couldn't interfere with that. Not anymore. Besides, they should be long gone from the realm by now. It had been 2 weeks. It was the last thing he'd asked of Luca. But now he was ready to track down Axel in the underground. He needed to fill his brother in on what was happening, and honestly, he wanted to be with the only 2 people he considered family, with Luca and Tessa gone. If their world was going to end, and he was going to meet Arius, he wanted the remaining time to be spent with them. So he'd watched Arius' house from afar for the past several days, making sure his father hadn't returned. Once he was certain only the staff remained, he'd gone in under the cover of night. Theon methodically worked through his father's study, packing up books and maps, anything that might prove valuable. He wished he could just move this entire room, along with the library in Arius' house. Countless hours were spent poring over these volumes, sometimes with Luca, sometimes with Axel, usually by himself. But he had to travel light. He couldn't take all of it as well as his personal effects, not to mention some of Tessa's belongings he wanted to keep. That red dress she'd dropped the night she'd taken control with one hand. The fleece blanket she often wrapped herself up in on the balcony. The necklace she wore the first time they faced his father as a united front. The coffee mug with the cracked handle she favored. The goddamn bright purple flip-flops. He was on a rolling ladder searching the top shelves when he heard the footfalls. Immediately tensing, he slowly descended, setting aside the 3 books he held, and sliding his hands into his pockets. The footsteps drew closer, and he tilted his head in interest. These weren't the heavy steps of his father, or the hesitant and quiet movements of the staff. "Hello, Mother." He sneered when the door opened. Cressida standing in the doorway. How foolish of her, considering they'd learned she'd been working with Cordelia and Rordan for years now. Not to mention she'd helped set a trap for Tessa to bring her to heel and ruin. "Oh, it's you." Cressida sighed, her disappointment evident. "I thought your father had finally returned home." "You mean the male you've been double-crossing for how long has it been?" he replied, his tone cold and dark. "From the very beginning?" But his mother only smiled in return, something just as icy. "You think you have this all figured out, don't you, Theon? The academic and the clever one of the family." She moved deeper into the room, her long black dress clinging to her figure. It was a casual piece, but she still wore her heels. They clicked loudly with every step until she reached the desk, picking up a decorative paperweight. She spun it in her hand, gaze fixed on the object as if she wasn't worried about her son's calculated temper in the least. "I think I have a pretty good grasp on things at this point," he finally gritted out, when she only continued to toy with the decor. "Always researching and scheming," she went on, as though she hadn't been waiting for him to speak. "Digging into things you needn't have bothered with. If only you could have done as you were told, been what your father had tried to train you to become." He went utterly still. How many times had he said such similar words to Tessa? She sighed dramatically. This would have all been taken care of if you hadn't insisted on selecting that wretched She didn't get to finish. Theon was across the room before she could blink. His hand wrapped around her throat. He cut off her words and shoved her back into the desk. "Do not ever speak of her like that," he snarled. "Then again, you won't be speaking much longer. You set her up. You worked with Cordelia to break her and cage her. You fed information to Rordan to take her from me. Did you really think I would never find out?" She choked out a gasp, and he loosened his grip to let her speak. With a derisive laugh, she said, "You are just like your father, Theon, too wrapped up in your own agenda and power to notice what's going on around you. You didn't even realize the female wasn't Fae until it was displayed to everyone at the emerging. For someone so clever, you miss what's right in front of you every single time." She paused, then added, "Although, I suppose that's not entirely your fault, considering what you are." His hand tightened again, and a sharp gasp slipped past her lips when his power seeped from his palm, adding to the pressure. "Tell me everything, or I kill you right now." "You can't," she choked out. His darkness wound up from beneath his hand, crawling along her jaw and making its way to her parted lips. "You think I care, because you are my mother?" he asked. "You've never been affectionate towards me. You've never cared. You are my mother by title only, and you hurt her, tried to take her from me. The cost of that transgression is your life." She sputtered, and his power eased a fraction. "I raised you," she rasped. "Karis raised me, and then Pen when she was murdered. Try again," he sneered, removing his hand altogether to let his power do the work. Her lip curled into a sneer of her own. "I raised you even though you weren't mine. You won't kill me, Theon, because killing me will kill the one who actually birthed you. Then you will never have answers to questions you didn't even know you had." "What are you talking about?" he demanded. She shifted, and he felt a hand brush his thigh. Looking down, he found her pulling up the skirt of her dress. He lurched back a step, his darkness keeping her pinned to the desk. "What the fuck are you doing?" She said nothing as she pulled her dress higher. Then she shifted just enough to show him where a mark stood stark against the flesh of her inner thigh. It was in a place few would ever see, and certainly not him. and it was one he'd never seen before. "What does it do?" he asked sharply.
"It binds my life to hers. Consider it my safeguard,"
she rasped out, his power still coiled at her neck. "I would have never known if you hadn't said something," he countered.
"Not a safeguard from you,"
she replied, straightening as he loosened his power even more.
"From your father."
"Who else knows?"
"No one,"
she replied.
"At least not that I have told. He bound me with a secrecy mark, but it faded when he was not the Arius Lord for a short time."
Lifting her bare arm, she showed him where a mark had once graced her flesh above the crook of her elbow for the entirety of his life. True to her word, it was gone. He'd never questioned it. His father forced others to take secrecy marks all the time. He'd had some of the same marks on his flesh at various times in his life. "If she still lives, then where is she?" he asked, narrowing his eyes.
"Now why would I tell you that?"
Cressida asked, a smirk lifting at her newfound leverage. "And Axel?"
"Axel is mine,"
she said fiercely. That made sense. She always favored him, while she seemed to tolerate Theon. She would sometimes intervene on Axel's behalf, leaving Theon to fend for himself against his father. Axel had the auburn undertones to his dark hair thanks to Cressida's dark red locks, while Theon's hair was the pitch black of his father's. But still, "We look nearly identical," he argued.
"Genetics are powerful,"
she said simply.
"Your father made sure his match had certain characteristics."
He shook his head. "I don't believe you."
"Believe me or don't,"
she said with a shrug.
"That's your prerogative."
But he did believe her. That was the problem. The female before him now was cunning and creative, just as her bloodline was known for. For decades, she had put on a persona, a female who only cared for frivolous and superficial things, being invited to the best gatherings and having the finest dresses and jewels, when in reality, she had been scheming, harboring her own grudges and vendettas. Just like everyone else in this damned realm, she'd been plotting her own power moves. Her smile grew as she watched him come to the realization she spoke the truth. Even if she wasn't his mother, she had watched him grow up. More than that, she'd paid far more attention than he thought she had. She would know his tells and mannerisms. "How would this have been hidden from the other ruling families?" he asked. "They approve matches and verify all pregnancies." Her features darkened.
"That is enough questions for today,"
she snapped. He fought his own smile now, finding a weakness. But you were so willing to tell me all about my mother, Cressida," he crooned, stepping closer. Towering over her, it forced her to tip her head back to look at him.
"This is bigger than you and your little source," she bit out.
He tisked. "But she's not my source. You know that. Have always known that."
"I didn't know what she was."
"Voltaire and Rodan kept you in the dark? Maybe you're not as valuable as you believe," he replied with a sharp smile. She brought a hand up to slap him, but he caught her wrist before she even got close. "What am I to do with you now?" he mused. "Lock you up until I can verify your claims?"
"Verify them all you like,"
she retorted. "And how am I to do that?" he asked, cocking his head to the side and watching every intake of breath and twitch of her eyes, watching for the lie.
"You know nothing of what it is like to be a female in this house, in this kingdom, in this realm," she hissed. "The only value we have to our families is to help them move higher up in society, closer to a lord or lady, and then only if we can bear a child. Do you know what would have happened if I hadn't borne Voltaire a child? And not just any child. My contract was very specific. I was to produce a son, and your father had insurance.
How could he have insurance against something like that? Theon asked, trying to keep her talking. She was angry. People revealed all kinds of information when they were in that state of mind. It was one of the basest forms of manipulation. She looked him up and down with a bitter laugh.
You were it, she said. At least that's what he told me, but I suspect the outcome would have been the same even if my first child had been a male.
Theon blinked at her, not grasping what she was saying. Or rather, not wanting to believe it. But he knew full well the lengths his father would go to in order to ensure the outcome was what he wanted. Still, if Cressida wasn't his mother, who was? What other bloodline ran in his veins? All the matches for lords, ladies, and heirs had to be sanctioned by the sitting rulers. It was a way to ensure balance and make sure one kingdom didn't become more powerful than another. His father had been required to petition for their approval prior to Theon signing the match contract with Felicity. Had his father initially wanted a different match of his own, and it had been denied? More than that, how in the realms had they hidden the fact that he wasn't Cressida's? Still holding her wrist, his darkness snapped out, wrapping around her throat once more. She gasped, surprised at the sudden attack. Her other hand slapped onto the desk behind her, searching for something to use against him, but the only thing she found was the paperweight. She threw it at him, but the toss was weak and he easily caught it. "I will give you a choice, Cressida," he said, tossing the weight aside. "You can either tell me where my supposed mother is being held, and I will have you locked up somewhere with daily food, water, and weekly blood rations. You will be somewhat comfortable until I can deal with you properly. Or you can continue to keep your leverage to yourself, and I will make sure you are absolutely miserable for the rest of your days." Cressida glared at him. "You are not yet the Arius Lord, Theon St. Orcus. You do not have the authority to lock up a lord's wife. Someone will come for me, if they can find you," he said coldly. "Are you willing to wager your comfort on that? The gods know you've become accustomed to the finer things Devrim has to offer." He watched the debate play out in her emerald eyes he'd once thought he'd gotten from her. He saw the uncertainty flash, wondering if he was bluffing, and he gave away nothing, only stared hard and cold back at her. "You're wasting my time!" he snapped after several seconds, lifting a hand and letting more of his power appear. "Wait!" she cried, trying to push off the desk. His darkness shoved her back again, and a small cry escaped her lips. "I don't have time to wait, Cressida," he replied, his power sliding up her throat again. "I can't tell you exactly where," she said, panic entering her voice. "Then I fail to see what use I have for you at this point." "You cannot kill a lord's wife," she tried again. "You're incredibly confident for someone who knows the things I was forced to do for said lord," he mused. Inky black skated under her chin, a tendril slipping into her mouth, and she whimpered, feeling the sting of it. "I cannot tell you. I am bound," she gasped. "That secrecy mark has faded," he countered. "You showed me yourself." "He keeps her where he keeps all things he does not want found," she wailed as more darkness slid between her lips, ready to end. He stilled, taking in her words. God's fucking damn it. He knew exactly where she was talking about. With a flick of his fingers, his power moved once more, wrapping around her wrists and wrenching her arms behind her back. He left the box of books and things sitting on the floor. He'd be back for it in a bit. Now he had something else to take care of. Fishing his new phone from his pocket, he clicked on one of the few numbers he had stored as he started for the door. His power yanked, dragging Cressida along behind him. He heard her stumble, scrambling to keep her feet under her. The clicking of her shoes told him she was all but running to keep up with him, and he inwardly winced at how often he'd made Tessa do the same in heels. "Where are you taking me?" Cressida asked. "I told you what I could." He didn't bother looking over his shoulder at her. He didn't bother even replying to her as he made his way through the house, not as the call connected. "Yes, I need a favor," Theon said, taking the stairs two at a time and not caring if Cressida fell down the damn things. There was a pause, then a sigh. "You are accruing quite a debt of those." "Can you meet me outside Arya's house? I need you to hold something for me." "Right now, the sun still slumbers, Theon." "I wouldn't ask if—" "Just say you're desperate." He gritted his teeth at the truth of that statement, knowing full well they wouldn't help unless he said those exact words. "I'm desperate," he ground out. "Be prepared when we come to collect on all these favors." The line went dead as they reached the main foyer. Before he led Cressida out into the night, though, he stopped, turning to her. "If anything you've told me is false, you will wish for death," he warned her. But she only gave a humorless huff of laughter, a sound he'd heard from so many in this realm. It was why he didn't doubt her when she replied, "As if I haven't wished for that in the past." Then she lifted her chin, emerald eyes hardening. "And when I couldn't have it, I found ways to make my life bearable here and strike back in ways he'd never see coming." Theon didn't reply, only let his darkness seep into her just enough to render her unconscious. His magic wrapped around her as he pulled the door open, making sure no staff were lingering in the shadows. Moving quickly through the grounds, his power carried Cressida behind him. It took nearly 10 minutes to reach the main gates, and another 15 to move beyond the wards. "You could have told me you were going to take the scenic route," the female waiting for him griped. "Thank you for coming, Tana," Theon said, greeting the Anala air. "Don't thank me yet, Theon," she replied. "You're the one who will need to explain that to my mother." Her amber gaze moved beyond him to where the limp form of Cressida was floating on a mist of darkness. "I just need her to be kept imprisoned. She can't know where she is. Daily food and water. Weekly rations. I'll send payment. Doesn't need to be luxurious by any means," he replied. "I'll explain when I can. The ground lurched beneath his feet. No. The entire realm seemed to shudder, as if a piece of the world had died. Theon stumbled back, and Tana's source lurched to catch her as she was knocked off her own feet by the force. "What was that?" she asked, eyes narrowing on Theon as if he was the cause. "I don't know," he answered, taking in the surrounding trees as the first light of dawn cast an ethereal glow on them. "What do you mean you don't know? This is your kingdom," she retorted. "And we've never had quakes here in all my years," he shot back. A phone rang, the sound loud in the now still daybreak. Tana's source retrieved a phone, glancing at the screen before handing it to Tana. "Your mother," he said. "Yes," she answered. Then her eyes went wide, landing on Theon. "I understand." She hung up, her hand clenching around the device. "Gatlin, take Cressida. We need to get back to Idalia." "What happened?" Theon asked, stepping closer while Gatlin moved to retrieve Cressida. Tana's lips pressed into a thin line as a fire portal appeared, her red hair glimmering in the flames. "The Pantheon has fallen." Theon blinked once, twice. "That is impossible," he finally managed. "I do not know the specifics. My mother will fill me in, but I must go. I will be in touch." With that, she disappeared through her portal, Gatlin right behind her, and Theon was left standing by himself. If the Pantheon had fallen, perhaps he didn't have days, or months, or decades. It appeared the fates had already come to rip their world apart in search of Tessa. He spun, racing back through the courtyard to gather his things. He needed to get to Axel. Needed to see him and explain before he never got the chance. Needed to be with the only family he had left if their world was truly coming to an end. In record time, he was pulling into the small portal station in Castle Pines. The one his father never let anyone use. The one he still technically had access to because no one really knew who was running the kingdom at this point, and the sentries there didn't want to risk pissing off their possible lord. With a duffel bag across his chest, his computer bag over a shoulder, 2 smaller bags in one hand, and a box of books and maps under his other arm, Theon hurtled through the portal and to the underground. 6. Axel. Balancing precariously on a step stool, he reached for a leather case on the top shelf. It was a canister, and when he finally grabbed hold of the thing, he twisted off the cap as he leapt down to the floor. Inside was a map of the underground. He could have looked at one in various books, but this map was large and would span the entire work table across the room from the desk. Axel carefully unrolled it, placing weights in the shapes of skulls on the corners, and then he stood over it, studying the thing. This was Theon's place, not his. Theon could stare at a map for hours, days even, and when he finally came out of his scholarly stupor, he'd have a fully formed plan. Axel knew that would never be the case for him. He could study this thing all he wanted, maybe even come up with some half-formed plan, but in the end, he operated more on instinct. It had served him well as he'd navigated the underground for his father. He wasn't entirely sure why he was contemplating changing tactics now. Probably because he'd implied the underground was his kingdom and had all but started a war for it. Fucking reckless, but there was no going back. He refused to pledge fealty to Bree, and he'd seen the way she'd looked at Kat. Or more precisely, at Kat's belly. While trying to formulate a plan had certainly been part of the reason he'd come to this study today, it wasn't the only one. His rations were low. Too low. Pretty much depleted. He'd never thought it necessary to keep a large stock. He could have gotten blood anywhere in the underground until Bree had struck the first blow before he'd even realized it. She'd come to his home that day, already having cleaned out the blood suppliers. This was different from when he'd needed the blood to fill his power reserves. Blood was needed to survive now. He wasn't entirely sure what happened when a vampire went too long without, but he wasn't too keen on finding out. He'd already experienced the craze of bloodlust. If it was even close to that, he couldn't risk it. If it was worse than that, he couldn't fathom it. But his mouth was already starting to feel too dry. He'd been limiting himself, and he was feeling the effects of it. His senses were heightened even more than a legacy's, particularly when it came to smell. He could scent Kat's blood from the floor above, and it made him grip the table so tightly his knuckles were white. He'd finish off his rations in the next day or two, and then what the fuck was he going to do? Stretching his neck from side to side, he tried to ward off the need to feed. How did night children learn to control this anyway? The only time he'd ever felt fully satisfied was when he'd taken far too much from Kat. Then again, maybe he'd simply been too lost to the bloodlust and the curse. Too much had been happening in that moment. Focus. He needed to focus on what he was going to do. Picking up a mug of coffee, he studied the map, trying to ignore how the hot liquid was very much not blood. How it wasn't quenching any thirst or hunger or need. How it was focus. He set the mug down, swiping up a glass of water instead as he forced himself to study the map. They were at one end of the underground. Bree and the night children occupied the dispensary district on the opposite side. That left a lot of territory in between, and a lot of potential allies that could be swayed either way. People who had been stuck here for decades, centuries even. Many of them hadn't seen the sun or the sky in just as long. It was one of the things he was missing most: fresh air. The air down here was musty and dry. Not that he could go in the sun anyway. Not anymore. Focus. Who did he go to first? He had relations with all the districts, but that was as an Arius heir. Now he was one of them. They might turn on him out of pure spite, and he couldn't really blame them. The other 3 Night Child houses wouldn't turn on Bree. They still hadn't replaced Henry. Roehrich was too entertained by dramatics. Cade would listen and hear him out, but he would ultimately decline to side with him in the end, because the male would see him as a threat to his own position of power. Which led him back to the remaining territories. He was on good terms with many Fae in the Apparel District, but they were still Fae who had a grudge against the legacy. Again, for good reason. The shifters in the Leisure District would be ideal. They were fickle beings who refused to be on the losing side, putting the victory above all else. Which was good if they were on your side. It was devastating if they weren't. And they always chose carefully to ensure they were on the winning side. Which meant he needed to have other allies already on board before he went to the Alpha and Beta. Which left the Apothecary District and the Witches. He would probably have good luck there. His relationship with Sienna had put him on good terms with many of the witches. Miara was the leader of the district, and she would be the most logical one to approach. He couldn't just keep hiding out in the Charter District, especially with his blood stores nearly depleted. More than that, he refused to cower before Bree.
I woke to a cold bed. Again.
His hand clenched around the water glass as her scent hit him a moment before her voice filled the room. Carefully, his hand shaking a fraction with the movement, he set the glass back on the table. He glanced to the doorway, finding Kat standing there. Her hand resting on her stomach. The babe was growing more every day. Her coils of black hair were piled on top of her head, and her warm, dark skin seemed to glow in the low lighting. She wore one of his shirts, and her own pair of lounge pants with her feet clad in slippers they'd purchased in the Apparel District last week. Looking back at the map, he gripped the edge of the table.
I slept. I know where you slept, Axel, she interrupted sharply.
I would have heard you if you'd needed anything, he replied, staring at the map but not really seeing it. The territories were all blurring together before him.
I need a husband who sleeps in my bed with me, she retorted. Or was that just a heat-of-the-moment thing?
His head snapped up. You know that's not the case, Katya.
I clearly do not know that, or I wouldn't have suggested it,
she said, folding her arms across her chest. The union mark on the back of her hand was visible now, and he glanced at his own, along with the onyx band on his fingers. I've given you no reason to doubt my intentions, he argued, picking up the water glass again. Then he hissed, the glass slipping from his grasp as it became too hot to hold. It hit the floor and shattered, shards of glass flying everywhere and scalding water splattering. He slowly lifted his gaze back to her. She was glaring at him, not an ounce of remorse on her face. In fact, he could see the faint flames flickering in her eyes from here, and those were wisps of shadows floating around her, courtesy of the child in her belly. If he wasn't riding an edge of his own right now, he'd be gathering her up in his arms. He loved it when she got like this, would purposely irritate her because she came out of her shell so much more like this. But now wasn't the time. I'm protecting you, Kat, he replied. I'm on the last dregs of rations, and you're right here. She rolled her eyes, and Axel straightened at the action. Did she truly not grasp the severity of this situation?
You are just like Theon, she chided. Thinking you have to do everything yourself. I'm right here, Axel. Instead of talking to me and coming up with a plan together, you...
He snapped to attention, moving fast and suddenly in front of her.
Stop doing that,
she gritted out, shoving at his chest. Not that it mattered. He didn't even stumble. but he gently took her shoulders, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Someone crossed the wards. They're on their way up here. Stay here, please. Axel, please stay here, he repeated. Her mouth pressed to a thin line as she held his stare for another few seconds before she looked away from him, dipping her chin in the barest of nods. We'll talk more, he promised. But he heard her mutter, somehow I doubt that, as he left her standing in the study doorway. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. It wasn't how anything in his life was supposed to go. Then again, that seemed to be the way of fate for an Arius heir. He bounded down the stairs to the main floor, moving to stand several feet from the lift doors. Security hadn't called up to ask about allowing someone passage, so either they forced their way through, or this was someone with unfettered access to the penthouse. If it was his father, he was fucked. He had no desire to see his mother, but he'd placate her. If it was Tessa, they weren't exactly on the best of terms right now, and Theon and Luca had their hands full with her. In the end, he had no idea who to expect when those lift doors opened. But it certainly wasn't Theon, laden down with arms full of shit. His brother strode into the room, immediately looking him up and down, always worried about those he viewed himself responsible for before himself. Looking beyond him as the lift doors closed, Axel's brow furrowed. He was alone. What are you doing here? He asked, following Theon with his eyes as his brother moved to hang his computer bag on the hooks nearby. The habit had been ingrained in him since he could walk, leaving nothing lying around just in case their father showed up. Their father had to have known all the times Theon covered for Axel. Theon was too meticulous and controlled to make such frivolous mistakes, and yet he took the blame for them time and time again. Axel hadn't realized just how often until he was well into his second decade of life. He set the box down on a side table, placing his large duffel bag and smaller bags beside it. One of them clinked as he set it down, and Axel zeroed in on it. Did you feel the quake a few hours ago? Theon asked, removing his suit jacket and hanging it beside his computer bag. Still focused on the bag, Axel replied, What quake? The one that was apparently felt across the realm, Theon said. Although, I guess not in the underground. The Pantheon fell. That had his gaze whipping to Theon. What does that mean? Theon had unbuttoned his shirt cuffs and was rolling his sleeves back as he said, Exactly what it sounds like. The Pantheon was reduced to nothing but rubble. The tribunal building as well. How the fuck did that happen? That's part of the reason I'm here, his brother answered, his hands slipping into his pockets now. Axel waved his hand impatiently. Well, spit it out. I don't, Theon started, trailing off. A hand came up, pushing through his hair before he dragged it down his face. He cleared his throat. I figured out the revelation decree, or prophecy, or whatever you want to call it. Axel only blinked, waiting for him to get the fuck on with this. The decree was never meant to be instructions on how Devrim should be ruled. It was a prophecy about Tessa and the downfall of Devrim. And? Axel asked. She's an imbalance, he went on. Akaz and Arius, light and dark, beginnings and endings. Akaz and Arius, Axel said. We knew all this. Yes, but we didn't realize how much. She's the granddaughter of Akaz, Arius, and Seraphina. Her mother is still a mystery, but her father is a god, and she's more, but... Theon, get to the fucking point! Axel interjected. He truly didn't care how he had figured out whatever this was. He just wanted to know what new fuckery had just been dumped on them. The fates will come here looking for her, Theon said, straightening at Axel's tone. To end her and fix the balance. Axel shrugged. Sounds like that would fix a lot of our problems, considering she's looking to end our bloodline. Darkness churned around Theon at the words, and Axel couldn't bring himself to care. He had bigger things to worry about than the fates coming for Tessa. She was Theon's to worry about, not his, and she certainly didn't care about him. She'd made that perfectly clear when she could have found him and didn't. If she would have, maybe everything would be different. Maybe he wouldn't be terrified of sharing a goddamn bed with his wife. "You're serious?" Theon gritted out, when Axel didn't add any sort of caveat to his statement. Axel only shrugged again, crossing his arms. "Look what she did to you, Theon. Even if you might have deserved some of it for being an absolute dick most days. And yeah, it'd be great if she could rid us of father, but all Arya's legacy? There are innocent people in our kingdom who have nothing to do with her or any of this." "I know," Theon said, and something shifted in him. Axel couldn't quite pinpoint it, but it was almost an air of regret or resignation that filled the space. When he didn't continue, Axel said, "So what? You think this quake that happened is another omen?" "I think it was the fates coming here," he said. "For Tessa," Axel clarified. Theon nodded slowly. "What aren't you saying, Theon?" He shoved his hand through his hair again, tugging at the roots. "Tessa's not here." "I'm sure she's in Favin," Axel deadpanned, but Theon shook his head. "She's not here, Axel. I figured all this out, and I sent her away with Roehrich and Eliza. Luca went with her. She's not in this realm. And when the fates cannot find her, chaos will reign. They will destroy this realm in search of her to correct the balance." Axel could only stare at him, because he couldn't wrap his mind around what Theon had just said. He couldn't possibly have heard him right. An entire minute passed before Theon said, "Can you say something?" "Can I?" Axel trailed off, huffing a humorless laugh. "What do you want me to say?" "Something, anything." "Let me get this straight," Axel started, taking a step forward. "You knew the fates would come here looking for her, so you sent her away? Condemning an entire realm to death for her? The female who had no qualms about sentencing an entire group of people to destruction simply because of the blood that ran in their veins? A kingdom of people you are responsible for? A realm of people who have nothing to do with any of this?" His voice rose with every word as he advanced on his brother. "What the fuck were you thinking, Theon?" "I was thinking she doesn't deserve any of this," Theon retorted, that darkness drifting across his irises and thickening around him. "She didn't ask for this." "Neither did we!" Axel yelled. "This realm made her what she is," Theon shot back. "Just like it made us what we are. We're not innocent here, Axel." "We might not be, but there are innocent people here, Theon. Forget the legacy. There are Fae here, mortals. This is an entire underground of people who have nothing to do with the politics of Devrim. None of them deserve to pay penance for her." Axel snarled, shoving at Theon's chest. "I cannot believe you. You're as reckless as she is." "You think I did this without thought? That I was impulsive?" "Of course not," Axel scoffed. "That makes it all the worse, Theon. You did think about it. Knowing you spent countless hours weighing options, and you still came to the conclusion that this was what needed to be done, sacrificing an entire realm for her." "I would sacrifice every realm for her. She is mine to protect," Theon bellowed. "Then you'll understand that I will slay any fate or god that comes here to protect what is mine," Axel spat back. "Even if that means going to war against you." "He'll go to war for us, fight the fates and the gods, but he can't be bothered to speak to me or even be in the same room as me." They both turned at the sound of Kat's voice, finding her descending the stairs. His gaze collided with her amber eyes, her anger still glaring back at him, before she moved on to Theon. Her chin lifted as she stared down at them, and gods, she was a vision, despite being in sleep attire. He couldn't even be upset with her for not staying upstairs like he'd asked. Why would she? She knew Theon wasn't a threat to her, but Theon didn't know about He turned back to his brother, finding him staring at her. Or more accurately, at her stomach. But even that wasn't true. His gaze was bouncing from her stomach to her hand, to his, as though he had just now noticed the union mark and ring on Axel's hand. Cat. Theon started, but he trailed off, swallowing thickly.
Hello, Theon,
she said, the edge gone from her voice, and a softness to it that had Axel raising a brow. She told him she had spent hours researching beside Theon these past months, but apparently they'd also become friends. Theon shifted on his feet, and that had Axel even more surprised. He'd never seen his brother be anything but the in-control, emotionless, and calculating Arius heir. Except when it came to Tessa, but that was an entirely different matter. The two of you are... Theon had taken a step towards Kat, but he stilled, going silent when Axel moved in front of her. Emerald eyes met his, and there was something there that Axel had never once seen in all his years. Don't look at me like you're hurt, he spat at Theon. You just told me you willingly sacrificed this realm. You think I will let you near my wife and unborn child? Theon said nothing. He only stared back at him for a long moment before taking a step back, creating more distance between them. Tension filled the space, thick and heavy, until Katya was the one to break it.
Theon isn't going to hurt us, Axel,
she said softly, her hand brushing down his arm. Her mere touch was everything. Gods, he missed her, but he was as big a danger to her as Theon was. He stiffened at the thought, and heard her sigh as her hand fell away.
Since you're here,
she said, stepping to the side so she could peer around him and see Theon.
We were discussing a problem.
Enough, Kat, Axel interjected.
No,
she snapped.
You need help, and this is what a relationship is, Axel, helping each other.
What's wrong? Theon asked, new concern filling his features. Nothing that will matter when the world ends, Axel retorted. Kat swatted his arm.
Stop being petulant,
she chided. She stepped closer to his side, and a low growl rumbled from his chest as he glared at his brother. Theon arched a brow at the warning. I was under the impression that the twin flame bond would no longer exist once I turned into a vampire? Axel finished for him. Well, yeah, he admitted, pulling on the back of his neck as he studied him with new interest. It doesn't, Axel said harshly. We lost that, but we chose each other anyway. I see, Theon said, waiting for one of them to go on.
He has turned completely,
Katya offered.
But that isn't the problem. The problem is Bree.
Theon didn't seem surprised by this in the slightest. He only nodded for her to continue, but Axel was the one to speak with a sigh. You know, she was the one keeping me for a time. She let me go under the assumption the bloodlust would cause me to kill Kat, and I would have if you hadn't been there, he admitted. Bree thought I would kill her, then return and pledge loyalty to her house. She wants to rule the underground. And now? Theon pressed. She showed up here when she'd heard I'd returned. She saw Kat and there were words exchanged, but she already knew. Before she came up here, she had the covens clear out all the blood stores in the underground. The only place to get blood is the dispensary district. He paused for a moment, wincing as he added, I may have also insinuated I was going to be the one to take the underground, which may have started a feud. Theon snorted a laugh, scratching his brow with a finger as he absorbed all the information. How much blood do you have left? I'm almost out. That's why it's not safe for Kat to be around me, he answered, looking down at his wife. She scoffed, rolling her eyes and crossing her arms. I still do not believe you will do anything to me. Besides, I have fire and shadows at the moment. If you would use your head and think logically, you'd realize I can defend myself. Shadows? Theon asked, his brows shooting up. From the babe? Kat nodded as Axel said, It happened before I sent her with Tristan. You didn't say anything, Theon said, looking at Kat. I couldn't, she replied, a hand dropping to her stomach and rubbing along the side. Eliza helped me hide it. I didn't know who to trust. A fae carrying a legacy's child? And an heir at that? I had to protect him. Him? It's a male? Kat nodded, a small, soft smile filling her face. Theon turned away then, striding to the bags he'd hauled in with him. Picking one up, it clinked lightly. He didn't come any closer than he'd been previously, keeping a healthy distance and respecting the boundary Axel had drawn. He placed the bag on the ground, then stepped back from it as he said, It's rations. Several bottles. Take them. Axel's eyes went wide, going from the bag to Theon and back. Then he lunged forward, unzipping the bag to find more than 24 bottles. He snatched one out, drinking the entire thing in seconds, and he nearly sank to the ground in relief. Warmth filled his veins, and for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, he felt normal. He didn't feel like he was on edge or out of control. He felt sane. He felt powerful. It hadn't tasted great, nothing like what he craved from Kat, but it had done what he'd needed. He recapped it, tossing it aside as he turned back to Kat. Her eyes went wide when he was before her in the next breath, and before she could scold him about moving so fast, he'd taken her face in his hands and planted his lips on hers. He swallowed her gasp of surprise as she melted into him. The blood still lingered on his taste buds, but he could also taste her. Hot and fiery, luscious and perfect. Her hands landed on his torso, fingers tracing lines beneath his shirt. If Theon weren't standing mere feet away. Forcing himself to pull back, he didn't go far, touching his brow to hers. I'm sorry, kitten. I've missed you, she whispered. I didn't want to hurt you. I know, she murmured. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, he said, a thumb swiping along her cheek. Can you please let me help? He huffed a rueful sound. It sounds like we have to fight the fates. Her hands came up, fingers wrapping around his wrists where he still held her face. That sounds like we'll need an army. He stilled, pulling back to study her, and the way she was looking at him. Gods, it made him feel like he could do anything. His lips brushed hers again, before he tucked her into his side and turned to his brother. Theon's hands were in his pockets, eyes looking anywhere but at them, as he tried to give them this moment. He may have become resigned to the world's demise, but Axel wouldn't go down without fighting. They deserved a future. His son deserved a future. Sensing his attention on him, Theon lifted his head. Holding his brother's stare, Axel said, I need your help.
7. Eviana.
No,
Lang said, shaking his head adamantly.
we are not stealing a boat.
Eviana said nothing from the front seat of the vehicle. Her hands folded in her lap, she sat perfectly still and stared straight ahead, watching the small marina. Corbin's hands flexed on the steering wheel he was gripping tightly.
He's right,
He said.
We already stole a lord's vehicle, disobeyed direct orders from a legacy, essentially stole a lord's source, and— You are detailing quite a list,
Eviana interrupted. What difference will it make to add one more transgression at this point?
because it is never just one more with you.
Lang griped from the back seat. She supposed he had a point, but she was tired of doing nothing. Not that they'd been doing nothing, exactly. They'd taken a day to pack supplies, food, clothing, and the like. She'd pilfered several rooms of the Raven Harbor Manor knowing they'd need to sell items for coin and bribe others for their silence. But they'd also needed to travel light. Eventually they'd have to leave the vehicle behind, and that day had come. They'd driven west for a few days, staying south of the Night Waters, but for the last week, they'd been stuck here, on the outskirts of a small marina town on the edge of the River of Endings. The border between the Seraphina Kingdom and the Arius Kingdom was only a few miles to the south of them, and for the last several days, she'd been trying to figure out how to cross the border. Fae couldn't cross kingdoms without proper documentation. Corbin could forge it, of course, but everyone knew who she was. More than that, everyone knew Voltaire was looking for her. Her master being inadvertently set free had definitely added another layer of difficulty to this.
I still think it's best to call Luca or Theon,
Corbin said carefully. He paused, waiting for her to dismiss the idea, and she would, but she'd let him speak. She wasn't really listening anyway, too focused on the plan forming in her mind.
They will help us,
Corbin rushed on when she didn't reply.
We've heard the rumors, Eviona. The Pantheon has fallen. We felt the echoes of that. We need their protection.
She nearly scoffed. Their protection? The Legacy only cared about protecting the powerful Fae to use them. The only protection they would receive would be punishment for trying to run, followed by being locked away to make sure they never did so again.
We're going to steal a boat, she finally said.
By the gods,
Lang muttered, throwing himself against the back of the seat in exasperation.
And do what, Eviona? Sail our way into the Seraphina Kingdom?
Yes,
she replied, studying the few sentinels patrolling the docks.
There are no guards in the middle of the river.
I'd say you can't be serious, but I know you are,
he replied, sitting up now to lean between the seats.
The sentinels will still spot us in the middle of the river. They'll sound an alarm, and whenever we come to shore, they'll be waiting. Or they'll send boats out to us and detain us there, or we'll never be able to get to shore and we'll wind up in the Dreamlock Woods.
Correct,
Eviona replied. For the last 2 days, she'd been debating which boat they were going to steal. There were only 3 large ships owned by elite Legacy. The other vessels were not nearly as grand, but they'd be comfortable. She didn't know how to steer a boat, and she was certain Corbin and Lang had never even been on one. But she was also certain they'd adapt quickly. Neither of them had known how to drive either, but Corbin had picked it up with little effort. Adept with technology, he quickly figured out the screens and various components of the vehicle. They were survivors that had been adapting to change their entire lives. That was the life of Fae in Devram. They'd figure it out.
Just for shits,
Lang continued.
Let's say we were fine with that. We still have to get the boat. What's your plan there?
A distraction, she answered.
I'm afraid to ask what the distraction will be,
Corbin said. Me, she said simply. I'll be the distraction while you two get the boat. I'll meet you there.
We can't. That's not... No!
Lang sputtered.
That will never work.
No, Eviona countered. Did the winds tell you that?
You keep saying that shit, and I still don't know what you're talking about,
he retorted. She finally turned to look at him. His sky-blue eyes were bright with fury as he glared at her. Pale blonde hair fell into his face, features twisted into a determination that would eventually break and become resignation. She was the one in control here, and everyone in the vehicle knew it.
If you are the distraction, we may as well just turn ourselves in,
Corbin cut in.
The minute you are recognized, every kingdom will be notified. There is no doubt we will be followed to detain you, and Lang and I will be immediately killed for kidnapping a source, despite that not being the case.
She had not considered that, but she was banking more on a sentinel wanting something of a lord's. It was definitely a risk. Corbin wasn't entirely wrong. If they were detained before they were killed, their lineage would be discovered. They certainly wouldn't be killed then, but punishments and imprisonment would still ensue. Despite that, she hadn't been able to think of any other options. She'd debated going east and stealing a boat to use the sea to enter the Seraphina Kingdom, But unbeknownst to her travel companions, the plan was indeed to enter the Dreamlock Woods. "There is a much simpler solution," she offered, not looking at either of them.
"I'm sure it's simple,"
Lang scoffed. "Remove my bands. I can easily take care of the few sentinels here. Then we can simply walk up and take a boat."
"Until we cross the border and are spotted by Serafina sentinels,"
Corbin shot back.
"Then we're back to the beginning. You're trapped and we're dead."
"We need to get into the Serafina kingdom," she replied. "Once we are on the other side of the border, I know secrets that will keep us safe. We just need to get there."
"If you'd bother to clue us in on what we're doing, we might be more willing to help,"
Lang drawled from the back seat. She hadn't really considered that. Her entire life had entailed watching her master and others keep their secrets close. When someone knew your secrets, they had leverage over you. No one freely gave up information. Just like no one trusted one another, you got what you wanted through coercion and force, not by simply asking. The mere idea was madness. "All you need to know is that we need to get into the Serafina kingdom," she finally answered, her fingers flexing the smallest amount where her palms were flat on her legs.
"Why?"
Lang pushed. "Either come up with another idea, or we are stealing a boat," she replied, a hand sliding to the dagger she had stashed in her coat. The same coat Tessa had brought her when she'd been held in Favin. "Unless you are willing to remove my bands."
"We're not doing that,"
Lang snapped.
"But we're not inept. We have power of our own, you know."
Of course she knew that. She had just assumed they wouldn't be willing to help her. Even the insinuation now had her suspicious.
"I know what you're thinking,"
Lang went on, his head tilting as if he heard something.
"Why trust us, right? But the truth is, you've dragged us in too deep. If we go back now, we'll be killed. If not for running, they'll say we kidnapped a source. No matter what, we're fucked. We have as much to lose in this as you do now."
That wasn't entirely true, but she wasn't ready to reveal her true motives to them yet. Perhaps they had a point, but they would need to prove themselves. She couldn't just blindly trust them. Anyone could use words to make something sound shiny. "You would use your magic to aid in this situation?" she asked, eyes narrowing as she watched for any tell he was lying.
"Will we use our magic to ensure we don't end up dead?"
Lang drawled, rolling his eyes.
"Yeah, Bellona."
"Don't call me that," she said, turning to face forward once more.
"You blackmailed us and endangered our lives. I'll call you whatever I like,"
he retorted.
"Lang."
Corbin sighed, rubbing at his brow, but Eviana's head had tilted at Lang's words.
"Don't scold me,"
Lang replied, once again flopping back in his seat.
"I'm tired, I'm hungry, and it's been ages since we've had a good Lang!"
Corbin barked. "I've never stopped you from receiving pleasure from each other," she replied plainly, once again focused on the patrolling sentinels. Lang muttered something under his breath that she couldn't quite make out. She also couldn't quite process what was happening here. No one ever spoke so candidly around her, except that wasn't true. Legacy spoke as if she wasn't in the room unless she was being used for something. Faye never spoke to her. All of this was rather confusing.
"A plan,"
Corbin said through gritted teeth.
"We need a fucking plan." Yeah,
Lang grumbled.
"I have one of those." "Do share,"
Corbin said, sounding exasperated.
"We enter the Serafina kingdom through the river,"
he replied simply.
"We already discussed why we can't steal a boat,"
his partner countered.
"I didn't say anything about stealing a boat. I said we use the river. You have water magic. I have wind,"
he said, as if this was obvious. You want to enter through the river, Corbin said in understanding, but Eviana still had no idea what he meant. We could go a few miles upstream, where the river isn't guarded, slip in there.
Precisely,
Lang said.
We can go as far as we can before our magic runs out, and we need to come up for air.
Everything clicked into place then, as Eviana said, You mean to enter the kingdom underwater, where we will not be detected?
Exactly,
Lang said. How long will your magic hold?
We haven't been using it much,
Corbin supplied.
Our reserves are full. We should easily be able to get into the kingdom before we need to surface. The river current will be a factor, though.
She nodded as she listened. It wasn't the time to tell them they needed to make it to the Dreamlock Woods. She would wait to reveal that bit of information until they were well inside the territory.
I think this plan is sound,
she finally said. Lang snorted a laugh from the back seat.
None of what we are doing is sound, Bellona.
She frowned at the nickname again, but said nothing. She supposed it was fitting he referred to her as the plant that was stunning on the outside and produced poisonous berries. They tasted delicious, but rendered one lifeless within an hour of eating them. Instead, she only nodded once at Corbin's questioning look before he started the vehicle. They rode in silence for several minutes, until they were far enough upriver with no one and nothing around. Parking in a somewhat sheltered area of trees, he shut the vehicle off, and Eviana wasted no time exiting and rounding to the back where their supplies were. They wouldn't be able to take everything, and she methodically began moving items to a backpack. She felt Lang and Corbin approach, and they silently began doing the same. Within minutes, they were hoisting the packs onto their shoulders, and Corbin reached up to close the back hatch. Sharing a look with Lang, he turned to Eviana and asked, Are you ready? Eviana only nodded, adjusting a strap.
When we get to the water, I'll use my magic to create a dome of sorts. We'll enter it to keep us dry and protected. Lang will supply the oxygen. Once we're submerged, I'll take us down and we can walk along the bottom of the river, Corbin explained. I'll do my best to mitigate the current.
She nodded again, clasping her hands before her as she studied the churning water. A crystal blue, it was the opposite of the night waters. Even still, she was sure beneath the surface it was just as dark. She'd been forced to keep others submerged beneath water on Voltaire's orders numerous times. Twice he'd done the same to her, and while she feared nothing after everything she had endured, her heart rate still picked up at the idea of willingly going beneath the river.
Eviana, are you all right?
Corbin asked, pulling her from the path she had started to spiral down. A little girl in the Serafina kingdom. That was what she needed to focus on. She would and could do anything for that tiny soul. Yes, she answered primly, stepping to the water's edge. She felt more than she saw the two males exchange another look before they stepped to her side. Corbin stood between them, and he lifted a hand. Water immediately rose in tendrils at the same time as the lapping waves split, as if flowing around a large boulder. He wove the tendrils higher until they indeed formed a dome, just as he'd said would happen. The water's edge jutted out now, muddy earth sloping down the farther out it went.
Let's go,
Lang said, stepping forward and looking at Eviana. She followed, the boots Tessa had given her sinking into the silty river bottom. Pausing for a moment, she sucked in a shuddering breath, closing her eyes. Then fingers were wrapping around hers, and her eyes flew open, finding Lang holding her hand. Corbin had moved to his other side, his face twisted in concentration.
We've done this before,
Lang said quietly, as if trying to coax a spooked animal. You've moved beneath a river, she questioned, taking another step as he gently tugged her forward. He huffed a laugh, pulling her along another step and another as he said,
Not here, Bellona, but we got into our fair share of mischief.
especially when we had more freedom at the Acropolis after the emerging ceremony."
"That's fitting," she murmured, tension easing as he guided her farther and farther into the center of the river. Walls of water towered over them on both sides as they made their way deeper.
"Why is that?"
Lang asked, and she could swear there was a teasing note to his tone. "No reason," she replied, glancing at Corbin. His hazel eyes were brighter, as if they had shifted some.
"Ready, Lang?"
Corbin asked.
"Yep,"
Lang answered, the air around them thickening when the male rotated the fingers of his other hand as though calling the winds to him.
"Eviana?"
Corbin questioned. She glanced at him once more.
"What? Are you ready?"
"It is a little late to turn back now, don't you think?" He gave her a small smile.
"That it is,"
he answered, and as he lowered his hands to his sides, the water closed in. As if encased in an enormous bubble, the water closed in around them, and she stumbled as the river current took hold. But Lang was still holding her hand, and he let go only to snake an arm around her waist and tuck her into his side.
"Sorry,"
Corbin muttered, and Eviana could feel his magic around them working to keep the water at bay. Everything around them grew darker and murkier. The river was swallowing them up, and there was beauty in the depths. What she could make out, anyway. The light was quickly fading, unable to reach so deep. Fish swam by in schools. Various creatures skirted around them. The water plants beckoned and called to her magic, even if she couldn't see them fully. She knew they were there. If only these goddamn bands were gone. Flexing her toes in her boots, she slipped her hands into her pockets, fingering the makeshift weapons in one side and the dagger from Voltaire's desk in the other. Next to it was the phone she'd forced Corbin to give her. They didn't know it, but she'd kept it charged. It was powered off, of course. She didn't want to leave any possible opening for Voltaire to track her. "How long do we have?" Eviana asked, feeling Lang's grip loosen as they all got their footing. She turned in a slow circle, taking everything in, but it was far too dark now. Only faint traces of sunlight filtered this deep, and she squinted, trying to adjust to the darkness. Sound was muffled, and the dome of water did nothing for the chill this far down in the water.
"Corbin's reserves will wane faster than mine,"
Lang answered.
"It takes more power for him to keep us below the surface, fight the current, and keep us dry."
"But you must conjure air," Eviana countered. "Out of nothing."
"Not out of nothing,"
he said, moving to the edge of the dome and dragging a finger through the water.
"There is oxygen in it. I just have to draw it in."
"How long do you think we can make it?" she asked again, pulling the coat tighter around herself. She needed to figure out how to prepare for their next moves, and to do that, she needed an idea of where they were going to surface inside the Seraphina kingdom. Lang glanced over his shoulder as Corbin came up behind him, wrapping an arm around Lang's waist and resting his chin on his shoulder.
"I should be able to last a couple of hours. As long as we keep moving, we should make it into the Seraphina kingdom. I'll let the current push us without overwhelming us and sweeping us away. I don't want to lose control."
"How deep into the kingdom?" she pushed, already knowing it wouldn't be nearly as far as she wanted to be.
"I think we should just start moving,"
Lang said.
"We can all agree we want to get as far as possible. None of us want to be discovered, Bellona."
She rolled her eyes at the nickname the male had apparently latched onto, but he had a point. While she'd had decades to learn her limits and could tell them exactly how long her power would last, they were still discovering theirs. They were still figuring out the depths, and from the brief time she'd spent with them, she knew not only had they not discovered their full capacity, they also didn't understand just how powerful they were. That was fine. She'd force them to learn it. She'd drag it out of them, because they would all need to be at full strength to survive the Dreamlock Woods. But again, they'd learn that soon enough. She'd let them have this moment of peace as they started moving along the river bottom. Half listening to the two males discuss a chaos sphere game, she wished she had the capacity to care about something so trivial. Truly, she did. Unfortunately for them, the fates had made their paths cross, and she was a poison that spread to everything she touched. Maybe Bellona was a fitting name after all.
8. Luca. Stop touching things, Luca growled, coming back into the main living space of his cave. Everyone was here. Everyone. There were too many people near his things. I'm not touching anything, Roehrich retorted, arms crossed over his chest. He tilted his head and leaned closer to a small square tin. How old is this? Luca stalked over, swiping it up. Stop looking at things, he snapped, heading to the kitchen and setting it on the counter, away from his brother.
It's not even a bowl, Roz,
Eliza drawled from where she was sitting on the sofa. She'd found a book somewhere, the pages open in her lap.
Stop antagonizing him.
Then I suppose that bowl just disappeared on its own, he shot back.
You probably just misplaced it.
I don't misplace things, he snarled, smoke furling on his exhale. She rolled her eyes, going back to her book, and Roehrich moved along to study the wall of empty frames. Luca tensed, eyes narrowing as he watched his brother. They'd been here a whole 2 days, and he was hating every fucking second of this. Forcing himself to tear his eyes away, he moved to the fridge, pulling out various items. Sienna, Gia, and Tristan had traveled to Castle Pines and stocked up on food, spare clothing, and other necessities. None of them knew how long they were going to be hiding up here. More than that, Theon seemed to have gone into hiding too. He couldn't be reached by phone, and the bond wasn't an option anymore. A part of him wondered if he'd used a mark to block the bond somehow, like Eviana had, and that's why it wasn't working properly. As for Eviana, he hadn't been able to get in touch with Lang or Corbin either. That didn't bode well, but it wasn't as if he could be in 3 places at once. He wasn't exactly sure when this had all become his responsibility. Placing eggs in a pot of water, he turned the burner on to hard-boil them. While they cooked, he sliced up vegetables, deli meats, and cheeses along with some fruit. There were chips and nuts he dumped into bowls, all the while keeping his brother in his line of sight to make sure the male didn't touch a single goddamn thing. He was just rinsing the eggs when Roehrich came over to the food spread, although he didn't fill a plate. He only straightened to his full height and crossed his arms as he said, "Where is she?" Luca glanced at him before returning his attention to what he was doing. Zan is with her. And you're just going to keep her from me until when? Setting the bowl of hard-boiled eggs down with the rest of the food, he mirrored his brother's stance. Until I know you're not going to attack her the moment she steps foot in the same room as you. She's not your ward, Roehrich sneered, his lip curling up in disgust. I'm aware. And she doesn't appear to be yours anymore, he continued. What's your point? Luca snapped, his dragon snarling internally at those words. That it's not your place to protect her, Roehrich retorted. She needs to answer for her actions. Fucking fates. What is with that bloodline thinking they can do whatever the fuck they want without consequences? The Arius bloodline? Luca asked in confusion. Arius, Seraphina, their goddamn grandchildren, he grumbled. The point is, it no longer appears it is your place to stand beside her and her choices. Luca ground his teeth, staring back at the arrogant challenge in his brother's eyes. As if the male could see the war raging in his soul, he smirked, waiting to see what Luca would do. And what could he do? When it became apparent he wasn't going to respond, Roehrich took a step forward, his arms dropping to his sides. She destroyed my way home, he snarled. I know, Lucas said. I do not want to be stuck in this realm. And what exactly do you want me to do about it? Luca retorted. I cannot rebuild the Pantheon, and I certainly don't have the ability to world walk. So what are you hoping to accomplish? More than that, what do you think she will be able to do? She is chaos, Roehrich snapped. There has to be something she can do. Scoffing, he said. Because she's clearly in a position to be thinking about world walking. She's so deep in her power, she grows more mad every day.
Madness is how we dream.
They both turned as Tessa's voice floated into the room, that eerie ring to it. It hadn't left. Since the day she'd brought the Pantheon to ruin, that eeriness had been there. It was the most telling thing that betrayed how much control her power had over her right now. But there were things the others didn't notice as much. The way she always had to be touching something, usually the wall. Her hands always in her hair, the humming. But her mannerisms were growing more erratic, and everyone was taking notice of that. She moved deeper into the space, her bare feet leaving footprints. They weren't ashes like Orion had often left behind, but they were similar. Tessa's were more silver and gold wisps. Luca glanced at his father, who sent him a grim look where he leaned against the back of the sofa Eliza was sitting on, her focus still on her book, as though she hadn't heard the unstable female who had entered. Luca knew better, though. There was little that female didn't notice. Roehrich glared at Tessa as she passed him, but she didn't seem to care. She only swiped up an orange before hopping up onto the opposite counter, her legs swinging as she peeled the fruit. No one said anything, because what was there to say at this point? Her golden hair fell around her shoulders in soft waves, and he watched her fingers tremble slightly as she pulled at the rind. Her fitted dress was casual, with long sleeves and slits up both sides that went to the tops of her thighs. The wide neckline allowed a view of the mark over her heart. The one that had started all of this, that had pulled him into something he'd tried to deny himself. Where were you? Luca asked. Tessa didn't answer, didn't even acknowledge them as her feet continued to swing. I took her outside, Zan answered. He turned to his father. Outside? Why would you do that? She needs to see the sky, he replied. There are certain things that will ground her, things she associates with safety and security, things she associates with... He cut off abruptly, and when he didn't continue, Luca asked, And the sky does that for her? There are better options, Zan said pointedly. But it is something until she can be pulled from the depths of chaos. And the better options? Roehrich inquired, but his stare was pinned on Luca. It took everything not to flip him his middle finger. For Akira, a person was always best, Zan said carefully. Tessa may be different. I am simply trying to help her find something. And Akira likes to see the sky. She wasn't different. Luca knew that. Stay where I can see you. He glanced over his shoulder to find she had finished peeling the orange, but now she was picking at the pith of the fruit. He could see the juice dripping down her fingers, and her lips were moving as she murmured to herself. With a sigh, he closed the space between them, and as he neared, he could make out the mutterings.
Zan is right, but he doesn't want us. No one wants us. We did that. Me, you. We just lie and deceive, but they can't see. No one can see.
She trailed off, a hand coming up. Luca caught her wrist before her sticky fingers went into her hair. She startled, apparently not having realized how close he'd come. Slowly she lifted her gaze to his, the violet in her irises piercing through the swirling silvers and golds. They didn't speak, but some words passed between them in that stare. More words than they'd spoken since they'd come here. He watched her throat bob with a swallow. and he took the orange from her other hand as he felt her power reach for him and try to draw him closer still. The band of light around the wrist he held wound down around his fingers and up his arm instead of hers. The power in her eyes settled some, more of the violet shining through, but more than that, there was a glimmer of emotion. He couldn't feel them down the bond, but he could see it in her eyes. Desperation, determination, regret, resignation, failure, fury. "Come with me, Tessa," he said, wanting to take her away from the stares of everyone. Where he was going to take her, he didn't know. There were plenty of rooms, and she had her own space, but they never left her alone for long. The last time they'd done that, she'd plotted and carried out a plan to decimate the center of the realm. She tugged on her wrist, trying to pull it from his grasp. "You can't see," she whispered. "Can you show me?" he countered, fully aware of everyone watching them. She held his stare as she slowly shook her head. "You don't want to, and I understand." "Roehrich is angry with you." He tried again. Her head tilted, hair slipping over her shoulder. "I didn't ask you to catch me this time, Luca. I understand I no longer have that right." He still held her, was still touching her, and this was the most coherent she'd been in 2 days. If he hadn't already known his father was right, this was all the confirmation he needed. It wasn't enough to pull her back completely, but it gave her a solid footing, if only for a brief reprieve from the lull of the magic. Luca let her go, her power clinging to him long after he'd taken a step back. Picking up another orange, he began peeling it, keeping himself between her and Roehrich as the male stepped closer. Luca expected Roehrich to be the one to speak first, but it was Tessa. "You have something to say to me?" she asked. And gods, Luca could swear the air in the room thickened with tension. He turned back to Tessa to find she'd shifted so that she now sat on her knees on the counter. Her power had wound up her arms, a gold mist hovering as she studied Roehrich. "You destroyed my way home," Roehrich growled. "I destroyed the way in for the fates," she countered. "And my way home," he reiterated. "Surely you knew that was a risk when you chose to interfere here in the first place." Luca almost laughed because she wasn't taunting him. It sounded like a genuine question. "Of course I knew it was a risk," Roehrich snapped. "Then you should be upset with yourself, not me," she said simply, her fingers dragging along the countertop. "Serafina told you there are other ways in. You accomplished nothing but trapping us here." "If there are other ways in, there are other ways out," Tessa replied with a shrug of her shoulders. Then her lips tipped up in a small, unnerving smile. "But I'll find those too. I'll destroy every avenue." "You want this world to have a reckoning," Eliza said, coming up beside Roehrich. Her gray eyes were pinned on Tessa. "Why not simply leave and let the fates do just that?" "Because the innocent here deserve to have justice, not die alongside those who only saw their value and how they could use them," Tessa hissed, power bouncing from her fingertips. Eliza nodded, far calmer about this entire situation than her twin flame was. "You want to dismantle the legacy? Do you not think the Fae here deserve to have the freedom you enjoy in your own world?" "I do," Eliza agreed. "Excellent answer," Tessa said, her gaze sliding to Roehrich as a smirk curled on her lips. "Seeing as you are now stuck here for the foreseeable future." "You're lucky I don't." Roehrich started, but he snapped his mouth shut when her power thickened, coiling into a whip in her hand. Light and dark crackled, sparks of energy and embers of something other flaring off it. "Tell me," Tessa crooned. "Tell me all about the luck I have, Roehrich Greybane. Is it the abandonment at birth? The time spent in small spaces to think?
The friends who used and deceived me? The lords and ladies who did the same? Or was it the not knowing what I was, having no way to figure it out, while you had all your books and teachings? Then you come here and act as if we are beneath you for not having the knowledge you were so freely given.
Tessa, Luca said quietly in warning, stepping towards her as her power swelled more and more around her. Phantom winds swirled, the food platters clanking, and some flipping to the floor as thunder cracked somewhere outside. But Tessa ignored him. Instead, she moved fast, no one expecting it as she leapt from the countertop and landed in front of Roehrich. The male cursed, shoving Eliza behind him at the same time that Luca wrapped an arm around Tessa's waist and hauled her back against his chest, the orange plopping to the floor, forgotten. Her power bit into his skin, and his flames rushed to the surface. To meet her magic or protect him, he wasn't entirely sure.
Or am I the lucky one because despite promises and gentle touches, I let myself believe I'd finally found a home, only to learn that's not my fate in the end?
Tessa went on, venom dripping from each word, but Luca felt her body tremble slightly as she spoke.
I think the lucky one here is you, Roehrich Greybane. You have a home you will do anything to return to. More than that, you have people who want you. People who want you despite you not returning the sentiment. I'd be careful with that. Eventually they stop trying and stop wanting you, and you realize too late you wanted them all along.
The room had gone utterly silent. Eliza was peering around Rozick's body, her hand gripping his forearm. There was no doubt the pair was communicating down their bond, but Eliza appeared ready to intervene should her mate attempt anything. Not that she would need to. Luca was positive that if he let Tessa go, she'd be more than capable of holding her own against the male with her magic so volatile right now. As the silence stretched on, Luca slowly lowered her back to her feet. She smoothed her hands down her dress. Then she reached for her hair, before stopping herself. She straightened, all her power disappearing into her, aside from the light bands at her wrists. Then she lifted her chin, holding Rozick's stare as she said,
I don't have the luxury of luck, and the fates are determined to end me. I will not apologize for fighting for my survival, nor will I apologize for not allowing others to become a sacrifice for me. And I certainly will not ask forgiveness for—
She snapped her mouth shut, clearing her throat as she looked around the room.
In all things, there must be balance. But how does that come to be when one race rules all, keeping others locked away in the dark beneath them? They tell us Akaz is wrong, that he wants to rule the realms, but then it stands to reason we must resist him. If we are to resist him, then it must start here.
With that, she wandered away, as if there hadn't just been a confrontation that had nearly ended in magic being thrown around. Her fingers trailed along anything she could touch, the sofa, a side table, the walls, and she started humming as she went, making her way towards a passage that would take her to the guest rooms, the opposite way from his own room. Luca waited until she disappeared from view before he followed, easily catching up to her with his long strides. She was muttering to herself, and he couldn't make out the words until he was nearly on top of her.
We damn one to save hundreds. We damn ourselves to save them. That's what we do when we love.
She trailed off, flattening her palm against the wall, watching darkness seep from her fingertips. Except it wasn't darkness. It was swirling black mist and gold embers. Then she nodded to herself.
This is what happens when you let yourself be loved. That's what they taught us. No. Yes. I can't.
Her hands wound into her hair, pulling at the roots. Tessa, Luca said, something in his chest aching at seeing her like this, but he shoved the feeling aside. She whirled, and he could swear there were pools of silver glimmering in her eyes as she stared back at him, before she blinked them away. You didn't eat anything, he said when she didn't speak. Her head tilted, but she didn't reply. Have you tried to reach him? Luca asked, taking a different angle at talking to her. Her gaze darted to the side at the words. He won't deny you, he added, reaching to pull her hands from her hair, but she lurched back a step.
He already has,
she retorted, lightning flickering in her irises.
He's perplexing,
she murmured. I think the feeling is mutual, little one. If she'd lurched back before, she stumbled back now as if he'd struck her. He knew why. Knew she remembered what he'd told her about that particular pet name. But he needed to remind himself. He couldn't trust her. She'd kept him in the dark about his father, hadn't told him of her plans for the Pantheon, not that he could blame her on that one. Every one of them would have attempted to stop her. But he needed to keep a distance between them, even if he would wind up being her guardian in the end. He would do that. It had been Theon's last request of him, and he would do that because it was the duty of his bloodline and his family. She nodded to herself again, and he found himself wishing he could hear her thoughts, wishing everything wasn't so fucking broken. But he wasn't sure he'd ever feel whole again, even if things were different with Tessa. Not without his family. And he didn't mean the blooded family out in the main room. Tessa,
Where is my bow?
She interjected. Luca's brows furrowed in confusion. What?
My bow, from Orion. It's ours.
Ours, he repeated slowly. She nodded, bouncing on her toes.
She left it to us, said it was our birthright.
Tessa, maybe you should get some rest. When was the last time you slept? She shot forward, pushing onto her tiptoes as she spoke inches from him.
Do you know what I see in my dreams, Luca?
No, Tessa, he said carefully. I don't know what you see in your dreams. Not anymore. She fell back, moving to the wall and dragging her fingers along the stone.
I see all the things that will never be. They torture us, she murmured. Light and dark, beginnings and endings. My dreams haunt us. They are nightmares. I do not like it there.
You still need to sleep, he insisted. I know you just filled your power reserves, but you still need to rest. If you're not taking care of yourself, it's easier for your power to take control. It is why Theon was neurotic about your diet and schedule. She whirled at his name, lightning flickering in her eyes.
He no longer wants me.
Tessa, that isn't. There you are, said a male voice that had both of them spinning, as Tristan came into view down the passage.
Keeper of lies and deceit,
Tessa greeted, her eyes narrowing. Wild Fury, he answered in kind, a mocking note to his tone. Thank the gods he'd finally stopped coddling her.
I'd ask where you were, but you'd simply lie about it,
she replied with a sneer. He sent her a smirk as he slipped his hands into the pockets of his leather jacket. There was a faint sage glow to his russet eyes, making them appear almost hazel. The male may have dropped the coddling act, but he was still prepared to face Tessa as the deity he was. Where are you off to? Tristan asked, looking around the passage as though he wasn't monitoring what kind of threat she was in this moment.
Shouldn't you know the answer to that?
Tessa sang, dancing back from them to press a palm to the wall once more. Her powers snaked out of her, winding along the rock, and Luca reached out, yanking her hand away. The gods help you if you destroy this cave, Tessa, he growled. She didn't even look at him as she said,
The gods never help me. I don't see why they'd start now.
Tristan cleared his throat, sending a warning look to Luca as he said, I think you're confusing me with my sister, Wild Fury. She's the one who can see the ever-changing. Tessa hummed, pulling her wrist from Luca's grip. Her hands fell to her sides, where she fisted them in the fabric of her dress.
Then what do you want?
I'm glad you asked, he said with a hint of mischief. He pulled his hands from his pockets, opening one before her. In the center of his palm were 2 rolls of lull leaf. Her eyes narrowed as she met Tristan's gaze once more. "Is this how your father keeps the peace as well?" she asked, picking up one of the rolls and twisting it between her fingers. Blackheart's eyes darkened. "My father views peace as optional in most cases, and he decides when it's a weapon to wield." She only hummed once more. "Then what is this? A peace offering?" "Without pizza and agave heart?" Tristan scoffed. "What kind of a peace offering is that?" Seconds ticked by, the passage falling eerily silent, until she held the lull leaf back out to him. "I don't trust you, Tris," she said with a sigh. The male's arrogance faltered, but only for a moment, before he took a single step forward. "What do I need to do, Tessa? I've sworn loyalty to you. What can I give you in penance?" In the next breath, her entire face lit up as she said, "A story." Tristan's face paled at the words. "I think stories are more your thing, Wild Fairy, not mine." She stumbled forward, somehow tripping on the length of her skirt. Luca moved to catch her, but she was already clutching at Tristan's arm, crushing the lull leaf roll in her hand. "You have to tell me a story," she insisted, panic and mania creeping into her voice. "We're the same. You are alone and I'm alone, and you survived. I need to know how to survive being alone. We were alone for so long, and then I thought... And then we weren't, and now we are, and I know it's my fault, but..." She stopped speaking abruptly when Tristan reached up and ran a hand down her hair, hushing her with a soothing sound. "All right, Tessa," he said softly, and Luca knew he was using his gifts on her right now. "I'll tell you a story." She nodded, her body still too tense even with his power. Meeting Luca's gaze, Tristan said, "I've got her. Take a break, Mors." "Take a break," Tessa murmured. "He doesn't want us. We struck too deep. He chose destruction." Before he could say anything in response, her head snapped up. She lurched from Tristan's hold, suddenly in front of Luca. Her hands fisted in his shirt, and she clung to him, saying, "But I saved him for you." There was a pleading in her voice he didn't understand, as he clasped her upper arms, trying to ease the white-knuckled grip she had on his shirt. "Saved who, Tessa?" Luca asked, but she was shaking her head, back to mumbling. "He can't see." Lifting her gaze to his, gray was peeking through the violet and gold that often hid the color from them these days. "You can't see." "See what, Tessa?" Her smile was small and sad as she released him, slowly backing away. Shaking her head, she murmured, "He can't see." Then she was drifting down the passage away from him, back to humming and sliding her hand along the wall, her fingers and bare feet leaving a trail of magic behind her. "I've got her, seriously, Mors. Take a break for a while," Blackheart said with a grim smile. "She's in too deep," Luca said. "I know," was all the male replied, before he turned to follow the fury of chaos. Luca stayed rooted to the spot long after they had disappeared. He wasn't even sure where they'd end up. "You can't see. Stay where I can see you. I saved him for you." Saved who? His father? He'd done that. He was the one who had gone to get his father after learning where he was, not her. Gritting his teeth, he turned and went back the way he'd come. Reaching the main living space, he found Eliza had disappeared somewhere, leaving him with only his brother and father. Which was great. He'd been hoping they all would have fucked off somewhere after the confrontation with Tessa. Zan was in the kitchen cleaning up the food spread that few people had touched. Luca suspected it was simply to have something to do. It appeared sitting around doing nothing wasn't something their bloodline was accustomed to. All three of them were restless and itching to act. To do something. It wasn't in their nature to hide. It was in their nature to protect and fight for those they viewed as theirs. Apparently, she didn't need you to protect her from me after all. Roehrich drawled from the sofa, sitting in the same place Eliza had been. I don't think Eliza needs your protection either, yet you still shoved her behind you. Luca retorted, stalking past him to help their father. Eliza doesn't need me to protect her, his brother replied, an arm draped along the back of the sofa as he watched them over his shoulder. Yet you do so anyway. She is mine, Roehrich replied simply. She comes before all else, including myself and my ward. With a glare in their father's direction, he begrudgingly added, She is, indeed, my inevitable. Luca ground his teeth, turning away only to put himself in the path of his father. She's not wrong, you know, Zan said. Akaz looks to conquer and divide individual realms. It's what he's been doing for centuries. The only way to survive it is for a realm to come together and resist him. You think I don't know that? Luca ground out, bracing his hands on the counter's edge, his head falling to his chest. Zan moved to stand beside him, leaning against the counter and crossing his arms, wincing as the collar bit into his skin. Guilt washed over Luca at the realization they still had done absolutely nothing to even attempt to remove the thing. What do you wish she would have done? Left? Zan pushed. Luca didn't know how to answer that. Leaving is what would keep Tessa safest. It was what he should want. But he wasn't upset. He should be, but he wasn't. He wasn't even entirely sure he would have tried to talk her out of it. If he was upset about anything, it was that she hadn't included him in her plan. Irony at its absolute finest. Can I speak plainly? His father asked, pulling him from his thoughts. He glanced at the sofa to find Roehrich gone. The only reason he nodded was because they were alone. He had a feeling this wasn't a conversation he wanted anyone else around for. An inevitable bond is not forced, Luca, Zan said. There is a pull you both feel. It is overwhelming, but it is not like a twin flame bond. It is not something destined by the fates. It's as wild and untamed as the chaos it comes from, and it only appears when two souls need it most. But in the end, it is still a choice. And you think I would be foolish not to choose it, Luca said bitterly. That I would be throwing away something others will only ever long for. You put words in my mouth, son, Zan said, pushing off the counter. He paused, gripping Luca's shoulder and squeezing. I think you have experienced much loneliness, loss, and torment in your short years, and it has shaped how you view the world and what you value. And I think the hardest part of all of this for you is that you know she is the same, a mirror of what you are. The hardest part for you is that if you fault her, you must also fault yourself. He squeezed his shoulder once more before releasing him. You still care, and that eats away at you. You feel out of control, drawn to something you don't want, but torn between what you believe is your duty. So I will say this. Remember, the bond only comes to be when two souls need it most. It is a bond born of chaos. He left Luca standing in the kitchen, crossing the room and making his way to the passage that would lead to the cave entrance. But he paused before he disappeared from view, turning back to Luca once more. For what it's worth, she still claims you, he said. In the only way she knows how. She doesn't know what it means to claim someone, Luca retorted scathingly. Zan's only answer was a resigned nod that made a sense of shame crawl up Luca's spine. He could tell his father was disappointed, but he didn't understand. He let Roehrich hold his grudge, but faulted Luca for this? With a growl of frustration, he stalked towards his rooms. He needed to fly. He needed to breathe. He needed to talk to his goddamn best friend. And he needed to get away from the temptress that had upended his entire world. She wasn't the one for this, just like he'd said all along.
9. Tessa.
I don't need you, Keeper, Tessa said as she followed Tristan farther down the passageway.
Of course you don't,
Triss replied over his shoulder with a smirk.
You don't need anyone, right, Wild Fury?
She frowned at his words, pausing for a moment, and her fingers flexed against the wall, her light winding around the digits like fine threads.
That's not what I said,
she finally retorted, resuming her pace. She wasn't trying to keep up with Tristan, but she couldn't stay still. There was too much. There was just too much. It thrummed in her veins, the power constantly seeking more, and with so many powerful beings around her all the time now, it took every piece of her to keep it at bay. In retaliation, it had sunk its claws deeper into her, dragging her down and holding her in this perpetual place of feeling like she was going to crawl out of her skin, of wanting more and pushing them away, of needing but not being able to have, of knowing eventually she wouldn't be able to keep it confined, not without a balance, knowing that in the end, the prophecy about her would come true and chaos would reign. Neither of them spoke again as he continued to lead her along. Zan always took her outside, which she appreciated, but Tristan was leading her deeper into Luca's cave system. She had ventured beyond the spaces he'd shown her, the main living space and the guest rooms. There were far more rooms and passages, but she'd already shattered his trust in her. She wouldn't disrespect him further by intruding on his space when he clearly didn't want her here in the first place. A duty, a burden, a constant reminder of betrayal and what she'd stolen from him. That was all she was to him now, and in the end, she wouldn't let him bind himself to her to become her guardian. Zan had told her how that bond worked and how it was created. She'd refuse and give him the freedom from her he so desperately craved. Despite Tristan leading her deeper into the mountains, the path was sloping upwards rather than down. Somehow, being here, it didn't bother her quite as much that they were underground. She still longed to see the sky, though, and as far as she could tell, there were only 2 ways into the cave. There was the main entrance and a secluded balcony off Luca's room.
Pick one,
Tristan said, coming to a stop with 2 rooms on either side of the hall. Neither had a door, and she came up beside the male and peered into them. The one on the left was a game room of sorts, paddles and a ball sat atop a table for table tennis. Over in a corner was a green felt-topped table with a deck of cards and playing chips. A TV hung on the wall, a few gaming consoles connected, and Tessa knew without a doubt that this room was mainly for Axel when he came here. If she were to look, she was sure she'd find a phone somewhere that was connected to the sound system to play his music. Crossing the passage to the other room, she stopped in the doorway. The decor here was the same as the rest of the cave. Overstuffed leather furniture, a cozy hearth, a rug to warm the space. A round table off the side with a few chairs, while a long, low table sat among the furniture. This space was for Theon, and she'd taken several steps into the room before she'd even realized she had moved. The low lighting Tristan had turned on cast a soothing glow around the room, and she made her way to a lamp on an end table. Turning the switch, it illuminated the space further to allow for reading.
I had a feeling this was the room we'd end up in, but I didn't want to assume,
Tristan said, sliding around her and plopping onto the sofa.
You know what happens when we assume, Tessa murmured. God, she could swear she could still smell Theon in here. And Luca. Both of them. Together. This was her new favorite room. Tristan huffed a laugh at her comment as he pulled a lighter from his pocket and lit the roll of lull leaf he'd placed between his lips. All Tessa could think about was how ridiculous it was that a deity had to use a lighter. Then again, she would have to do the same, she supposed. Sorry I crushed the other one, she said. As if I don't have more, he replied with a wink, reaching for the remote on the end table. She thought it was for the television, but when he clicked the power button, the fireplace sprang to life. Her head snapped to the flames, and she lurched forward. Crouching down, she didn't stop until her face and hands were less than an inch from the glass.
Fucking fates, Tessa!
Tristan yelped, suddenly at her side and trying to pull her back. But she shrugged him off, instead dropping to her hands and knees as she crawled along the expanse of the fireplace.
Always trapped,
she murmured, the flames licking at the glass, at each other. Oranges and reds, yellows and blues, writhing in every direction trying to find a way out. But if they escaped, there would be nothing but destruction as they devoured and fed and took and took and took. There had to be a balance. Tristan had sat back on his heels, watching her, and when she stopped crawling around, only to roll onto her back and stare up at the ceiling, he took the spot beside her, doing the same. Their shoulders butted up against each other, and Tessa gritted her teeth as the thing inside her sat up straighter, inching closer to the surface. Shoving it back down with a shudder, she reached over, plucking the lull leaf from his lips and taking a drag. It was a terrible idea. If she became too relaxed, her control could slip. Or worse, she'd fall asleep. You owe me a story, she sang, while the plant did its job, the tension easing from her limbs.
I was hoping you'd forget,
he muttered, taking the lull leaf back from her and sucking in another deep drag. I don't forget anything, she replied.
That's not true,
he answered, a grim note in his tone.
But that's not entirely your fault.
Unsure of what that meant, she stayed silent, her fingers winding into the fabric of her dress.
I've been waiting for you for a very long time, but when you—
That's not how stories start, she interrupted, lifting a hand and letting power pool there. That gave her more relief than the lull leaf did. She could feel Tristan watching her magic, could feel him tensing, despite the lull leaf, in case he needed to counteract her gifts, or try to, at least. And still she waited because he knew what she meant. She heard him swallow thickly before clearing his throat.
In all things, there must be balance, beginnings and endings, light and dark, fire and shadows.
The sky, the sea, the realms, she whispered in kind.
I'd been waiting for you, he continued. Not to use you like you believe, but you are the ticket to my salvation, Tessa. That is not the story I wish to tell you, though. I wish to tell you a story about you.
She hummed, contemplating, but finally she nodded. As much as she wished to know his story, she wanted these answers more.
Your arrival in this realm had been prophesied for centuries,
he said, settling in once more. He took another pull from the lull leaf before passing it to her.
And whenever someone finds their way to Devram, they are met by a keeper.
I know this story, she cut in.
I assure you, you do not,
he said gently, almost sadly. She fell quiet once more, passing over the lull leaf to let him take the final drag. He put it out, setting the butt aside before clearing his throat once more.
You know there have been many keepers over Devram's life. Some have gone to the after,
Some have vacated the role but still live, and some have deviated from their purpose. But the fact remains that a keeper greets everyone who enters the realm through a mirror gate.
Wait, she interrupted yet again, pushing onto her elbow to look down at him. There's more than one. He nodded slowly.
You destroyed the main one, but each kingdom houses a mirror gate, Tessa. They keep them hidden and guarded. It was meant to keep power balanced, but like all things in Devrim, the purpose has become twisted.
She hummed, lowering down once more.
That's all you have to say to that.
This is a dreadful story, she replied, again toying with her power. And I am beginning to believe you are stalling, Keeper of Lies. It was Tristan's turn to sigh, and she knew she was right when he cleared his throat again. He was nervous about whatever he was going to reveal.
Sienna and I were met by keepers, just like Zan was when he arrived with you in his arms, his son and wife at his side.
His wife? Tessa murmured. Where is she now?
That is a question for Zan, a story for him to tell,
he answered, and she tisked under her breath. The problem with that is that everyone keeps their stories a secret until they are forced to reveal them.
I was the one who met them,
Tristan interrupted. The power in her palm expanded at the words, light and dark spiraling upwards and out, seeking to sink its claws in and take as her fury grew once again. You met them when they arrived here, she said, too calm, each word too even. And you are just now telling me this. If you knew who I was, how the fuck did I end up at the Celeste estate? If you knew who I was, how was I so goddamn lost for years? You were waiting for me. For what? To watch me waste away in neglect and abandonment. Why didn't you fucking do something? She had no idea when she'd gotten to her feet, but she was standing over him as he scrambled to his own. A sage glow eclipsed his russet-colored eyes, and he reached for her before wisely shoving his hands through his hair instead.
I couldn't do anything. You were lost, Tessa,
he insisted. Pain and regret lined his features, but she couldn't trust it. She couldn't trust anyone in this goddamned realm.
Zan handed you to me when they arrived. You were my purpose here. But when the Mirror Gate let them in, others took the opportunity to come here too. They'd been waiting, just as I was.
Who? Tessa snapped. Who else came here?
Seraphs, sent by Akaz.
You mean Dex and Brecken and Aurelia, she seethed.
There were others.
And I again ask, why are you just now telling me this, when you have known this entire time?
Because I haven't known this entire time,
he answered, a bite of irritation creeping into his tone now too.
I know you have every reason and right to jump to the worst conclusions, Tessa, but let me explain. Then you can decide how long to continue hating me.
She glared at him, but bit her tongue on her sharp retort, instead crossing her arms and jerking her chin at him to continue.
I wasn't the only one waiting for you,
he said, moving for his jacket to retrieve another roll of lull leaf.
Like I said, your arrival here had been prophesied for centuries. Some say since the world was created. At one time, the kingdoms had all worked together, before the current rulers took their thrones. But relations between the Akaz and Arius kingdoms had started to erode well before Roehrich and Voltaire, even if they worked together for some time. Voltaire was trying to regain their place in Devrim, and Roehrich professed he was vying for peace among the kingdoms. But Roehrich left the augury, abandoning Voltaire, as you know. What we didn't know was that Roehrich hadn't been working for peace at all. He has eyes everywhere, and working alongside Voltaire gave him access to information that the Arius Lord learned. You arrived, and they arrived, having made arrangements to enter through the Akaz kingdom. Then where was the Keeper to meet them? Tessa interrupted. His smile was all teeth when he answered,
Killed the moment they stepped through the mirror gate. Despite having pledged loyalty to Roerden, he took no chances.
Her breath stalled, but she didn't react otherwise, waiting for him to keep going, because none of this answered how she had gotten lost among the realm.
I met Zan at the mirror gate, and the plan was to take you to my place until Zan and Iona could acclimate to the world and culture. They were to be your legal guardians, and there were plans in place to integrate all of you into the Arius Kingdom. But we never made it out of the Pantheon, Tristan went on. We had scarcely left the inner chambers when they appeared, charging down the stairs. Zan had already handed you off to me, shoving Luca to my side while he and Iona fought, but neither of them could shift inside the tight spaces. They killed several of the Seraphs, but they had been a diversion. Roerden was waiting with 4 others, stronger than an average Seraph, along with Elowin.
Stronger than an average Seraph? Tessa asked, her head tilting at this information. Tristan nodded, relief crossing his face at her willingness to hear him out.
Yes, they called them Morans, and they are stronger than a Seraph in the way a Sargon descendant is stronger than a dragon shifter. Both the dragons and the Seraphs emerged from the chaos, but
Akaz and Arius made some stronger and more elite, playing like the gods they are, Tessa sneered.
Yes, and no,
he answered, tipping his head from side to side as he debated what to say, or maybe how to explain it.
Sargon and Arius were always close, from my understanding. When Arius defected from Akaz in the Everlasting War, that was when the Guardians were created. Akaz answered with the Morans, but that is not the point of this story. The point is, they let Zan and Iona weaken fighting the Seraphs. I was using my power to keep you and Luca safe, and by the time Roerden and the Morans appeared, we were all low in reserves. Before we could properly act, Elowin cast an enchantment, but she did so at the same time that Zan struck down one of the Morans. The enchantment collided with his power, and the effect caused the enchantment to hit people it wasn't supposed to. While I suspect it was meant to make us forget who you were specifically, the power collision made the enchantment unbalanced. It did make us forget, but it also made other memories and knowledge murky and distorted. The next thing I remember was being in that passageway surrounded by the destruction of the fighting. We couldn't remember what you looked like, and we didn't know what had happened. I didn't even remember the Morans being there until recently, only the Seraphs. Elowin's enchantment was to modify memories, but it hit her and Roerden too. None of us could remember who you were and what happened, but all of us knew you were here. None of us knew how to find you or where to begin looking.
So only Dex, Aurelia, and Brecken knew where I was? She asked, new fury simmering in her gut.
I can't say for sure, but that's my guess,
he said, familiar pity filling his face now. Pity she didn't want or need.
Because for over 2 decades I was searching. Voltaire was searching, and Roerden was searching. It appears Roerden learned of you first, enacting a plan of his own that obviously didn't go accordingly.
Tessa had gone silent, letting all the new information settle in her soul, repeating it and turning it over in her mind.
I was trying, Tessa,
Tristan said after several full minutes of silence.
Every moment was spent trying to find you. I became obsessed, leaving Sienna to deal with everything else. Every second was spent working to recover lost knowledge and creating new spells in attempts to find you.
But you didn't tell me when you did find me, she argued, hands driving into her hair. You didn't tell me anything.
I hadn't pieced it all together yet. How was I supposed to explain myself when I couldn't give you the answers you were so desperately seeking? He said. By the time I could, Roerden already had his claws so deep in you, you wouldn't have believed me anyway.
I want to be alone, she said suddenly,
turning away from him to face the fireplace once more.
Tessa, leave, Tristan! She bit out.
It took another full minute before she heard him pick up his discarded jacket and leave the den. She had a feeling he wouldn't go far, or someone else would come relieve him of babysitting duty. She knew they were all watching her closely. Dropping down, she sat in front of the glass pane and wrapped her arms around her bent knees. The flames danced with each other, always fighting, pushing and pulling, hating, but needing each other all the same. She'd been right. That had been a dreadful story. She didn't know where she was. Definitely Devram. That was where she'd wanted to go when she'd stepped through the mirror gate. But this wasn't where the Pantheon had once stood. Then again, she'd destroyed that mirror gate before they'd left this world. This was obviously one of the other mirrors she hadn't destroyed in her quest to decimate them all before the Fates could get here. She'd run out of time in the end anyway. Rubbing her arms against the chill in the air, she turned in place, recognizing she was in a city of some sort. It was run down, but not in complete ruin like she would have expected if the Fates had come searching for her. Buildings still stood, the streets empty, and she started walking, the pavement freezing beneath her bare feet. She walked for several minutes, turning up and down streets. There was nothing here she recognized, but that didn't mean anything. She hadn't seen much of the realm beyond the Arius and Akaz kingdoms. She could be anywhere, but based on the cooler weather, she guessed the northern part of the world. Entering what was clearly a residential district of the city, she was about to turn another corner when a voice had her stilling and slowly turning.
"Hello, clever Tempest."
Theon stood several feet away, his hands in the pockets of his suit pants and his hair stirring in the slight breeze. He watched her, and the smallest of smiles tilted on the corner of his mouth. Her heart fell. He was still here. That part of the future hadn't changed despite actions she'd taken to alter things, despite her trying to alter this outcome. It had driven her mad, and she'd still failed in the end. He looked up as the first raindrop fell, the sky quickly turning from sunny to gray. Then he looked back at her.
"Why so sad, little storm?"
"You are still a phantom," she said with a frown, watching him drift closer. That small smile tilted a little more.
"Worried about me?"
"Yes. No." She reached for her hair, fingers getting caught. "You are infuriating."
"Where's Luca?"
he asked, reaching for her hands and gently untangling them. She shrugged, reveling in his touch. She'd stopped trying to figure out how, didn't really care, not as half her soul settled at feeling him near. "I have not seen him since he left," she answered, while he switched to the other hand. His brow furrowed.
"What do you mean?"
She trailed off, trying to remember. The dreams got confusing with memories from now and those of the future that might never be memories at all. This part she remembered, though. It was something she'd been contemplating for days. "He didn't want me," she finally answered, her voice nothing but a whisper.
"You are all he wanted,"
Theon said tightly. She shook her head again. "I was too much. Did too much. I set him free. That's what we do for those we care about, right? That's what you did. That's what we do. That's how—" Her words stalled as he finished with her hair, a large hand cupping her chin and tilting her face up to his.
"He left you?"
"Yes, I mean, not yet. But in this time—" She trailed off, too lost in emerald eyes with darkness swirling, calling to her own power. "I hurt him."
"And we hurt you,"
he said tightly,
releasing her chin and taking her hand. "Where are we going?" she asked, letting him pull her along. She welcomed it. No decisions to make, nothing to think about. Just letting him take all that from her. Not forever, just a reprieve, as if he knew it was what she needed right now.
"Out of the cold,"
he answered over his shoulder, climbing a few steps and pushing open a front door. Everything in the house was covered in a thick layer of grime and dust, but the bones of the structure were still good. A whip of darkness wrapped around a wooden chair, snapping it into pieces before depositing them into the wood-burning fireplace.
"A little help?"
he asked, looking at her expectantly. Her brows pinched. "I do not have fire magic." He still held her hand, and he tugged her forward so she stood in front of him, clicking his tongue in disapproval.
"I've seen that lightning of yours start more than one fire, clever Tempest."
"And if I start the entire house on fire?" she countered. A palm landed on her shoulder before sliding down the length of her bare arm. Goose flesh was left in its wake as he folded his fingers around her hand.
"You can do this,"
he murmured, speaking softly into her ear.
"Let us help you."
"I don't know how to trust anyone anymore," she whispered. His movements paused, his breath making the fine hairs by her ear flutter against her temple. Finally, he said,
"That's fair, Tessa. Then trust yourself."
"I don't trust her either. She's too—"
"She's perfect,"
he interjected.
"Too many people have tried to change her and use her and take from her."
"And now?" she asked, her voice wavering as she waited for his answer.
"And now she is free to become whoever she wishes to be,"
he replied, once again lifting her hand.
"She gets to decide who is worthy of her. The only reason you don't trust yourself is because you were constantly told you weren't enough."
A fine mist of darkness hovered, waiting, and she sucked in a sharp breath as she let her power rush to the surface. Lightning arced, just as he'd said it would, and that darkness guided it to the hearth, flames jumping to life. And she stared as the fire danced, free yet controlled, wild yet content, fierce yet balanced. Then she spun in his hold, looking up at him once more, before she was pushing onto her toes as high as she could. He met her halfway, sounds of desperation coming from both of them. It may be a dream, but her body and soul felt the separation of decades. Breaking the kiss, her hands slipped behind his neck, linking together as he pulled her impossibly closer. With her head on his chest, she could swear she could hear his heart beating. Phantom or not, she didn't care right now. Not as they began swaying in an empty house among the ruin of a realm. Not as she danced with a ghost of what could have been and would never be. Her eyes snapped open, and she gasped for a breath. On the floor. She was on the floor in the den. Sitting up, a blanket pooled in her lap. Someone had covered her and dimmed the lights so only the glow of the fireplace illuminated the space. It wasn't until she ran a hand down her face that she felt the tears on her cheeks. This was why she couldn't let herself sleep, because she could still feel him, his arms tucking her in tight, his lips on hers. Nightmares that haunted her, just like she'd told Luca. She needed to get out of this room. It smelled like them and lulled her into a false sense of security. Quietly stepping from the den, she made her way back down the passage, passing several rooms with doors closed. Everyone must have gone to bed for the night. The sitting room was empty and still, and despite knowing she shouldn't, she crept to Luca's room. As delicately as she could, she turned the knob and pushed the door open. He was there, in the middle of his nest of blankets and pillows, and she felt 2 more tears slip free at the memory of being in that bed with him, of being in a bed with both of them. Tiptoeing into the room a little more, she made her way to the closet where she found the shirt he'd worn that day. Shoving her arms into the sleeves, she didn't worry about rolling them up just yet. She'd do that once she was out. Steeling herself, she kept her footsteps light as she slipped from the room and quietly shut the door behind her, never once acknowledging the glowing sapphire eyes that tracked her every step.
10. Axel. I really don't like this, Axel said from where he sat on the edge of the bed. Kat poked her head out of the ensuite, her toothbrush in her mouth, and her brows knitted. Like what? She asked around the brush. You know what, he grumbled. She gave him a small smile before returning to the bathroom, but he knew she was annoyed with him. It had been a week since Theon had shown up here, and like he'd known he would, Theon had set about laying out all their options and overthinking everything. Yes, Axel needed his brother's help, but overthinking wasn't how things were done in the underground. Unless it came to his wife. Then he was the one overthinking things. Katya returned, wearing only one of his shirts. Her belly was too large for her own clothes at this point, and while he had purchased her maternity wear from the apparel district, she said his shirts were more comfortable to sleep in. That might be true, but he suspected it might also have something to do with the scent of him that lingered. She stopped before him, resting her hands on his shoulders. His fingers trailed up bare thighs as he spread his legs and tugged her between them, kneading her closer. He could swear his canines tingled as he inhaled her scent, despite having drank plenty of blood that day. Theon had given him all the rations he'd brought, not keeping any for himself. He insisted he could go get more when they needed it, but gods, that trek there and back would take at least a week. Theon couldn't travel, and without a source, he couldn't shadow walk like their father either. But that wasn't what had him worried currently. I don't suppose I can convince you to stay behind tomorrow, he murmured, his fingers brushing up and down her soft skin. A small, coy smile formed again. It hasn't worked yet, she answered. What makes you think it will work now? He sighed, his fingers tightening around the backs of her thighs. It's dangerous, Kat. The shifters are cunning and fickle, she interrupted. Yes, I'm aware. I have met them before. I could kill Theon for taking you there, Axel snarled, dragging her closer still until her protruding stomach bumped against his torso. I was as determined to find you as he was, Axel, she said, reaching up and pushing her fingers through his hair. I insisted. Because you are stubborn, he muttered. It puts you and the babe at risk. So your solution is to leave me here alone. How is that any safer? Stop being so logical, he grumbled with a scowl. But her smile only grew. Stop bringing up the same argument every few hours, she countered. Give me something new to work with. She slid onto his lap at the words, her knees going to either side of his hips and her hands looping around his neck. You've worked with that plenty. He grumbled more as she settled over him and ground down. So grumpy, she chided, peppering kisses along his jaw. I'm being serious, Katya. She pulled back with a sigh, now visibly irritated. He held her hips, supporting her weight and helping her stay balanced as her arms dropped to her sides. We truly must have this argument again. Fine. What do you propose, Axel? Are you sending Theon by himself so you can stay with me? Are you leaving me here by myself for Bree to find? Is Theon staying, and you're going to deal with the Alpha and Beta alone? Which option do you choose? She demanded. I know there aren't any good options, he argued, his own irritation climbing. There is a good option, she insisted, It involves the three of us going as a united front. It involves showing you are already different from your father and other legacy by taking a fae for a wife. You're not a fucking bargaining chip to parade around and be used to further an agenda, Katya, he interjected. So you would relegate me to a position of being quiet and docile, doing what I am told and staying hidden from the world? That's not fair. You're pregnant, Kat. If anything happened to you... She took his face in her hands, forcing him to hold her stare. Have you considered for one moment that I feel the same? That perhaps I am just as possessive and overprotective as you are? I lost you once, Axel. I refuse to do so again, she said, flames and shadows flickering to life in her eyes. Kitten, he breathed. I love you, Axel, but in this matter, I am stronger. I have my fire and your shadows. Theon has his power. And I am nothing, he said, feeling the sting of that statement in his soul. No, she insisted, holding firm when he tried to turn away from her. You are everything, and you have knowledge, Axel. You know the underground better than anyone. Knowledge can win over sheer power if wielded with the same finesse. It is what makes Theon so dangerous. He is a powerful being who covets knowledge. Your worth lies in more than your magic. You taught me that. But if you go into that meeting tomorrow thinking you are less than what you are, they will see it. They will see it, and it will be all they need to see. They will not follow someone who does not believe they aren't the most powerful in the room, who does not think he is worthy to lead. Am I? He asked, completely vulnerable in front of the one person who could bring him to his knees. She leaned in so her words feathered across his lips when she whispered, Axel, you weren't born to live in the dark. You were born to bring your people out of it. Gods, I love you. He breathed before his lips were on hers, his hands sliding behind her head to hold her to him. What are you doing? She gasped when he released her. Kissing you, he answered, his lips gliding along her jaw. I know that, she said, already sounding breathless. But you... She shook her head before dropping her brow to his. You keep doing this, she said, her eyes falling closed, but he saw the tears pooling. You do this, and then stop. You know why, kitten, he said softly, tucking stray hair behind her ear. I don't want to hurt you, ever. And if I could lose control. Then don't kiss me and look at me like you do, she snapped. By the gods. He loved her feisty side, but this was more than that. Navigating when to push her and when to back the fuck off while she was pregnant had been more than a little challenging. One minute she was upset about orange juice, and the next she was perfectly fine and going about her day. Or in this case, one minute she was making him feel like he could conquer the underground, and the next she was making him feel like an asshole for trying to keep her safe. Look at you how, kitten? He finally asked carefully. Like you want something from me but won't give it to me. It's making both of us miserable, and by Anala, I need you to want me right now, Axel. I just need... She sighed. His entire body went rigid, and he took her chin, forcing her face up to meet his gaze. You think I don't want you, Katya? You think I don't want to touch you, taste you, feel you around me? Because I know what it's like to feel you come apart on my cock, kitten. I think about it all the goddamn time. You think I don't remember what it's like to worship you? Stop saying things like that, she seethed. And gods, he was a dick because her eyes were clouding with desire just at his words. Katya, if I hurt you, I'll burn you and restrain you with your own shadows, she cut in. "Just please." "No," he growled, dropping small kisses on one corner of her mouth and then the other. He felt her shoulders slump, and he knew she wouldn't argue with him about this again tonight. But the word hadn't been meant to stop this. "You never need to beg me to want you, kitten," he murmured, his voice low and full of the darkness that ran in his blood. "I'm sorry you thought you did." She sucked in a gasp as she pulled back, amber eyes searching his own. "You're not going to stop?" she asked, and fuck, she was already trembling slightly beneath his fingers. "Not as long as you promise to stop me if I—" He let out a soft chuckle as she dragged her fingers lightly down his bare chest, before gently shoving him backwards onto the mattress. Then the chuckle turned into a hiss as her hands slid lower, down his abdomen to the waistband of his pants. She was teasing him, though, as she moved them back up, sliding them over the planes of his stomach, at the same time she repositioned herself. It was then he realized she wasn't wearing undergarments beneath his shirt. Clever kitten, he crooned. "You planned this." "Knowledge and wit can win over sheer power if wielded with the same finesse," she said breathlessly, moving over him, seeking and searching. His hands landed on her hips again, helping her keep her balance. "Tell me what you need," he said gruffly, mesmerized as he watched her move. "I need you to stop protecting me and start needing me in the same way I need you," she answered. "I need to know you love me, that it wasn't an in-the-heat-of-the-moment decision, that it's not just because I'm carrying your child, that it's not because we were supposed to have a bond." A tear slipped free, even as she continued to move over him, her bare center moving along his hard length over the thin material of his pants. "I need to know you still choose me, Axel." The last words were a whisper, and they shattered something in his soul. Because she'd tried to tell him all of this, and he was so concerned with keeping her safe from him, he'd missed being what she actually needed him to be. He hadn't meant to, but the lessons ingrained in him his entire life had taken over, doing exactly what she'd accused him of. Relegating her to a place of doing what she was told, only he'd convinced himself it was to keep her safe. Her hand slipped lower again, and he almost let her go. Almost let this new, bold side of her slip that hand into his pants and pull him out. But he halted her movements where he still gripped her hips. More tears slipped free, but these were angry tears of frustration. "You said you wouldn't stop me," she said, the words threaded with defeat and exasperation. "I'm not stopping you, kitten," he said, gently moving her off him and scooping her up. "I'm controlling the pacing." "What?" she asked, the irritation morphing into confusion as he deposited her properly onto the bed. But he didn't answer. He slowly slid his shirt over her body, letting his fingers scrape and drag lightly along her sensitive skin. Watched her chest hitch with a stalled breath at the touch. Felt his own mouth go dry at having her bare skin waiting for him. Taunting him. Testing every bit of his self-control not to taste her blood, although that desire was there. If he hadn't drunk an entire bottle of blood this evening, there was no way he'd be letting himself do this. But she was right. She deserved more than being protected behind closed doors and glass windows. She deserved to be worshipped. He said nothing when he pushed his pants down over his hips, kicking them off. Then he crawled in beside her, gently rolling her to her side. She went willingly, this sudden give and take between them more intoxicating than anything. Anticipation of when she'd take control again lingered just beneath the surface, and he loved it. He loved her, and damn him to the pits of torment for ever letting her doubt that. Lifting one of her legs and spreading her perfectly for him, he nestled in behind her. Her head fell back against his shoulder, a soft moan falling from her lips as she pressed back against his cock.
This isn't going to slow down anything,
she rasped. No, he teased, pressing a kiss just below her ear. She shook her head, grinding back against him again.
Nothing will slow it down. I'm too close.
I know, kitten, he whispered, running his nose along her jaw and down her neck, breathing her in. Then he let his fangs scrape the barest amount along her throat, and she froze.
Axel.
I won't, he rasped, doing it again. I won't unless you let me, and not until I'm sure I can control it. She was silent long after he pulled back, running his fingertips down her bare arms, back up, along the side of her full breast, feeling the goose flesh he left in the wake of his touch.
After the babe comes,
she finally breathed. God, you're fucking perfect, he murmured, gently kneading her breast in his palm, pulling another moan from her that went straight to his cock. Are you throbbing yet?
What?
She gasped as he plucked at her nipple. I can feel how wet you are, he said, rocking his hips against her ass. But if you're not throbbing here, he continued, sliding his hand down her stomach and brushing his thumb along her clit. I have some work to do.
Please, no,
she whined.
Just fuck me.
Such filthy words, kitten, he chided, and she let out an honest-to-the-gods growl. I'm not going to just fuck you, Katya, he said, turning serious and pressing a kiss to the juncture between her neck and shoulder. You said you needed me to prove myself to you.
I didn't mean...
She panted, her words trailing off as he brushed along her clit again, before dragging his hand back up over her stomach and between her heavy breasts. You did, and you're right, he said. So no, I'm not just going to fuck you, Katya. I'm going to worship you. I'm going to feel you, and you're going to know that I am yours, and you are mine, in this life and the next. His hips rolled again, his tip nudging at her center, but never entering, and her already short breaths quickened even more. So tell me, kitten, tell me how to love you.
Axel...
His name was a whine as he gently cupped her breast, and her hand flew up to clutch at the back of his neck. Yes, kitten, he said, smiling against her neck as he rolled a nipple between his fingers. She arched against him.
You love me when you truly see me,
she gasped out.
When I'm not just something to protect, when I'm not just a fae.
You were never just a fae, Katya, he said sternly.
You make me believe that,
she said, panting now, and her fingers flexing on his nape.
I need you to trust me to know when I need to be protected.
I do, kitten. I don't trust myself.
But I trust you, Axel,
she said, arching again when he turned his attention to her other nipple.
You love me when you let me help you, and don't insist on doing things alone. You love me when you see me,
she said again. He paused his ministrations, and she turned her head, letting him capture her lips. She was the one who demanded entrance with her tongue, and he gladly let her, growing impossibly harder with every swipe against the heat of her mouth. I hear you, Katya, he said when they were both gasping for breath. I see you. Her head fell back against his shoulder again.
You love me when you give me what I need,
she said between panted breaths.
And right now, I need you.
He didn't bother saying anything as he slipped inside her. He was done prolonging this as much as she was over it.
Yes,
she moaned at the same time he hissed, "Fuck!" It was the first time he'd been inside her since before he'd handed her over to Tristan. Months. It had been months of being terrified to properly love what was his. Never again would someone take something from him that wasn't his choice to give. Never again would he be at the mercy of someone else. Not his father, not Bree. The only one he'd go to his knees for was the female currently taking her pleasure from him. And for her, he'd give away his soul. He thrust in again, and she hadn't been lying. She was already there, teetering on an edge.
More,
she whined, arching into him and guiding his hand back to her breast.
Touch me, Axel, everywhere.
No problem there. His hands roamed, cupping breasts, sliding over hips, brushing along the crease of her thigh. Within minutes, she was clenching around him, forcing him to follow her into the depths of ecstasy. She muffled her cry into a pillow while blinding pleasure ripped through him. He waited a bit for them both to come down before he helped her clean up. And when they were back in bed, his naked body curled around hers, he dropped a kiss to the top of her head. Her breathing had already shifted, and he could swear she was asleep before her head had even hit the pillow. He skimmed his hand over her belly, holding his palm flat. He could hear the babe's heartbeat, the rhythm strong and steady. And then there was the smallest of flutters beneath his hand. "Cat," he whispered.
"I know,"
she murmured, clearly not as asleep as he'd thought she was.
"You could have felt him a while ago."
"You didn't say anything."
I tried,
she said around a yawn, pressing back into him.
"You were too consumed. You wouldn't talk to me."
"Never again. I promise." She hummed, pressing even farther back into him as she slipped into a truly deep sleep. He meant those words, meant that promise. And as he slipped into dreams of his own, he made another promise, this one to his unborn son. He promised him he would see the stars. He kept his head held high as the doors of the makeshift throne room thudded shut behind them. Katya's hand was clasped in his where she was to his left, while Theon stood to his right. But while Theon was dressed in his usual suit and tie, Axel had opted for something a touch more casual. He'd ditched the suit coat and tie, wearing only black pants with a black button-down, leaving the top 2 buttons undone. Something to show he wasn't here as a legacy to lord over them, but that he was still someone to reckon with. And the female at his side? Gods. Katya was stunning, in a black dress that hugged her figure and accented her belly, eliminating any possible doubt. Long sleeves and a high neckline that reached to her chin may have hidden flesh, but the deep slits of the sides that went to the tops of her thighs made up for it. Her flat sandals were gold, with various colored gems along them, and the band on her finger shimmered in the low lighting of the room. She'd piled her ebony curls atop her head, a few of them framing her face, and if anything, he wanted this meeting over with so he could take her home and have a repeat of last night. None of them faltered as they strode to the front of the room, stopping before the chairs that were clearly meant to portray thrones. They stopped as one, none of them even so much as dipping their chins as they met the stares of the Alpha and Beta. The Beta was the first to speak, her chin propped in her manicured hand. A nail filed to a sharp point tapped her chin as she said, "I don't know if you are aware of this, Theon, but this is your brother, not our missing shifter prince." Without missing a beat, Theon said in a tone that betrayed nothing, "It appears I didn't need your assistance after all. I always find a way to get what I want, Giselle." Giselle's light gray eyes narrowed on him, her wine-red hair swaying above her collarbone.
Here, I thought, this was going to be a cordial visit.
It certainly can be, he answered, hands sliding into his pockets. I suppose that's up to the two of you. Enough of this, Killian cut in harshly. You do not get to disrespect us in our own house, Arius Heir. I have done no such thing, and I won't need to as long as we can have a productive discussion. About? The Alpha ground out. Allegiances, Axel said, taking over for Theon. His brother was here as support, but these needed to be his negotiations. Theon had offered to take over, and Axel could tell it had taken all his self-control not to do just that. But Theon's place wasn't in the underground. This was his domain now. He needed to earn their loyalty.
We are loyal to the Arius kingdom, of course,
Giselle said in her ever-sensual lilt.
Where else would our loyalties lie?
You are loyal to the Arius kingdom because you are forced to be, but I am not speaking of the lords and ladies who leave us to rot in the dark, Axel replied.
Us?
She asked, her full lips tilting up into a wry smile.
I did hear a rumor. You had joined us for good. Young vampire, is it now?
It is, he said, without so much as a wince. So now I ask again, where does your allegiance lie? Surely you are not asking us to turn against your family, Killian said, arching a brow, but Axel had spent enough time with them to know he was pushing for Axel to reveal his hand. Maybe not today, Axel said with a shrug. That had both the Alpha and the Beta sitting up straighter.
Explain,
Giselle hissed. Gone was her lilt. Instead, she sounded like the giant python she preferred to shift into. If anyone could negotiate with them about us being allowed to see the sky, I would think it would be a familial relation, Axel said. I will not be relegated to the dark the rest of my days, and I certainly won't raise a child who never knows what the fucking sun is. Each word grew shorter and darker. He might not have his shadows anymore, but he was still a goddamn Saint Orcus. He'd still been raised to command a room, still been prepared to rule. He'd hated his father for it, but fuck him to the after and back. He'd been raising him for exactly this. Now he'd take all those lessons and use them, just not in the way his father had planned. Both of their eyes flicked to Katya, where she still held his hand, their fingers intertwined. But while Killian's gaze lingered on her belly, it was Giselle who said,
We'd heard you had taken a bride, but I didn't truly believe it until you walked in here with her.
She settled back in her chair, once again resting her chin on her palm.
A Saint Orcus son, taking a fae as a wife. Whatever did your father say? Or is that why you were sentenced here in the first place?
His lip curled back, baring his fangs. I wasn't sentenced here, he snarled. I came here willingly. She huffed a sharp laugh.
Oh, you naive thing. No one comes here willingly.
Naive? Axel repeated, stepping forward. He released Kat's hand, but she moved with him. His brother, however, stayed back, letting him do this on his own. It should have terrified him. Theon was always the one to take care of him, to shield him. But maybe they'd both finally learned that it couldn't always be that way. That eventually, he needed to find an identity outside of the family, outside of Luca and Theon needed to let him. But he wasn't alone. Not as shadows slowly drifted across the floor, threads of flame weaving among them. The Alpha and Beta were both wide-eyed, and Killian's knuckles were white where they clutched the arms of his chair as he said, The babe is an Arius legacy. The babe is a Saint Orcus, Kat said, chin held high.
and is currently next in line after Theon.
That means nothing, Killian said. The Arius heir will have an heir of his own. He already has a match.
Axel felt Theon's powers swell at the words. It was subtle, but he knew his brother's magic when he felt it. Knew his brother was working to keep it leashed. You can take that chance, Kat said. But everyone knows that even if that is the case, Theon and Axel are close. You truly think Theon will allow his nephew to remain here? That he won't negotiate when he takes the Arius throne? And whose side do you wish to be on when that time comes? You are a clever little thing, aren't you? Giselle said, studying them both with newfound interest.
What do you wish of us? Killian asked.
Your allegiance, Axel said. I'm sure you have heard whisperings of Bree's plans. I wouldn't even be surprised if she had already been here asking the same thing of you I am. Neither the Alpha nor the Beta moved, or gave any indication that what he'd said was true. But he knew it was. While they'd been holed up putting together their plans over the last week, Bree had been planning this coup for decades, if not centuries. Fuck, the Shifters could even be part of it, but he had to try. For Kat. For their son. He cared more for these people than Bree ever would. She'd made it clear she wanted all of Devrim, and the underground was just her stepping stone. If she enacts her plans, and we are forced to stand against her, I want assurance you will be on our side, Axel continued.
On the possibility of you negotiating our freedom with your brother someday, if he holds the Arius Kingdom throne?
Killian said with a scoff.
That could be decades from now, and with the way the kingdoms are divided at this moment, the Arius legacy might very well not even have a kingdom in the coming days.
And what has Bree promised you? Kat asked. Power, freedom. You think she will give you any of what she takes? You will be in no better position than you are now. We will always answer to someone, Giselle said. Whether it be a lord, a god, the stars themselves. We will not be faulted for choosing our alliances to ensure the best for our people. So what is it exactly that you are offering?
A choice, Axel said. Something rarely given to anyone in Devrim. You're right. I can't guarantee a goddamn thing, but I can vow to never stop trying.
He pulled a small knife from his pocket, slicing the blade along his palm and letting his blood drip to the floor.
Whether or not you join me, I vow to never stop fighting for the freedom of people who don't deserve to be locked away in the dark. You are a threat to everything they have built. They know that. Bree knows that. She wants to use you for it. I want us to fight for the freedom to simply live among them. Not as beings beneath them, but as people worthy of that simple right.
Under your rule, then, Killian interjected.
I have no desire to rule, Axel said. But I will certainly help lead if I am asked to fight for justice, and I'll pursue it even if there's no one at my side. I've spent more days these past years in the underground than I have with my family. And yes, I was forced to at my father's hand, but I wouldn't trade it either. Because I've seen what they fear. A people capable of changing fate, if not kept in cages. I don't require an answer today. You know where to find me, he said, once again taking Kat's hand as he turned to walk away. He'd said all there was to say, and he wouldn't beg, just as he'd never beg at Bree's feet. Never again.
What was the purpose of bringing your brother here for this exchange?
Giselle called after him.
Intimidation?
Axel paused, looking back over his shoulder.
No, actually. He has his own matters to discuss with you, and until I know where your loyalty lies, I don't suppose I have any reason to intervene on your behalf, do I?
Her eyes went wide as they snapped back to Theon. Axel didn't know what business Theon had with them. His brother had only asked him to trust him on this, and he would explain everything after the day was done. Axel had agreed. His only request was that Theon didn't use coercion to force them to agree to an alliance. An alliance made by force wasn't an alliance at all, and it would break at the first test. He needed the shifters to choose this. True loyalty was born of choice. But in the end, he was still a St. Orcus. He was still death. But he was resourceful in a way his brother never would be. Because he'd been forced to survive here long before he'd been forced to hide here. He was still a villain. The shifters could decide if he was going to be theirs. 11. Theon. The doors hadn't even finished closing behind Axel and Kat before Giselle said, "Our bargain still stands, Theon. Bold of you to come here for something more when you haven't even fulfilled your other obligation. As already discussed, it turns out I didn't need your bargain anyway," he replied. If there was any other piece of furniture in this room, he would have sat down. But they kept it sparse on purpose, forcing their visitors to stand before them while they lounged in their wannabe thrones. "Yet a bargain mark remains," she said, relaxing in her seat and crossing a leg over the other. "It does," he agreed, sliding his hands back into his pockets. "And I will honor it. I will continue to look for this missing shifter and report any of my findings, even though I no longer require the information bargained for to find my brother. I know there is nothing benevolent about a legacy," Giselle drawled, tilting her head as she watched him. "So what shall be the cost?" She wasn't wrong, and he had come here with a purpose. "I still require the location of my father's holdings in your district," he answered. Killian scoffed. "Then the bargain stands." "It does not," he answered. "The bargain was worded specifically that information would be provided to find my brother. The fact that I need the same information does not affect the terms of the bargain in the least." "We have the leverage here, Theon, not you," the Alpha said with a cold sneer. "You are not in a position to be setting terms." "That's where you're wrong," Theon said, finally letting his power out. He'd been holding that darkness in, keeping it locked down while his brother did his own bargaining. "I did not come here on my brother's behalf. Your dealings with him are separate from your dealings with me. Although his wife spoke truth, I will be the lord you will eventually deal with. But you were also correct," he continued, moving a few steps closer. "The timing of that inevitability is unclear. It could be tomorrow, it could be several decades. Unfortunately, the seers of the realm seem to be in disagreement about that. I am failing to see how any of that is leverage," Killian said, the temple of the shaved side of his head resting on his fist. "That is not my leverage." Killian's brow arched in a silent command to continue. Theon only smiled back, cold, dark, and wicked. "My leverage is being the most powerful in this room." Before either of them could move, let alone shift, his power had them wrapped up tight and secured to the chairs they both loved so much. Giselle gasped when his power squeezed tighter, winding up her throat and pressing on her windpipe. They may be stuck in their human forms, but his shadow wings were flared wide behind him. Killian's eyes had shifted to feline pupils, and Theon held his stare, knowing his own eyes were wholly black. He ignored Giselle's outraged whimpers, but they all knew what was happening here. Theon knew how the shifters worked. Anyone could challenge the Alpha and Beta for their positions. The beings were wild and untamed after all, and they followed many of the ways of their animal kin. The strongest one held the title. Theon was just making sure they remembered who that person truly was in a way they would understand. Killian lowered his eyes, then his chin in submission, but Theon still didn't release him or his mate, not until he had what he came for. "Tell me where the house is, Killian," Theon said, the calm order promising pain if denied. "I can't," the Alpha answered tightly. "But release Giselle, and I will tell you what I can." Theon laughed. "You think I will release her only to find a snake at my throat? I think not. Tell me what you can, or she will find the little bit of air I am allowing her suddenly unavailable." We don't know where the holdings are, Killian spat. We have an idea, but if you don't know where it is, how are you planning on fulfilling your end of the bargain? Theon interrupted. As you just reminded us, our side of that bargain involved us giving you information to find your brother. It did not specify the exact location be disclosed. You fuckers, he snarled. You were so distracted with Blackheart and your absent source, you let yourself be taken advantage of. That is no fault of ours, Killian growled back. It is the way of Devrim, Arius Heir. Even those of us in the underground know that. Theon yanked on his power, pulling Killian from his seat and forcing him to stand where Axel had just stood. Then he casually walked around him and climbed the steps to the makeshift dais, sitting in his chair and staring down at the Alpha. New plan, Killian, he said, resting his temple on his fist and mirroring the male's earlier pose. Tell me some information worthy of saving the Beta's life, and make it fast. I don't have time to waste on games and tricks. Your source is still here, the Alpha said tightly, and that was the very last thing he'd expected the male to say. Killian must have mistaken his shocked silence as misunderstanding, though, because he added, One of my guards reported hearing you and Axel discuss the female leaving the realm on your way here. You believe she is gone. She is not. I told you not to lie to me, Theon said, Giselle's high-pitched whimper the only indication of his growing irritation. I'm not lying to you, Killian insisted, trying to lurch forward, but Theon's power held him tight in its grasp. There have been inquiries from the kingdoms. You know they all have their own spies here. She was seen at the destruction of the Pantheon by the rulers themselves. A handsome bounty is being offered for her whereabouts. Theon sat quietly, letting that information simmer, and trying to decide if he believed it or not. The gods help him if it was true, and Luca hadn't taken her from this realm. But also, the gods help them if Tessa had truly brought the Pantheon to ruin. And my father's holdings? Theon asked, deciding to debate the merits of the prior information when he wasn't in the middle of negotiations. I cannot tell you where they are, the Alpha said again. We are paid coin, but it's never directly from him, and we have our suspicions about the area, but nothing we've ever been able to substantiate. We suspect wards. And the suspected area? The northwest part of the district, near the border. Of course it would be near the border of the Charter District. His father would never stray too far from his own safe territories. Pushing to his feet, Theon released both the Alpha and the Beta. Killian lunged for Giselle as she leapt for Theon, rage emanating off the female in a palpable wave. But Killian pulled her back into his chest, murmuring low in her ear, while Theon paid them no mind, only buttoning his suit jacket before straightening his shirt cuffs. This did nothing to help your brother, Giselle spat. Our dealings have nothing to do with my brother, Theon said. He has asked me to stay out of his confrontations in the underground. Then why are you here with him? I thought he made that clear. I had my own purposes for meeting with you, Theon answered, striding for the door. But he stopped beside them, looking them each in the eye as he added, But should he summon me for aid, I will answer. Consider whose side you wish to be on should that happen when you deliver your decision of allegiance to him. His footfalls echoed in the room as he continued making his way to the exit. We will remember this encounter, St. Orcus, Killian called after him. Please do, he answered, not even bothering to turn back to them. It will serve you well in the future. Tell me again how attacking the goddamn shifter leaders isn't going to affect their decision, Axel said, descending the stairs back into the living room. Theon was waiting for him, holding out the glass of whiskey he'd poured while taking a sip of his own. We already discussed this extensively over dinner. he answered, Axel snatching the glass from his hand and downing half of it in one gulp. Where's Kat? Asleep, Axel answered, dropping unceremoniously onto a sofa. She'll never admit it, but this was a lot for her today. He'd changed while he'd been upstairs, now in sweatpants and a Chaos Sphere tee, while Theon was still in his suit pants and shirt. Granted, he'd lost the tie, and his shirt was unbuttoned. Theon took a seat on the other end of the sofa, crossing an ankle over his knee, and resting his drink on the sofa arm. How has she been feeling? His brother swiped a hand down his face. She's strong. Her moods can be unpredictable, but she's fucking strong, Theon. She did the first half of this alone. And I don't have experience, but even I know that Fae and legacy pregnancies are brutal. It'll get worse, Theon added. As the babe and his power grow, she needs to rest. Yeah, well, tell her that. Axel grumbled, glancing over at him. What? He'd caught Theon with a small smile on his lips, watching him. It's odd to think about, isn't it? You, the younger heir, married with a child on the way. More than that, you're married to someone you love and truly care for. Not a match forced upon you for the sake of continuing our bloodline and maximizing power. But something pure and... I'm happy for you, Axel. This isn't exactly what I pictured, though, you know? Axel said, his gaze fixed on his drink as he toyed with the glass. No powers, a vampire, hiding in the underground, trying to keep my wife and unborn son from a power-hungry, centuries-old night child? Same game, different location and different players. Theon said grimly. Yeah, I suppose you'd know all about it with Tessa, minus the child part. They both fell silent, several seconds ticking by before Theon said, Killian said there are rumors she's still here. In Devrim, that she never left. Wouldn't you be able to feel her down your bond? Axel asked, bringing his drink to his lips once more. It's too broken, Theon answered, knocking back the rest of his own liquor. The three of us were too damaged by what this world has turned us into. Products of a realm run by the same power-hungry villains, pawns in the centuries-old games of the gods. Would you have been able to handle it in the end? Axel asked. Sharing the bond with Luca? Inevitably sharing her with Luca? I handed a world over for destruction for her, Theon said, watching the ice slowly melt in his glass. In the end, it has nothing to do with what I want, but what she needs. But even that, I think in the end it wouldn't be the same without Luca. The three of us. Balance each other out. Axel finished for him. Take one away, and the whole thing implodes. Yeah, Theon murmured, thinking over those words. Take one away, and the whole thing implodes. At least the codependency between you and Luca serves a purpose now, Axel added. Theon's head snapped up, finding a smirk on his brother's face. Dick, Theon muttered, flicking his glass in Axel's direction and letting the ice cubes fly towards him. Axel batted them away with a laugh, and it was strange to hear it. It had been far too long since they'd just sat and talked. If Luca were here, it'd be just like old times, plotting and scheming into the late hours of the night. Several minutes had passed, a comfortable silence settling over them, when Axel broke it, saying, So, about this property you felt the need to torture our potential allies over. Theon sighed, knowing this conversation needed to happen. He wanted to wait until after they'd met with the shifters, so Axel could be wholly focused on his task while they were there. Getting to his feet, Theon set his glass on the side table and retrieved the liquor bottle. He didn't bother refilling their empty tumblers, instead opting to take a pull straight from the bottle before passing it to Axel. This doesn't bode well, his brother muttered before taking a drink of his own. Cressida showed up at Arya's house before I came here, Theon said, reclaiming his seat. Ah, Axel said, tipping the bottle up again before handing it back to Theon. And you're going to tell me you killed her for her treason and her part in trying to kill Tessa? I wish that was what I was telling you, he replied grimly, taking another drink before resting the bottle on his knee. She made a compelling argument as to why I couldn't kill her. Axel slowly turned to look at him. Which was that killing her would kill my mother, he said bluntly, not knowing any other way to say it. My true mother. Axel blinked once, twice. His mouth opened and shut a few times before he finally said, And you believed her? Again, she made a very convincing argument, Theon replied, before proceeding to fill him in on the conversation, what Cressida claimed, and where he suspected the female was if it was true. You're telling me I was being held somewhere with your mother when I was lost to bloodlust? Axel said, both hands going through his hair. You're telling me we're not actually brothers? No, Theon said firmly. We are brothers. Even if we only share a father, we are brothers. The same way Luca is our brother. Yeah, but... Axel pushed to his feet, starting to pace and stretching his neck from side to side. Without a word, Theon got up and went to the kitchen, returning with a small glass of blood. The relief on Axel's face was tangible as he took it, and Theon had to give him credit for not drinking the whole thing at once. Theon gripped his shoulder, squeezing it tight and keeping him in place. You are my brother, Axel. This changes nothing, but I do need you to know that when I am able, I will kill Cressida. Holding his stare, Axel swallowed thickly and nodded. I understand, Theon. She's a threat and a liability to everything and everyone. You won't hate me for it? We all know she wasn't motherly, he answered, some of the tension leaving him as he absorbed the initial shock of the information. Sure, she favored me, and now we know why, but she wasn't... I'll feel something. I don't know what it is yet, to be honest, but I won't hate you for it. Theon nodded, squeezing his shoulder once more before returning to the sofa and picking up the bottle of whiskey. So did they tell you then, where this house is? Axel asked, nursing his glass of blood. Killian said they don't know. There are wards or some shit, he answered with a sigh. They have suspicions I can look into, but there might be something more pressing. Axel arched a brow in question, and Theon was almost more anxious to circle back to the topic of Tessa than he'd been to discuss Cressida, considering how he'd reacted to news of Tessa when he first got here. I need to look into this claim of Tessa still being here, that she never left Devrim, he said. Rumors are rampant in the underground, Theon. Doesn't make them true. You know that. I do, but again, when there is a compelling argument, you overthink and don't sleep and become unnecessarily obsessed, especially when it involves Tessa? Fuck off, Axel. He shrugged, gesturing to the liquor bottle. Maybe instead of thinking tonight, you should drink the rest of that, and just not think. For once in your goddamn life. If only it worked like that. But I know you're not going to do that, Axel sighed. So what's the plan here, Theon? I need to leave the underground for a bit. Find out if it's true. I'll get you more rations while I'm gone too, he added. Axel nodded but remained silent. Theon hesitated before saying, I know you're going to, but know that you don't have to stay here, Axel. We can find someplace for you and Kat to stay that isn't here. Axel huffed a derisive sound. As it stands, if I leave here, I'll be in hiding. Me, as a night child. Kat, as soon as it's realized whose child she's carrying. At least here, we don't have to hide. And I know you don't know the people of the underground well, but the vast majority of them don't deserve to be shunned away from the rest of the world simply because they exist. Yes, there are the truly wicked who deserve to be locked up, but you know where most of those people are? In the kingdoms, sitting on advisory boards and on the seats of power themselves. Theon tapped his fingers on the sofa arm, staring up at his brother, into emerald eyes that mirrored his own. Silent seconds ticked by, turning into minutes. Axel was just finishing the last of his blood when Theon said, "So we topple the whole goddamn thing." His brother choked on the blood, coughing for several seconds before he could get out. "I'm sorry, but it sounded like you just said you wanted to upend the entirety of Devrim." "You just said the people who deserve to be locked up are running everything. For the most part, the people of the underground are innocent. Many of them were born here, generations of families who have known nothing else. And out there, it's the same," says the male who just put on a power display to get what he wants from the shifters. Axel said flatly, "To get necessary information. For personal gain." "Fair point," Theon muttered. "But if what Cressida said is true, we do need to find her, Axel. Why was Voltaire hiding it? He does nothing without purpose. There is an entire half of my lineage I know nothing about." "If you find Tessa, you can ask her how that feels." "Gods, you're snarkier since becoming a vampire," Theon muttered. Axel flipped him off, setting the drained blood glass next to the empty whiskey tumbler. "I'll follow you on this, Theon," he said. "But I have conditions." It was Theon's turn to arch a brow. Axel had never been so dominant. He could command a room, sure, but always in answer to an order he'd been given. This was different. This was a male who had found something worth fighting for. This was a male who found himself with something to lose. This was a male who was going to command a room not because of his last name or the power that had once run in his veins, but because he was going to be worthy of the loyalty of the people who followed him. "Name them," Theon said. "You keep us in the fucking loop. None of this waiting to fill us in until you have every minute detail figured out. You tell us information as you learn it," Axel said, crossing his arms and staring down at him. "I can agree to that." "You can't upend an entire system on your own. You have to include us, and you can't be an arrogant asshole about it." "Anything else?" Theon gritted out. "When hard decisions need to be made, we make them together, and for the betterment of all the people we're fighting for, not just one. Not just me, or Luca, or Tessa. We don't sacrifice entire populations for one person, Theon," Axel said pointedly. "You wouldn't do the same for Kat and your unborn child?" A muscle feathered in Axel's jaw. "You're right, I would," he finally conceded. "But that doesn't make it right. We can't deem entire people as less valuable simply because we don't know them as intimately. We protect those we believe to be our responsibility, and if we do this, Theon, they are all our responsibility." Silence fell again, and after a few minutes ticked by, Axel rapped his knuckles once on the end table before heading to the stairs, presumably to join his wife in bed. "Think on it, Theon. Tell me before you leave in the morning," Axel said. "Who said I'm leaving in the morning?" "It's Tessa," he answered. "I'm surprised you're not already gone." He waited until his brother was halfway up the stairs before he called out. "Axel?" He paused, looking back. "Yeah?" "Purpose looks good on you." The smallest of smiles tipped on the corner of his mouth. "Get some sleep, Theon. Apparently, we're going to start a goddamn revolution."
12. Eviana. Sky blue eyes slammed into her the moment she entered the tiny room above the tavern they'd been staying in the last several nights. Corbin was downstairs waiting for the food they'd ordered, while Eviana had come back upstairs to pack up their few things. As soon as they were done eating, they were going to be on their way.
They'd made it over the border and a few miles into the Seraphina kingdom before Corbin's power had started to give out. It was exactly what they'd expected, given he was having to expend more to keep them dry and fight the current. They'd slowly come to the surface, doing their best to watch the shoreline and make sure they weren't spotted. Then they'd all donned sweatshirts with deep hoods to hide their faces, walking until they came to a decent-sized city. Passing 2 small towns along the way, they kept moving. Gossip spread like wildfire in small towns. No, they'd need a small city large enough that they wouldn't be noticed, where they could easily slip to the seedier parts of the city and bribe someone for silence, room, and board, so the two could recover their power reserves. For a moment, she thought she was going to have to figure out a way to drag them up the 2 flights of stairs because they were so exhausted. If she could feel anything anymore, she probably would have felt guilty for making them expend their power, then walk for hours. They both collapsed onto the only bed before she'd even shut the door. Lang had slept for 2 days straight. Corbin had slept for 4. And she'd sat in this tiny room, in a chair next to the window, planning their next moves. They'd stayed a few extra days to allow them to recover as much as possible. There was still a ways to go to get to the Dreamlock Woods. Not that the males knew that yet. And once they got there, they'd need every bit of that power they'd just spent the last days restoring.
"Where's Corbin?"
Lang asked tightly. "Waiting for our food," she answered, already striding for her pack.
"You left him down there alone."
"Can he not handle retrieving food and bringing it up the stairs?"
"That's not what I mean,"
he gritted out, standing from the bed. For the first time since this had started, Eviana felt a trickle of something. She didn't know what, but Lang was imposing as he towered over her. His eyes were narrowed, pale hair falling into his face, and the air in the room stirred, despite the window being closed. "I don't know what the worry is then," she replied, turning back to her packing. "Unless you know something I don't." She waited for him to answer, but he said nothing. She wasn't surprised, but she was disappointed, or perhaps more irritated than anything. "If you're packed, you should pack his things," she said, double and triple checking all the various weapons she'd stolen. "We leave the moment—"
"I'm going to help Corbin,"
he said tightly, and she spun, finding him already striding out the door. Interesting. Maybe she didn't need to be disappointed after all. Zipping her pack shut, she hoisted it onto her back. Then she finished packing Corbin's few things before picking up the packs Lang had left behind. If her suspicions were correct, they wouldn't be coming back up here. She took her time descending the stairs, but Lang grabbed her arm, dragging her out the door and into the small alley where the entrance to the run-down establishment was. He shoved her up against the wall, no one around to pay them any mind. Even if there was, no one would do anything. But all Eviana could think about was the casual way he touched her without thought. No one touched a source. The sensation was jarring.
"What did you do?"
Lang hissed, mere inches from her face. "I don't know what you're talking about," she replied, calmly holding his stare.
"Bullshit!"
he spat, shoving her lightly again before stepping back and running his fingers through his hair.
"Corbin is gone, Eviana. I know you did something."
"How can you possibly know that?" she asked, her tone bored as she set the other 2 packs down before straightening her coat and readjusting her pack. Towing Lang's bag on the ground, she added, "Here, I grabbed these for you."
"Just when I think we're developing some sort of odd trust."
"Don't ever think that," she interrupted. "The only person you can trust in Devram is yourself. And even then, it's all lies you tell yourself to make it to the next day, hour, or minute." He stared at her, and she had no idea what he was thinking. To be frank, she didn't care.
"I know you had no one in that fucking house,"
Lang finally said, each word sharp and filled with a fury she hadn't known he was capable of. But she saw it now. She felt it as the wind picked up with every syllable that fell from his lips.
I don't know what horrors you've experienced. I probably can't even fathom them. And I've faced some pretty fucked up shit, Eviona. But by the gods, you can't assume every single person who crosses your path is out to hurt you. You could have a friend if you tried. We're not the fucking Legacy!
Her head canted to the side at his words, and she didn't know what he saw on her face, but he took a step back from her. Take that fucked up shit you've experienced, little Windwalker, and multiply it by 50, she replied, lacking the venom of his tone, but he straightened anyway. Then do it every goddamn day for decades. I considered it a good day when it ended with blood on my hands rather than my own blood being spilled. I hoped for the days that found me on my knees rather than on my back. I breathed a sigh of relief when it was Voltaire whose bed I shared at night, rather than another's. You speak of friends. They'll sell you out the moment they believe it will gain them something, even for something as small as extra rations at a meal. Ask me how I know that. Ask me why you were moved to the Celeste estate. Ask me which of your friends knows what you truly are. He stared at her, mouth pressed into a thin line until he finally said,
If there's not even an ounce of trust between us, after all these days you've forced us to spend with you, then you're no better than the Legacy who did those things to you.
You're right, she answered simply. I'm not. Now, we should go before we're too late to save your lover.
I'm going to kill you when this is over,
Lang muttered, stalking past her and snatching the 2 packs she'd dropped from the ground.
I'm going to kill you and dump your body in the river and make Corbin bury it in the bottom so not even the fish can eat it and become poisoned.
Surely you can be more creative than that, she said, having to take 2 steps to his 1 to keep up with his long strides.
Give me time, Bellona. Give me time,
he muttered, stopping for a moment as a gust of wind swirled around them.
Which way do we go?
What do the winds tell you?
You keep saying that shit.
And you keep feigning ignorance, she interrupted. I would love to hear another delightful monologue from you about the merits of trusting people, but I'm afraid Corbin's life depends on you proving me right.
A dagger. Multiple stab wounds,
he muttered as he stretched his neck from side to side, summoning another gust of wind. I recommend deep into the thigh. It is one of the most painful, but I will stay awake for the repeated stabbing.
Or in the arse, so you feel it every fucking time you sit down,
he snarled, turning left and leading the way. Much more creative than just killing me and sending me to the bottom of the river.
You are...
He shook his head, never finishing the thought. Instead, he became quiet and focused, following silent instructions that only he could hear. She was pretty sure he didn't know exactly what he was, but she'd guessed he was getting a grasp on his powers now that he'd finally had time to actually sit with them. Selection years were chaotic. It was when Fae were supposed to master their magic, but they were never truly given the chance to discover their depths. Their classes were kept to the basics, and even the advanced courses kept them busy mastering only specific skills. And once they were assigned to their kingdom and duties, they were kept busy in other ways. Why would the Legacy want a Fae to understand what they were truly capable of? Only those who became sentinels were given that kind of training. Other than sources, of course. And the privilege of that training came with chains of its own. The average Fae didn't know that sentinels were forced to bear loyalty marks that gave a Legacy complete control over them. Not quite as extensive as a source, but... Lang had been destined for that life. Voltaire had already been planning it as soon as he'd learned of the male's heritage. Corbin's fate, on the other hand, hadn't been decided yet. Voltaire had still been debating what to do with him. But with the days of sitting in the Raven Harbor House, the days in the car, the river, the tavern, She'd given them that time to let their magic breathe. She needed them to tap into all of that power to survive the Dreamlock Woods and what would come after. And if she had to push them to their limits to get them there, then that was what she would do. Lang started to turn another corner before he was suddenly lurching back and shoving her hard into the wall. She swallowed her cry of surprise, glaring up at him, only to find him glaring at her.
I am going to ask you this one time, Eviana,
he said, his words too controlled.
Did you sell Corbin out to the Serafina Kingdom?
Shock and dread slithered down her spine, but she showed none of it when she asked, What?
There are Serafina sentinels up and down this entire street, he hissed. And if I'm right, Corbin is in one of the transport units, so I'm asking you again. Did you sell him out to the Serafina Kingdom?
You said you were only going to ask once.
I swear to every one of the fucking gods!
No, I did not sell him out to them, she snapped.
Why would I do that? I don't know, Eviana,
he drawled.
I don't know what we're doing, why we're here, or anything else that goes on in that fucked-up head of yours.
This was not what was supposed to happen, she said, ignoring his barbed words. I paid the male at the tavern to kidnap him and take him to a truck that would take us farther into the kingdom. The coin should have been more than enough to buy his silence. I just needed you to find him so we could sneak into the truck too. None of us want to walk that far, and getting the three of us in there would be noticed. Lang stared at her. He just stared. And then he started laughing, pressing his lips tightly to keep the sound from slipping out. Why is this amusing? She asked. If Corbin is caught.
If,
he said in disbelief around his huffs of silent laughter.
Hate to break it to you, Bellona, but he's already caught.
That male at the tavern had sold them out.
That fucker, she snarled. Somehow I know exactly how you're feeling.
Lang replied dryly.
This is not the time for your whining, she replied, shoving up her sleeves. I need you to take these off.
Lang looked from her to the bands on her wrists, then back to her again. She watched him debate it, could see him warring with himself.
If we have any chance of saving Corbin, you have to take them off, she said,
lifting her hands a few inches higher.
You've repeatedly told me not to trust you.
You shouldn't, she agreed. But you can trust the winds. His lips pressed into a thin line.
You keep saying that like you know something, but the winds know everything and nothing.
The way I see it, you can leave these on me and know for sure you will never see Corbin again. Or you can take these off, perhaps have the same outcome, or maybe have another night with him by your side, she said.
I have a feeling I'm going to regret this,
he muttered, reaching for the band on her right wrist. Undoubtedly.
That's reassuring.
It wasn't meant to be. He shook his head, mumbling something she couldn't make out as he slipped the band over her wrist, then did the same with the other. And Eviana took her first full breath in months. Her eyes fell closed as she felt her magic rush to the surface. The tips of her fingers tingled, and the power in her soul yanked and thrashed to be set free. She could hear every rustling leaf on the boulevards and feel every root of every tree and flower and everything in between. Rolling her shoulders back, she opened her eyes to find Lang staring at her, and he made a show of slipping the bands into her pockets, as if she'd ever let him put them back on her. It would be the last thing he'd ever do. She slipped past him, peering around the corner. He hadn't been lying. There were dozens of sentinels and at least 10 transport units. What are they all doing here? She asked, more to herself than to him as she debated their options.
They were tipped off we were here,
Lang said quietly at her side. By who?
That I don't know.
Do you know which vehicle he's in? He was silent for several seconds, and she let him concentrate as she watched the sentinels. It wasn't until she saw Lev, Lady Isleen's source, that true dread set in. If the Seraphina lady was here, they had definitely been discovered, which she'd anticipated, but she hadn't anticipated the lady getting here so quickly. She thought they'd have more time, a miscalculation on her part. Unless she sent Lev ahead of her, then they might have a chance.
I don't know which one exactly,
Lang whispered, sidling closer to her. It was such an odd sensation to have someone so near that she hadn't been instructed to pleasure or torture.
but it's one in the middle of the bunch, which makes sense. It's fucking surrounded.
I have a plan, she said.
I'm afraid to ask what it is.
The same one from before, she replied. I'll be the distraction. You find the truck.
Eviana, no!
But she was already striding out from around the building they'd been shielding themselves behind. Within seconds, she was surrounded, and despite her power straining with the need to protect her, she let them come, because she was still a source, and even if she was perceived to be on the run, everyone knew touching her, hurting her, without her master's permission, would still result in unfavorable consequences.
Show your markings,
a sentinel barked, already pulling a set of black bands from his hip. She showed him the only one that mattered, the Arius symbol on the back of her hand.
You're to be detained by order of the lords and ladies of Devram until your master can come collect you,
the sentinel continued, taking a step towards her.
I will handle her by order of Lady Isleen.
Came a sharp, low command. The sentinels stiffened, all eyes staying on her except for the one who had been speaking. He turned as people parted to create a path for Lev to stride through, giving him a wide berth. Stunningly attractive, as all sources were, his blonde hair was perfectly styled around his arched ears. Sharp features added to his allure, and he wore a wool coat and scarf. While it got warmer the farther south they went, the winter chill still reached them here. Deep blue eyes swept over her, and his lip curled in disgust.
The Arius whore in our kingdom,
he sneered.
My mistress will be very interested to speak with you before your master gets here.
It will be a waste of everyone's time, she replied. We all know I cannot betray my master's secrets, no matter how much she tortures me in my dreams.
Are you going to come with me willingly?
He asked, a dagger of ice forming in his hand. Eviana glanced at it, unimpressed. I'm surrounded, Lev. It's not as if I can go anywhere else.
I'll take it from here,
he said, jerking his chin in a command for her to come to his side. And like the good little source she was expected to be, she did. She fell into step beside him, and it wasn't anything new. How many times had she walked beside other sources a step behind their masters and mistresses? The new sources were still figuring it out. She'd watched them gang up on Tessa. She'd watched their pettiness as they shared words with one, only to backstab the same to another. But the sources of the rulers? They'd shared tables at events for decades at this point. They'd sat in tribunal meetings and stood behind thrones for hours. There weren't friendships by any means, but there was an understanding that could only come from experiencing many of the same things. It forced a different kind of bond, although one that was just as unwanted. They'd faced horrors together, which is why she wasn't surprised when the moment they rounded a truck and were away from prying eyes, Lev turned to her and looked her over far more carefully.
What the fuck are you thinking, Eviana?
He hissed. Is Maya here? She asked. He shook his head.
She sent me to collect you. Something to taunt your master about. We are to bring you to Senol.
Is Voltaire there?
I suspect he will be by the time we get there.
She nodded, clasping her hands in front of her. Do you know where he is now?
If Maya knows, I was not privy to the information, but I cannot be a part of whatever this is, Iviana,
he said, sliding his gloved hands into his pockets. I understand.
And if you attempt to escape, I will have to stop you.
I would expect you to try. I will not ask you to lie to your mistress, Lev, she said.
I want to know nothing of your plan.
I wouldn't tell you anyway. His smile was flat as he held her stare. Then he dropped his voice to scarcely more than a whisper.
I don't know why you think you will not be caught. The punishment for this. Will you even survive it?
Maybe that's the whole point, she mused. None of us truly care about survival anymore, do we?
I can't help you,
he said again. She only nodded.
There were reports of 2 Fae traveling with you. We have 1 detained.
She said nothing, but she held his stare, telling him everything he needed to know. His voice a touch too loud, he said,
You'll ride in the transport truck with the other. No use wasting numerous vehicles and sentinels when it's just the 2 of you.
He paused then, and she could only assume Lady Isleen was speaking to him down their bond.
Your 3rd companion. Where is he?
Trying to break the other one out, she answered.
By Seraphina, he muttered. Come on.
She followed Lev past 4 more trucks before they went to the back of the one in the center, where they indeed found Lang trying to figure out how to open the back doors. She hadn't bothered to tell him the truck was warded and it would be impossible.
May as well join your friend,
Lev said darkly, removing a glove and slicing his palm with his ice dagger. Pressing his bleeding hand to the door, it sprang open. Corbin sat inside, his eyes going wide when he spotted Lang and Iviana.
Fuck,
the male muttered with a sigh.
In Fae,
Lev barked. Lang was muttering curses under his breath as he climbed into the back of the transport unit, sitting on the bench next to Corbin.
The unit is warded against magic, so your power will be useless. There are bands in the bins beneath the bench. Have them on before we get to Sanal. If they're not, the consequences will be unpleasant,
Lev instructed. Then he turned to Iviana.
Enjoy the ride. I have a feeling it will be the most luxurious thing you'll experience for quite some time.
Fuck off, Lev, she snapped, ignoring his outstretched palm and climbing up into the transport unit.
It's cold back here,
Lev said, holding up the glove in his bare hand. Then he tossed it at her feet as she sat opposite Lang.
Stay warm,
he added with a sneer. She held his stare as she made a show of placing her boot atop the glove and grinding it into the unit floor. Lev smirked, slamming the door shut, and she immediately relaxed, tipping her head back against the wall of the truck and letting her eyes fall closed. She knew the males were watching her, but she didn't care. Not as the transport unit started, everything vibrating around her. He hadn't taken her pack. It wasn't until the vehicle lurched forward that one of them broke the silence.
So we're dead, right? That's how this ends?
Lang said. Iviana sighed, opening her eyes as she slipped the pack off her back. She bent, picking up the glove. She'd scented the blood immediately, and she turned it over in her hand until she found the smear of red she was looking for. It's a possibility, but it always has been, she said, carefully placing the glove in her pack. She wouldn't need it for a while yet. They were still quite a ways north of the Dreamlock Woods. The transport unit wouldn't go through them. Instead, they would go around the woods, passing by the Seraphina estate on their way to the Seraphina Kingdom capital. They still needed to enter the estate through the woods, but now they could get so much closer. This was actually safer for all of them. It meant less time being hunted by their nightmares.
And I needed to remove your bands. Why?
Lang asked.
You did what?
Corbin demanded, twisting to gape at Lang. You'll be grateful you did when we get there, Iviana replied, dropping her head back and letting her eyes fall closed again. No one said another word for nearly an hour, About the stabbings, she said suddenly. Another good place is the lower back where the kidneys are. Even a legacy feels the lingering effects for days.
By Seraphina,
Lang muttered, shaking his head and letting it drop back, his eyes falling closed this time.
Do I even want to know what this is about?
Corbin asked, looking between the two of them.
No,
Lang said, sitting up once more and rubbing at his brow.
You do not. Then what's the plan now?
Corbin asked as Lang settled into his side. Now we rest up and fill our reserves, she said, flexing her fingers as her power ached to be used. We're going to need every last bit of them. 13. Tessa. Use your hips, and your hit will be more powerful. Tessa spun at the voice, finding Eliza standing in the doorway. I've never seen you in here before, the female said, striding deeper into the training room until she came to a stop a few feet away from where Tessa had been throwing punches at a giant bag of sand that was bigger than she was. I wait until the room isn't in use, Tessa answered, her hands clenched at her sides. They were wrapped the way Luca had taught her, but it had been quite some time since Luca had trained her. She was just in here trying to avoid falling asleep, and if she was doing that, she may as well continue her training on her own, which was stupid because she had no idea what the fuck she was doing. She mainly tried to go through drills that Luca had taught her, but if her form was off, there was no one here to tell her. Until now, apparently. Eliza nodded, pushing her red gold hair back over a shoulder. The female was in looser pants than normal and a low-cut tank top, clothing Tessa rarely saw her wear. It felt too modern for the clothes Eliza favored. Despite that, there was still a dagger shoved down the side of her boot. Your form is decent enough, but you need to swing more from your hips, not just your torso. Use your whole body. Your hit will have more force, she said, crossing her arms and jerking her chin. Tessa stared back at her, unsure of what to say because was she giving her an order?
Well,
Eliza said irritably.
Well, what?
Tessa asked. Are you going to try it, or is this a waste of my time?
I didn't ask you to come in here,
Tessa said, utterly perplexed by this entire interaction.
Just try it, and don't tuck your thumb, she added.
Yeah, Tessa muttered. Luca had drilled that into her as much as he'd drilled her stance into her. Planting her feet in the proper position, she readied herself, inhaling deeply. Then, twisting from her torso and hips, she punched out, keeping the path of her fist straight. And, yeah, all right, there was more force behind it. Good, Eliza said. You learn quick. Tessa turned back to her, hands dropping to her side. I'm sorry, but what are you doing here? I brought you something, or rather, I stole you something. I hear it's yours anyway, so is it really stealing? There was a bright burst of flame that had Tessa twisting away, but when she turned back, the female stood there with a bow in her hand. Memories of the last time she'd held it clawed up from the dark places she'd locked them away, and with them was her magic as her control slipped the smallest amount. Orion's bow. Her bow. You stole this, Tessa said, reaching tentatively for the weapon. From Luca. Eliza nodded. I'm sure he'll be pissy as fuck when he realizes it's gone, but I've dealt with plenty of dragon tantrums. Tessa took the bow, feeling the weight of so much more than wood and string as she held it in her hand. I don't even know how to use it, she whispered. But gods, her power was buzzing inside her. Frenetic and forceful, it was drawn to the bow in the same way it was drawn to power, and she wasn't entirely sure what to make of that. No better time to learn, Eliza said. We can go outside. It's the middle of the night, Tessa argued. I won't even be able to see anything to shoot at. And I'm a fire fae, the female retorted, lifting a palm where flames sprang to life. flames that were allowed to breathe and dance and had purpose. "Tessa?" Eliza asked when she didn't respond.
"Sorry," Tessa murmured, still transfixed on the fire before she shook her head to clear it.
Wait, where is Roehrich? You two are never apart."
The female huffed a laugh.
"We are, in fact, often apart. My court is on one continent. The king he serves is on another."
"That seems inconvenient," Eliza shrugged.
"We make it work. Are we going outside or not?"
Truthfully, breathing fresh air and seeing the sky sounded like the perfect distraction. So Tessa nodded, falling into step beside Eliza as she looped the bow across her chest.
"You are his source, right?"
Tessa asked, keeping her voice low since the rest of the cave slept.
"I am,"
she answered.
"By choice." "Yes. Why?"
Eliza glanced at her before looking ahead again.
"That is a long story."
"Is it because you are his twin flame?"
"No, I actually hated that for quite some time and refused to accept that bond."
Tessa tripped on air at those words.
"You... what?" "Roehrich figured out what we were before I did, but he never pushed for it. He'd experienced someone trying to force a bond on him, and he swore he'd never do that.
Eliza sighed, the next words sounding pained.
"He would have let me go if I had wished for it."
"But you chose him."
"I did."
"And he chose you."
"Obviously."
"And you don't regret it?" Tessa pushed as they stepped into the fresh air. Eliza was quiet for a long moment before she answered.
"No, I don't regret any of it. But that doesn't mean it's right for everyone. Only you can decide if it's the right path for you."
"Right," Tessa murmured, tipping her face up to the sky. Within seconds, there was a rustle before Roan and Nyla appeared, climbing over the rocky terrain. It was not that they couldn't come inside the cave, they just didn't. Roan appeared in there every once in a while, but for the most part, they stayed outside, patrolling and guarding, apparently finding her safe enough when inside. But they were always here when she ventured out with Zan. It was cloudless tonight, revealing all the stars usually kept hidden. The moon was waning, though, only a sliver of it visible, allowing the dark to obscure those wanting to stay hidden. A part of her wanted to just sit here and soak it in. It was peaceful, as if a piece of her soul loved the dark and night. Or maybe it just made her feel closer to him. It didn't matter in the end, not as flames erupted in a large perimeter, burning nothing and lighting up the night. The heat warmed her skin, and Tessa wished she was in a tank top like Eliza, rather than the fitted long-sleeve training top she wore, even if it did leave her torso exposed. With a flick of her wrist, another pillar of fire sprang to life, twisting and writhing until it took on the shape of a large and broad male. Then Eliza turned back to her, motioning impatiently to the bow slung across Tessa's chest.
"You can't shoot it that way," the female chastised.
"I know that," Tessa grumbled, her fingers winding into Roan's soft fur while Nyla sat near the perimeter.
"I'm not going to be shooting anything without arrows. Orion always just had some." "Yeah, I know someone like that too," Eliza said. "I found these, though, when I was looking for that bow."
Another burst of flames receded, and she held a quiver.
"Where did you find it, anyway?"
Tessa asked, lifting the bow over her head. Eliza pulled an arrow from the quiver before setting it aside.
"He hid it in one of the narrow passages off the gallery."
"What gallery?"
"The one with all the empty frames on the walls. So maybe not a gallery, I don't know, but it was in a narrow tunnel off that."
When Tessa only blinked back at her, Eliza said,
"You didn't know about that space?"
"No, She trailed off before clearing her throat. "This is only the second time I have been here, and the first time I didn't exactly get a tour. I try not to intrude on his space." She trailed off again, trying not to think about what had transpired the first time she had been here. It was why she kept herself busy. and she suspected it was also why Zan often took her outside. But now that she was thinking about it, she had to actively work against the onslaught of emotions she was trying desperately to keep locked away. Her magic thrived when she was unbalanced. "There's no such thing as balanced," she murmured, dragging her fingers along the smooth curve of the bow. Streaks of her power were left in their wake, curling around the wood before seeming to sink into it. It warmed beneath her touch, and more power rushed from her so suddenly, it took her a moment to wrestle it back into submission. Tessa's head snapped up, her gaze locking onto Eliza's gray stare where the female was watching her cautiously. "The stars and the realms are obsessed with the balance, but there's no such thing. We're all wasting our time. How do we find something that doesn't exist?" Eliza seemed to weigh her words before she finally said, "Maybe balance isn't something to be found or fixed or rectified. Maybe balance is something to be created. Maybe we get to decide what that balance looks like. For the realm, we decide that for everyone? For the spaces in the voids and the stars that cease to shine? For the kings and the forgotten? For the magic wielders and the mortals?" Each word was more panicked, coming faster and faster. "That can't be right," Tessa went on, her heart beating too fast. An agitated growl rumbled from Roan where he sat a few feet away, his glowing eyes glimmering brighter with the flames. "It's not up to one person to decide what balance is for the realms, Tessa," Eliza said. "But you do get to decide what balance is for you. Just because the world is trying to tell you what it should look like doesn't make it true. What is balance for me may not be balance for you." "But you gave in to your balance," Tessa argued. "You accepted a bond you didn't want. It was something we both grew to want over time. It wasn't instantaneous like I've witnessed with other twin flame bonds. It's different, and we wouldn't trade that because it's ours. We made it what it is, and your balance will look different from what everyone else thinks it should look like. Fuck what others think. It's still a choice. Your choice. No matter what this realm has tried to convince you of otherwise. You get to decide what your balance is and who you choose to bring into that balance," Eliza said with such fierceness it had Tessa blinking in surprise as her words rolled over in her mind. "And the rest of the realms? What does balance ever really look like?" she mused. "Or do we just leave that up to the gods?" "I don't know that it should be left up to any single being," Eliza said, stepping closer and turning Tessa to face the other way. "I think it is the responsibility of those with the most power to ensure those with the least are cared for and treated the same as those with plenty. It is no fault of a mortal that they were born with no magic in their veins, in a realm with fae or shifters or others. Or a fae born in a realm ruled by legacy," Tessa murmured. Eliza paused for a moment, her gaze flicking to Tessa once more, before returning to assessing her form. "Yes," the female agreed. "Or that." Tessa hummed as Eliza tapped the ground with her toe, showing her where to plant her feet. There was no more talk of balance or stars, kings or mortals. She didn't want to think anymore, so she focused entirely on what Eliza was telling her. "Stand straight, and don't lean back," she was saying as she adjusted Tessa's fingers on the weapon. "Square your shoulders, keep them directly over your hips, and keep your feet shoulder-width apart." Tessa adjusted slightly before Eliza said, "Good. Now lift the bow in front of you. Your arm holding it should be mostly straight. Only a slight bend in the elbow. No, that's too much bend," she said when Tessa shifted. The female stepped forward, straightening her arm more. "Like this," she said. "You want the bones in your arm to hold the weight when you draw the string back, not your muscles." She tapped her other arm. "We call this one your draw arm. Keep it high when you draw back. A little higher," she said when Tessa pulled back on the string. "At least as high as your nose. When we add the arrow,
You want the crease of the elbow on the same level as the arrow, or above the line of the arrow at full draw. Tessa nodded, trying to absorb all the information as Eliza handed her the arrow, showing her how to nock it. She got back into position, a thrill zipping through her at learning this. She didn't know why. She'd never had any desire to shoot a bow, but something about Orion telling her it was her birthright. It made her feel connected to something, even if she had no idea who or what that was. "Pull back on the string," Eliza instructed. "The string should touch the tip of your nose without leaning your head forward or backwards. Stay standing straight and relax." "I can't relax after everything you just told me," Tessa snapped, irritated when Eliza stepped behind her and tugged on her shoulders, proving she was leaning forward. The female ignored the retort. "Take a breath and focus on your target. When you're ready, release the string." Tessa inhaled deeply, trying to force her body to relax. It was pointless. She hadn't felt relaxed in weeks. Her muscles were always tense, her body strung too tight. But she tried anyway, inhaling once more before she released the string, mainly because it was becoming too difficult to maintain the draw. She heard the arrow whistle through the air as it was released, and then it hit to the far right. It didn't even touch the flaming target. "Good," Eliza said, already handing her another arrow. "Good," Tessa repeated. "I didn't even hit anything." "I would have been thoroughly impressed if you did." "You expected me to miss?" Eliza gave her an incredulous look. "It was your first time shooting a bow. Of course I expected you to miss. To be honest, I'm surprised the arrow even went as far as it did." "You could have warned me." "Warned you that you were going to be terrible at this the first time you attempted it? Why did you expect otherwise?" Tessa pursed her lips, snatching the next arrow from Eliza's hand and knocking it to the string. "Tell me what to fix." The next 2 hours went on in the same way. Tessa would shoot until the quiver was empty, Eliza correcting her and giving her tips after every shot, and then they'd go collect the arrows and start all over again. At least she was hitting the target now, most of the time, but never where she was actually aiming. Eliza held out the quiver as Tessa deposited a handful of arrows she had gathered before they both continued to search for 2 that were missing. Even with the fire, there were still areas cast in shadows. And gods, Tessa was hot with all these flames. It was like when she slept next to Luca. Glancing up at the sky as she swiped up another arrow, she turned back to Eliza, finding her with the other missing one. Tessa closed the space, dropping the arrow into the quiver before they turned to head back to the shooting line. "You have a lot of marks," Tessa said, because with the female in a sleeveless shirt, she could see them all. Some on her arms, across her chest. There were even a few on her back. "I do," she agreed. "What are they for?" "Some have a purpose for strength and abilities. Some are loyalty marks to my court. A couple are bonds." Tessa nodded, trailing her eyes over them and stopping at the one atop her heart, the same place she bore a mark. "I thought there was only one source mark in your world," Tessa said. "There is," Eliza answered, tapping a mark on her forearm. "Then what is the purpose of this one?" Tessa asked, brushing her fingers over her own heart. Eliza stilled, one hand coming up to cover the mark on her skin, before she dropped her hand again. Her hands curled into fists, and Tessa wasn't sure what to do or why the question had elicited such a reaction. "Not all my marks were given by choice, just as not all of yours were," Eliza finally answered. "But I thought you were free there." "We are free, in that we are not forced to serve another, yes, but we are not free of injustice and moral failings," she replied tightly. "There will always be those who believe they deserve more or are superior simply because of the blood in their veins, the family they descend from, and in some cases, because they have a cock between their legs." Tessa took an arrow from the quiver that Eliza held out, knocking it to the string. "Then isn't leaving here pointless? You are simply exchanging one realm's problems for another. Every realm has problems, Tessa. Just as every kingdom, every family, every relationship has problems. None of them are perfect, but there are those who try harder to thrive despite those imperfections. Widen your feet. Tessa adjusted her position before pulling the string back. Keep your spine straight, including your neck, she added. Tessa took a deep breath, releasing the arrow. It hit lower than where she was aiming, but at least it had gone straight. Lowering the bow, she turned to face Eliza. Do you like stories? What? Stories, Tessa repeated. Do you like them? For whatever reason, the female became very cautious when she answered, I don't particularly care for them, but I know of one who loves to tell stories. Tessa took a step forward, excitement coursing through her. Are they good ones? No, they're dreadful. But a few find them enlightening. Oh, was all Tessa said. Then her head tilted. You will not tell me the story of that mark? No, she will not, came a dark, lethal voice. But Tessa paid him no mind, reaching for another arrow as Roehrich came prowling closer to them. It's fine, Roz, Eliza said, although there was something new in her tone. A hint of sadness, maybe. She doesn't know. It is not something you need to share if you don't want to, he retorted. So protective. She'd had that once. That was what Tessa thought to herself as she silently placed the arrow on the string. It's a curse mark, Eliza said, shoving around the dragon who had planted himself between her and Tessa. The male I believed to be my father for a time put it there because I was born with fire magic rather than earth magic like he had. Tessa slowly lowered the bow she had raised. But you cannot control that. As I've already said, my world is not free of injustice and moral failings. It simply looks different there, she replied. He had plans for me, and those plans were destroyed because of who, or rather what, I turned out to be. Well, if anyone could understand that, it was Tessa. In retaliation, he cursed me with this mark before he abandoned me. Live or die, I was no longer his concern, Eliza went on. But he made sure I could not have children of my own to disappoint him further, as he worded it. Tessa's power was writhing in her soul, and she knew there were streaks of light flickering in her eyes when she asked, Does he still breathe? No, she answered. Tessa's gaze flicked to Roehrich. He avenged you. I avenged myself, Eliza retorted. Roehrich was quiet, his arms crossed over his broad chest, but the glare he was aiming at Tessa told her he wasn't happy this was being discussed. Too bad for him, Tessa didn't care what he thought. But you still bear the mark? Tessa asked. It is forever, Eliza answered, jerking her chin in an order to get back to practicing. Perhaps not forever, Roehrich cut in. Eliza rolled her eyes as she reached out to lift Tessa's drawing elbow a little higher. Roehrich thinks he will find a way to remove it. Because you want children? She asked, glancing at the dragon shifter. Because she deserves to make that choice for herself, he replied. It has nothing to do with me. That was a valid reason, she supposed. Actually, the reason gave her a new kind of respect for the male altogether. Inhaling deeply, she released the arrow, and to her shock, it hit just to the right of where she was aiming. Good, Eliza said, handing over another arrow. Again. Several minutes later, Tessa released the last arrow in the quiver. I don't understand how Orion could shoot 3 of these at a time. Agreed, Eliza said around a yawn. Our fire court second can manage 2 at a time, but there is another in our world who can fire 3. No idea how. There is a huntress in your world, Tessa asked. looping the bow over her chest while Roehrich went to retrieve the arrows this time.
"She is not a huntress,"
the male answered from across the makeshift archery range.
"At least, not fully. We are unsure what she is."
Another thing Tessa could relate to. Roehrich was back in far less time than it was taking her and Eliza to retrieve the arrows. He placed them into the quiver as Eliza yawned again.
"You need to rest, my Dragosin,"
he said, with far more gentleness than he ever showed anyone else. "I know," she grumbled. Turning to Tessa, she asked, "Are you ready to head inside?" "You two go ahead. I'm going to stay out here a little longer," Tessa answered, Roan reappearing at her side and rubbing along her legs. "My flames will go out. It will be dark," Eliza said, her brow furrowing. Tessa clasped her hands in front of her. "Yes, I'm aware." Eliza glanced up at Roehrich, uncertainty on her features. "I don't think it's a good idea to leave her out here alone, Roz."
"She's not alone. The two of you haven't been alone this entire time. And I do not mean the wolves,"
he answered, his eyes darting to the sky. "Luca is out here," she said in understanding. He nodded, his hand dropping to her lower back as he guided her inside.
"She'll be fine."
Tessa wasn't sure if fine was the word to use, but she'd also known Luca had been out here the whole time. With the waning moon, he wasn't visible against the night sky, but she knew. She always knew when they were near, bond or no bond. So it was no surprise when a giant dragon appeared moments later, settling down on a ledge above her. His glowing eyes seemed even brighter with Eliza's fire gone. They were the only thing illuminating the night now. "Do you want to hear a story?" Tessa called out as she sank to her knees, the cold earth biting through her thin training pants. He didn't answer, and she knew he wouldn't. "In all things there must be balance," she started. "Beginnings and endings, light and dark, fire and shadows. But in bids for power and answers to challenges, we are never happy. We always want more and more and more. Guardians were created," she murmured, and she heard him creep closer down the side of the mountain as her voice lowered. This story was more for her anyway. Morans were his answer. Hunters were created, and in turn, the huntresses were brought into existence. And I... She picked up an arrow, slicing the arrowhead along her palm before she gripped the bow in blood. She'd wanted to be alone for this, and with Eliza gone, in a sense, she was. "I am both, aren't I?" Luca roared in warning at the same time she recited the words Orion had told her. Magic rolled out of her, threads of light and dark, glowing golds and silvers, life and death. It all wound around the bow until she felt like it was a piece of her, innate, intrinsic, hers.
"Tessa, just wait,"
Luca said, having shifted at some point and landing several feet away. Now he was taking long strides to reach her. She looked up to find him shirtless, his wings still splayed, and gods, when was the last time she saw him like this? When they spent their time here, forgetting about the world for a few precious hours. But she remembered. Her body remembered. She knew every dip of his abdomen, knew what his fingers would feel like when they touched her. She remembered when they'd needed to drown in each other because no one else understood. She remembered what it was like to have him look at her with something other than the hard indifference staring back at her now. "You do not need to be here, Luca," she said, gracefully rising back to her feet. "I am not your ward."
"But you will be,"
he countered. She shook her head as she murmured, "You still don't see."
"I see just fine, Tessa,"
he replied, snatching up the quiver as she reached to grab an arrow. "You do?" she asked in relief.
"I see you out here doing something incredibly
His words died as she lifted a hand. Her power swirled, and when it receded, she held an arrow between her fingers.
Tessa,
he breathed. And gods, there was a reverence in her name that she hadn't heard from him in weeks. He stepped closer, examining the arrow, because, while it looked exactly like the arrows she'd been shooting all night, she knew it wasn't. Knew Luca could feel it was something other, too.
What did you do?
He asked, leaning in close to inspect the weapon. His scent assaulted her, and she could feel his heat, warming her soul in a way no fire ever could. Something wild and reckless, she answered.
How did you do it?
I don't know. I never know.
We'll work on that,
he answered, his fingers brushing over hers as he gently took the arrow from her. We will, she asked, knowing better than to let the hope trying to blossom in her chest bloom.
Yes. This is another power you need to understand. Need to control,
he replied, handing the arrow back to her. Oh, was all she said, reaching for the arrow.
But not tonight. You need to rest, too.
No, she said simply. No sleeping. Sleeping made it worse. So much worse.
Tessa.
In all things there must be balance, she murmured, knocking the arrow before raising the bow. Beginnings and endings. She took aim at a dead tree in the distance. The trunk was half gone, and the bare branches were brittle. Light and dark. She inhaled deeply, holding the breath for 1 second. 2, 3. Fire and shadows, she whispered on the exhale, releasing the arrow. It struck true. She knew it wasn't her skill, but this new thing guiding the arrow. And the entire tree was nothing but the same gold and silver ashes of her power moments later.
By Sargon,
Luca said, awe ringing in the words, the same way he'd once said her name. She looped her bow over her chest, turning away from him and heading back to the cave entrance.
Tessa,
he called after her. I'm not your ward, Luca, she called back. We're not yours to worry about anymore. But suddenly he was there, having traveled to block her path.
You are mine to worry about. Theon entrusted you to me.
Her harsh bark of laughter cut him off, and she couldn't blame him. It bordered on hysterical. She felt hysterical. She felt out of control. She felt unbalanced.
Okay,
he said calmly.
Okay, Tessa. Just take a breath.
It was only then she realized her power had surrounded her, an armor between him and her.
Let's just take a moment,
he said.
We'll figure all this out.
There is nothing to figure out, she said, her words cold and void of all the emotions she was feeling. He doesn't want us. You don't want us. The only ones who want us want to use us. I will figure it out. I am not your ward.
But you will be,
he insisted.
We need to figure out how that will work.
We do not, she replied, pushing past him. I am not going to become your ward. His brow furrowed.
Of course you will.
No, I won't. I saved him for you, or I'm trying to. But even if I hadn't, I wouldn't bind myself to someone who doesn't want me. I would never force you into something you do not want. He reached out, trying to grab her elbow to stop her, but then he hissed a curse as her power bit into him. She felt his eyes on her long after she'd disappeared into the depths of the cave, and she kept her magic in place just as long. A barrier, a physical blocking as much as an emotional blocking. It was the only way she was going to survive this. She'd fucked up. She'd hurt him, but she didn't deserve to be treated like a burden. And she'd meant what she'd said. She wouldn't force him into a guardian bond because he thought it was his duty. She was more than a duty. She was more than her power.
She was more than the blood in her veins and the beings she descended from. She was no longer a pawn in the games of the legacy, the gods, or the fates. Lifting a hand, her power swirled again, this time leaving a gleaming gold dagger in her palm. But it wasn't just gold. There were silver and black etchings down the blade. Marks and symbols she'd never be able to read, but knew what they said. No, she wasn't a pawn. She wasn't a source. She wasn't a queen or a lady or a god. But she was a reckoning. She was vengeance. She was chaos and fury and everything in between. And even if she could choose it for herself, there was no one left to be her balance.
14. Theon. He'd made it from the underground to the portal station in Castle Pines in record time, and no one had questioned him when he'd demanded an immediate portal to the Acropolis. He wasn't sure how to substantiate the claim of the Alpha and Beta, but he figured there was no better place to start. More than that, he wanted to see the Pantheon for himself. If Tessa had really done what the rumors claimed, he wanted to see the devastation with his own eyes. Arius Air. A portal agent greeted with a small bow the moment he appeared in the Acropolis station. But this wasn't his normal greeting. Beyond the agent stood a handful of Celeste sentinels, those that patrolled the Acropolis, but there were more mixed in. A sentinel from each kingdom, save for Arius, stood among them. Arius Air, your presence has been requested by Lord Jove and the ladies of Devrim, said the Akaz sentinel, taking a step to the front of the company. Adjusting his shirt cuffs, Theon sent him a dark glower. You can tell them I decline the request. I do not have time for their frivolity today. Several of the sentinels shifted uneasily, but it was none of them who answered. A female voice floated from behind them, the large bodies stepping aside to make a path for her. We both know a request from the rulers is never refutable, Theon, Tana said, her tight red curls piled atop her head. But in this case, consider it fulfillment of one of the many favors you owe my mother's kingdom. She came to a stop in front of him, her amber eyes daring him to deny her. And how could he? She had come to his aid without hesitation, and was now keeping Cressida a prisoner on his behalf. He did owe her, no matter what had brought him here. Fine, he ground out, gesturing for her to lead the way. Turning on her heel, Theon fell into step beside her. Gatlin, her source, was only a few steps behind, and the Anala heir waved off the company of sentinels. I've got it from here, she said dismissively. A lot of help you were anyway. My lady, your mother, started the Anala sentinel, but he stopped speaking the moment her head snapped in his direction. Are you questioning me? She demanded. Of course not, my lady, he said, bowing his head. Only attempting to spare your mother's wrath. I will handle it if needed, Tana said, striding through the security gates and entering the bustling lobby of the portal station. The sentinels stayed behind, and as they made their way through the crowds of the station, travelers gave them a wide berth. However, it wasn't until they were ushered into a waiting car that either of them spoke. What is this about, Tana? Theon asked, settling into the leather seat. Tana shifted, taking the glass of water Gatlin handed her and passing it to Theon. What it's always about these days, she answered. Forgive my ignorance, but many topics have been discussed at the meetings I was part of. As I understand it, you often had better things to do than attend the meetings. As it stands, your father is hunting for a source that has deserted him, and your duty calls once more, Tana replied, taking a sip from her own glass. But you need to prepare yourself. This meeting is, once again, to determine the fate of your not-source. He couldn't stop the sharp laugh that fell from his lips. They wish to determine Tessa's fate. It appears she does not care what they say if the rumors are true. See for yourself, Tana said, lifting a hand and gesturing out the window. Theon twisted, peering through the tinted glass, and if it hadn't been beaten into him to keep his composure at all times, his features would have betrayed the shock that he felt in the depths of his soul. Where the Pantheon had once stood, overlooking the entire Acropolis, there was nothing but chunks of stone and marble. The columns and the steps, the statues and the glass, everything was in ruin. And it wasn't just the Pantheon. They were on the street at the bottom of the hill, and her destruction had eviscerated all the surrounding buildings. It had stretched in a radius wide enough to encompass the Tribunal building. And all he could think about was how he wished he'd been there to see it. To see her. Bring it all down. Gods, she must have been in utter vision. Wild and fierce, untamed and stunning. Casualties? Theon asked thickly. Only the priestesses and some legacy, Tana answered. Not a single Fae. He glanced at her before returning his attention to the destruction. And where exactly are they meeting, with the prominent buildings nothing but rubble? He asked. The Celeste Manor, she answered. After a ridiculous and lengthy debate, of course. Of course, he said with a smirk, settling in once more. If that was the case, they had a 20-minute drive at the least. And you were sent to fetch me because... My mother convinced them I would have the best chance of persuading you, but they were not opposed to force, if necessary. Obviously, he said dryly, fingers flexing around his water glass. There are reports they saw her there, Jove and the ladies. Tana nodded. My mother reported what she saw herself. Tessa and Luca, Tristan Blackheart. 3 other females and 2 males. They are in an uproar, Theon, and while they are debating her fate, they also debate yours. Mine? He repeated, taken aback. She is your source. That was taken from me, he snarled, familiar fury stirring in his gut. They need to hold someone accountable, she said. They have to show the kingdoms they are doing something. So you are taking me to my own goddamn trial? Her lips pursed, but her silence was answer enough. I did not realize the payment of my debts would be to stand trial for another's failings, he added, his jaw clenching with the words. He did not have time for this shit. Another's failings? Tana asked. Tessa was taken from me. Even your mother agreed it would be better for her to remain with me, but Roehrich insisted. He was the one who let this happen. She was under his care when all this shit occurred, yet I am the one who has to answer for it? You chose her as a source, she said carefully. I didn't know what she was. The people sitting on those thrones cannot say the same. He spat. Are you saying they knew all along? Roehrich did for goddamn sure. The ladies, I don't know that they knew what she was, but they sure as fuck know the source marks given are gross manipulations of other, more sacred marks. Tana went quiet, and at least 5 minutes ticked by before she said in a hushed tone, as though she was afraid of being overheard even here. Are you saying you disagree with how things are being run in Devrim? I don't... He swiped a hand through his hair, then cursed himself for messing with it before he was about to go before the realm's rulers. Should he really admit this to a rival kingdom's heir? In the end, did it matter? He was plotting a rebellion with Axel anyway. It was going to come out eventually. So he inhaled deeply, locking eyes with her, as he said, Yeah, I guess I am. The car pulled to a stop, and Tana placed a hand on Gatlin's thigh to halt him as he reached for the door. Tread carefully today, Theon. Survive this, and perhaps we can continue this discussion. He didn't have time to question what she meant. Gatlin pushed open the door and climbed out before helping Tana from the vehicle. Theon followed, slipping into the role he'd been trained for his entire life. Cold, dark, indifferent. The air of death. Faye escorted them in, taking Tana's coat from Gatlin before leading them down a hall to a grand sitting room. He fought the urge to roll his eyes when he found the room arranged with 6 cushioned chairs to one side, the heirs and their sources seated on sofas along the perimeters, and one lone high-back armchair in the center of the room. Theon strode right past it and took a seat in the empty cushioned chair that was for the Arius Kingdom. And he stared Roerdan Jove in the eyes the entire time. "That is no longer your seat, Heir St. Orcus," the Akaz Lord said tightly. "Since my father is still unavailable, I think it is," he answered, sitting back and spreading his legs wide as he got comfortable. "It wasn't a request, and my response wasn't a suggestion. I was accosted at the portal station and brought directly here, disrupting my day and my own business." "You forget your place, Arius Heir," Jove said, light flickering in his eyes and sparking at his fingertips. "And maybe you've grown complacent and overstayed yours." "Respect is still required, Heir St. Orcus," the Phaline lady cut in. A retort lingered on his tongue, but he swallowed it down. Verbal sparring with the Akaz Lord wasn't going to speed this process along. So instead, he said, "To what do I owe this undeniable summons?" "Your source is out of control," the Seraphina lady said sharply. "My source," Theon repeated dryly. "I was under the impression she was no longer mine. In fact, those were Roerdan's." "Watch it, boy," the Akaz Lord cut in sharply. But Theon's smile was just as sharp when he said, "Your exact words were, 'She is no longer yours.' I was repeatedly reminded of this since you took her from me. You are the one who has failed to keep her under control. I warned you it was an impossible task. You insisted you were handling it. As such, unless I am missing something here, I believe it should be you in the chair before us answering for your failings to the realm." The room was utterly still, but he didn't give a single fuck. They wanted to pull him in here and blame him for what was happening when he'd told them from the beginning that caging her wasn't going to work, that it would blow up in their faces. Blame him for her bringing their most sacred spaces to ruin in a single goddamn night. Control the uncontrollable, or to fury, they both lose. He held Roerdan's stare a moment longer before locking eyes with each lady in turn. Seraphina, Celeste, Phaline, Anala. And he could swear the Anala lady was fighting a small smile when she calmly said, "Heir St. Orcus makes some valid points. Of course, we would never suggest putting a fellow lord on trial, but I do believe we have questions. We were told she was being held beneath the Pantheon until decisions could be made. And yet..." "And yet what?" the Akaz Lord snapped. He flung a hand in Theon's direction. "Ask the one who broke her out." "I did no such thing. I have not seen her since the Serana Gala," Theon replied, steepling a finger along his temple. "Lies," Roerdan hissed. "In case you've forgotten, the female has a vendetta against my entire kingdom. My people were slaughtered. I've been tending to them while my father's fucked off to God knows where," he drawled. "My attention is on our defenses." "Then why are you in the Acropolis today?" the Phaline lady asked. "Supplies, as well as substantiating rumors," he answered. "As a fellow lover of knowledge, surely you understand desiring facts, proof, and truth before believing something to be true." Lady Farhan nodded in agreement, just as Theon had known she would when he appealed to logic. "And now that you have seen with your own eyes, what is your next course of action, young heir?" Lady Athne asked, embers crackling at her fingertips as she held Theon's gaze. He sat up a little straighter, his hand falling to the armrest. I plan to do what's best for my people.
And what do you believe that is?
To protect them from the dangers of the realm.
Indeed,
Lady Athene said, and he didn't know what to make of the lady's response. Her face was unreadable, and she turned away from him as she said,
his worries are valid, and he only seeks what we seek for our own kingdoms. I think his actions have proven such these last months during Voltaire's absence. He has taken on immense responsibility far sooner than any of us did.
What are you insinuating, Kyra? Rodan gritted out.
Voltaire has failed his kingdom, the Anala lady said. I move we allow Theon to take the necessary steps to take his seat and formally recognize him as the Arius Lord.
The fuck? Theon sat up straight, shock rippling through him. That was the very last thing he'd been expecting her to say, and judging by the shock on the other rulers' faces, they hadn't anticipated it either. It clearly had not been discussed, but a motion had been made. It would have to be voted on. Theon wouldn't be allowed to vote, and this type of decision had to be unanimous. There was no way it would pass, but Kyra had planted a seed that would linger. Absolutely not, Rodan barked.
That is not how this works,
Kyra replied calmly.
A motion has been brought forth, unless you are saying you have absolute power here.
Of course not, he gritted out from between clenched teeth. But this has never once been discussed.
On the contrary, it has been discussed at great length since Voltaire went missing, something none of us knew anything about, right?
Oh, she was good. That was all Theon could think as he watched this play out. All the rulers were manipulators, but to watch them manipulate one another?
We have all been paying attention to how Theon has handled matters, and while we were irked about his absence at meetings, he was tending to his people. That is the role of a lord, is it not?
The Anala lady went on.
That is a valid argument,
the Phaelin lady said, clearly thinking deeply.
He has also offered to help with Tessa repeatedly, would have taken responsibility for her once more if it had been granted. Comparing his time with the female and yours, Rodan, he did appear to have more control of her.
That's bullshit, Rodan snarled, his face becoming red with rage.
Is it?
And Theon nearly fell out of his chair at the female that had asked that question. The Seraphina lady's eyes were narrowed on Rodan.
We have lost the Sirana villas, the Pantheon, the Tribunal, and the trust of our kingdoms while she has been in your care.
2 kingdoms that had always been steadfastly loyal to one another, now on opposite sides. All because of Tessa. And his people experienced a massacre of their own while under his care, Rodan argued.
Because of her, while she was your responsibility,
Lady Isleen snapped. She turned to the Celeste lady.
Luna?
The Celeste lady appeared to hesitate, weighing her words, before she said,
We do have duties to our kingdoms to protect them. Their trust is how we maintain control, and we are losing that trust rapidly.
Because of her, the Seraphina lady interjected.
Because no one can control her. But there were not massacres or buildings being destroyed when she was with Theon,
the Phaelin lady offered.
Is that enough to offer him our blessing to proceed?
The Celeste lady asked, looking among the ladies, and Theon couldn't help but notice they weren't including Rodan in the discussion anymore. But they should be. Without his vote, none of this would matter.
And what are we to do with Voltaire when he returns? The Seraphina lady posed. He would have to answer for his absence and face such consequences,
Kyra said simply.
But if Theon is the one caring for their kingdom, while Voltaire has seemingly disappeared, then concerns and meetings should involve him, not Voltaire.
That is logical, Lady Farhan agreed.
And it is still his bloodline, the Celeste Lady mused.
But he doesn't have a source, Rodan cut in, his knuckles white where they clenched the arms of his chair. We are giving an heir without a source a seat. Anyone could overthrow him.
Then I guess if Voltaire wants his seat back, that's what he'd need to do, Kyra said. Besides, he does still technically have a source.
So we are making him a lord and giving him the female? Rodan demanded.
Tessa, Theon interjected. She has a fucking name.
At that, Rodan's golden gaze slid to him, and Theon knew that smile all too well. That was the smile of someone who was about to play a winning card or move a chess piece into checkmate. He has a source, but what of a match? Rodan said.
He has a match, the Celeste Lady said, a crease appearing in her brow.
But it is not official, Rodan countered. A match ceremony has not occurred. It is a selection year, Theon retorted, struggling to keep his darkness in check. If we are making exceptions for you to take a kingdom seat, then surely we can make an exception here as well. What does me taking a match have to do with any of this? It is a sign you take your role seriously. A wife to produce an heir to keep the bloodline going, and by extension, the protection of your kingdom, the Akaz Lord said with a smile. We all had matches before we took our seats. Am I incorrect, ladies?
He is not, the Phaelin Lady said. But that is easily rectified if we are all in agreement.
Wait, Theon said, forcing himself to stay seated and not lurch to his feet. But what was his argument here? How was he supposed to argue against moving forward with his match contract? Especially with a fucking bargain mark still on his skin. And when he locked eyes with Rodan once more, the Lord knew he had him backed into a corner. That is my stipulation, the Akaz Lord said. I will agree to Theon taking over as the Arius Lord as soon as his match contract is fulfilled, and he has a wife.
That is agreeable enough, the Phaelin Lady said. Anyone else?
And one by one the ladies agreed, with Kyra being the last, as she turned to face Theon fully.
Are the terms agreeable to you? You will be recognized as the Arius Lord as soon as you take a match?
No. Yes. Fuck. Surely they are if this is about protecting your people and your kingdom, Rodan said, a brow arching in question. And Tessa? Theon asked, trying to keep his voice neutral.
I think we can all agree the realm was safer when she was in your care. I propose she be returned to you until an agreement can be reached regarding her fate, Kyra said.
Begrudgingly, everyone murmured an agreement. Then we have an agreement, Theon said, rising from his seat and buttoning his suit coat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to make a phone call. He didn't wait for a dismissal. He strode from the sitting room, down the hall, and out the front door before he pulled his old phone from his pocket. Powering it on, he ignored the numerous texts and missed calls from Luca. He'd deal with that later. Instead, he scrolled to a name and clicked it before lifting the phone to his ear. It rang only once before connecting.
Theon? Thank Arius, I've been so worried,
Felicity said, sounding genuine in her concern. He didn't bother with pleasantries as he said, How soon can you be in the Acropolis? 15. Luca.
Why can't I just use my own arrows? Tessa said with a scowl, when Eliza handed her another normal arrow. Because your arrows are magic, she retorted. You need to learn to shoot regular old arrows. What if you can't access your magic? Besides, we don't need you turning the mountain into ashes. They're not ashes, Tessa grumbled, knocking the arrow to her bow and taking aim.
Luca heard the crunch of boots behind him, but he didn't take his eyes from the females below. He was sitting above them on a ledge, his legs dangling over the side. They likely knew he was up here, but neither of the females had acknowledged him, which was fine. It was better this way. He could tell by scent alone who approached. His own blood mixed with fire. "She's smart in how she trains her," Luca said, watching while Eliza adjusted Tessa's arm. "She's been training warriors for decades," Roehrich replied. "She knows what she's doing." There was a twinge at the words, and Luca realized a moment later it was jealousy. Jealous of what? He wasn't entirely sure. Her training warriors? Or maybe it was her just being around warriors when something like that was in his blood. A part of him wanted to ask Roehrich about it, but the male would probably just spout a smart-ass comment, reminding him yet again how much he didn't care that they were related. Which is why Luca was a bit shocked when Roehrich spoke again. "Is it truly just you and Zan here? The only Sargon legacy in the entire realm?" Roehrich asked. Luca glanced at him sidelong, finding him studiously watching Tessa and Eliza. "As far as I know," Luca answered. "Then again, I thought I was the only one until Tessa revealed the secret she'd been keeping." "And Diana? Again, I assume she's dead, but I thought that about our father as well." He stiffened at the words, but Luca was done trying not to piss him off. Zan was their father, whether Roehrich wanted to acknowledge that fact or not. "You are not the only one in your realm?" Luca asked. Roehrich shook his head. "Tybalt is there, Zan's brother," he clarified. "We also have a cousin there. He is half witch and Scarlet's guardian." Another blooded relative. Or two, actually. "But Sargon legacy are rare to begin with. The god only had 7 children, supposedly picky about who he sired them with." "Only 7? Luca said with a scoff. "For a being that has been alive for thousands of years, that seems like a relatively small number." "It's probably more," Luca said. "Probably." A few silent minutes ticked by, before Roehrich broke the silence yet again. "So you've been alone." It was a statement, and one that Luca stiffened at. "I had Theon and Axel." "But you had no one to help you hone your power. You did that all on your own," Roehrich pushed. "Why does it matter to you?" "It doesn't. Eliza forced me to try to do whatever this is." Luca almost let the huff of laughter slip. "Are you saying your bonded forced you to try to bond with me?" "Don't say it like that," Roehrich grumbled. "What exactly do you want to know?" Luca went on. "My favorite color, favorite food, stuffed animal I had growing up? Why the fuck did you have a stuffed animal growing up? Did you at least hunt it properly first?" Luca finally turned to stare at him. "It wasn't a real animal. What is wrong with you? You are the one who brought up stuffed animals. They are a child's comfort object. What do you have in your realm for children?" "Not stuffed animals," he retorted. Luca shook his head at the ridiculousness of the entire conversation, but some of it felt familiar too. Something stupid he'd argue about with Theon and Axel. Knowing he really shouldn't bring this up, Luca took a breath before he asked, "I know you read a lot, like Theon, so in all those books, have you come across something to remove the collar from Zan's neck?" It was another few seconds before Roehrich answered, "Not yet." "Yet? Are you looking?" "I never said that." "Right," Luca muttered, returning to watching the females. Tessa drew back the string on her bow, releasing the arrow a few seconds later. It missed her target, striking too low. Neither of them spoke for another 10 minutes before Roehrich said, What are you going to do about her? Any tension that had bled from him returned, his back and shoulders stiffening. What am I supposed to do about her? You say she's not yours, yet you protect her like she is. Because I am to be her guardian. But you're not yet, and it's more than that. I know the pull of a bond, how hard it is to ignore it, how impossible, even when it's all you want to do. You denied Eliza? Luca asked, the fiery female watching Tessa with her hands on her hips. She denied me, he corrected. I could never deny her a goddamn thing. With those words, Roehrich stood, leaving Luca abruptly alone again. Something he was all too familiar with, even if Theon and Axel had been constantly around. There was still a loneliness there, something associated with being the only one of his kind. A loneliness that had been non-existent since Tessa had come around. He sighed as he saw Roehrich below, making his way the few hundred feet down the rocky terrain rather than simply traveling. Something softened on Eliza's normally harsh features at his approach, and he leaned in, murmuring something in her ear that had her eyes filling with a desire Luca could see from where he still sat. The female said something to Tessa, who waved her off, before taking another arrow from the quiver and knocking it. Apparently, she was content to keep practicing, but he knew that too. Knew she snuck into his training rooms inside the cave at night when everyone else was sleeping. Knew she went through all the routines she'd complained about when he'd been training her. Knew she was getting stronger, and not just with her magic. He could see it in the definition of muscles forming, in the set of her posture, in the quiet confidence that was growing more every day. He saw her, all of her. He both loved and hated it. He waited until Roehrich and Eliza disappeared inside, before he followed Roehric's path, debating how to bring this up with Tessa. They needed to continue a conversation from the other night, and she seemed... well, she didn't seem as consumed right now. Luca knew she heard him approaching, but he moved with force anyway, making sure the crunch of rocks beneath his boots announced him. Tessa, of course, was barefoot. Eliza had argued with her about it, but had wisely dropped the argument after only a minute. She stooped down to grab another arrow, not bothering to look at him when she said,
Zen can come out here with me if you feel the need to have me monitored.
Tessa, he sighed, crossing his arms over his chest. We need to talk more about this guardian bond.
There's nothing to talk about, Luca, she said simply, knocking the arrow, but he reached for her, halting her movements. She stilled, gaze fixed on the spot where he held her elbow. And gods, he finally understood Theon's obsession with understanding her emotions. Luca had always been able to read her, but right now, he had no idea what she was feeling or thinking. She was stoic and cold, and he wished this bond wasn't so goddamn broken. Then again, he wished a lot of things were different right now. Tessa, he said, his tone unintentionally softer, but it had her lifting her eyes to his. Her head tilted to the side, as if she was trying to figure him out as much as he was trying to figure her out. Maybe this was the way it was always supposed to be. He'd always berated Theon for not being able to understand her, but maybe Theon had been doing it right all along. Working to build something on a foundation that wouldn't crumble to nothing with one choice. Luca cleared his throat, dropping her arm and crossing his once more. But his dragon was preening at having her attention on him. She never looked at him anymore, and his magic was reaching, wanting. Apparently hers was too, but she didn't bother to leash it like he was. It flowed around her like a black and gold-flecked mist, light and dark. Power. And his dragon wanted that.
His black flames wanted that. Wanted to tangle with her, draw her in. His arms had dropped to his sides, and he hadn't realized he'd taken a step towards her until she took one back. "We need to be able to be around each other," he said. She opened her mouth to argue, but he stopped her before she got the words out. "At least for now, while we figure out our next moves going forward." They could worry about the necessary guardian bond later. He just needed her to talk to him right now, and he knew pushing her on that topic was going to make her shut down immediately. She studied him for a long moment, and he fought the urge to fidget. Gods, what the fuck was wrong with him? But her violet stare was penetrating and eerie as her magic swirled faintly in her eyes. "I know your magic is a lot, and I know neither of us trusts the other right now, but I think we can agree we have a common goal," he tried. "And what is that goal?" she asked, taking a step to the right. "To leave this realm?" He moved with her as he answered. "If that was your goal, you wouldn't have destroyed our main way out." She hummed, taking another step and forcing him to turn to keep her in his line of sight. "Then what is our mutual goal, Luca Moores?" "To survive until we can figure out what the fuck we're going to do. And to do that, we need to work together." She hummed again, still moving. "Everyone has plans. You, me, your brother, Rodan, Voltaire, Tristan. I bet even your father has a plan. He knows things. I know things. She stumbled when she almost said his name, but then resumed her movements. "Everyone knows things." "We're past the point of keeping secrets, Tessa. It could mean the difference between death and survival." "Salvation or destruction?" "Yes," she hummed, still holding her bow with the arrow knocked at her side. "Would you have liked to leave here?" she asked suddenly. "Would you have preferred to leave with your father and brother?" The question caught him off guard, and when he didn't immediately answer, she added, "Should I not save him for you? I thought... What would you choose if this world wasn't damned and tyrants didn't rule?" "I would wish for my family," he finally said. "The family I chose and formed over the years, not by blood. If you were asking me to choose one or the other, I would choose those brought into my life by the fates." "The fates want to kill me," she said simply. "You side with them." "Don't put words in my mouth." She was still moving, and he was still turning. And it was only then that he realized she was circling him. Like a goddamn predator, footprints of her power left in her wake with each step. He felt his eyes shift at the realization, his power seeking, and his dragon loving the idea of wrestling for dominance. "All I am asking," he gritted out, "is if we can call a tentative truce." "I was unaware we were fighting," she replied, finally ceasing her stalking, and her head canted to the side again. "We both need each other right now, whether we like it or not." Her brow furrowed. "I know you do not want me here, Luca. I have simply been giving you your space." The dragon in his soul snarled at the words, and he swallowed down an audible growl. He thought she'd been avoiding him, but she had been. She thought this was what he'd wanted, and it was, wasn't it? "We don't have to figure out everything at once. We just need to take this day by day," he offered, needing her to give just a little on this. "One foot in front of the other? Just one step?" she asked, taking the smallest of steps towards him instead of continuing to circle him. "Yes," he answered, relieved she finally understood what he was saying. She worried her bottom lip, appearing to debate something, before she nodded once. Whether to him or to herself, he wasn't sure, but he'd take the small victory. "Let's work with your bow," he said, jerking his chin to the weapon she still held at her side.
"We don't have to do this," she said, taking 3 steps back.
"I know Eliza has been training you," he said. "I've been watching, and she's smart to make you train without your magic. But you need to train with your power too, Tessa."
"Really?"
she asked, a thread of excitement sounding as the bands of light around her wrists flared at the words. He almost smiled, but instead he reached for the arrow she had nocked, pausing for a moment to see if she would pull away from him. When she didn't, he took the regular arrow, moving to replace it in the quiver before turning back to her. She was nearly bouncing on her toes as she let small tendrils of her magic free to float around her. If he was being honest, she'd learned a lot of control over these past months, even if it still overwhelmed her most days. "Summon an arrow and let's see what you can do," he said, a smile filling her face as she lifted a hand. There was a swirl of power before an arrow appeared, and he stepped closer, leaning in to study it. "Do you know what the markings are?" Tessa shook her head, lifting her other hand and producing a dagger.
"Do you?"
she asked, holding the blade out to him. He took it from her, the odd etchings bigger on the dagger, making them easier to see. But he didn't know what they were. It was on the tip of his tongue to say they would ask Theon, but he stopped himself right before the words left his lips. Instead, he ground out, "We could ask Roehrich if he knows, or Zan, even Sienna or Tristan." She nodded, worrying her bottom lip again, and turning away from him to nock the arrow. They may not be in a great place right now, but he didn't need the bond to know what she was thinking in this moment. Because while there were plenty of people they could ask about the markings, they both only wanted to ask the one who wasn't here. And neither one of them was willing to say that aloud. He shifted as he descended, his feet hitting the rocky ground a few seconds later. He'd needed the flight in the cool night air. Time to clear his head. He knew forcing himself to spend more time with her was going to have him questioning his resolve. His magic and the dragon in his soul were already pushing him back to her. But how could he possibly trust her, give her his loyalty, after she'd kept something so important from him? How did a person forgive that? Even if he did somewhat understand her reasoning. He jogged down the stairs that led deeper into the cave. There was a small hall at the bottom, and he counted the empty frames on the walls to make sure they were still there. There were far too many people here who had overstayed their welcome. There were also far too many dragons here. He'd spent the rest of the afternoon working with Tessa on her archery, and then they'd all had a meal together, which wasn't out of the ordinary. Everyone usually ate dinner together, so that only one meal had to be prepared. But everyone else seemed to have sensed the shift in their relationship. There were curious looks and roundabout questions, but mostly, everyone seemed more at ease because Tessa's mannerisms were not as erratic. Something that was confirmed when he stepped into the main living space to find his father on a sofa. He immediately stood when Luca entered, and Luca wasn't sure how to interpret his tone when he said, "She's been pacing around here for the last 3 hours. The entire time he'd been gone. "Everything seems to be in order," Luca replied, moving past Zan to grab a liquor bottle and pour a glass. "She needs to sleep, Luca." Yeah, he knew that too. He didn't need to be as close to her as he was today to see the lack of it wearing on her. Legacy and Fae rarely became sleep-deprived. They didn't need it like the mortals of the realm did. The Fae needed deep sleep to restore powers. Another reason Theon had been over the top with her schedule when they'd all thought she was Fae. And while Legacy didn't need it for those reasons, as he'd told Tessa, they could only go so long before their magic capitalized on it and tried to take control. Which is why he'd never said anything about her silently coming into his room at night and taking the shirt he'd worn that day. In fact, just like Theon used to do, He'd taken to leaving it out for her to find easily. Luca sighed, taking a deep drink from his glass before he said, "Where is she?" "She slipped into your room about 20 minutes ago, and she hasn't come back out," Zan answered. Then he hesitated, pushing a hand through his shoulder-length hair. "While Akira and I were not what you and Tessa are, I could help pull her back from the brink. She found solace with me, and that didn't need the same connection." "You mean you didn't end up fucking her?" Luca said. He was too tired for this. His father always tried to be delicate with these things, while Luca was far more blunt like Roehrich. He supposed that was one thing he had in common with his brother. Zan blinked once, before something akin to disapproval appeared. "I'm saying that while you navigate what you want your relationship to be, you can still help her right now, until something else can be figured out. And you appear to have more of a soft spot for her than your own children." It was a low blow, but he was so goddamn tired of everyone taking Tessa's side in this. Everyone subtly hinting that he was making this a bigger deal than it was. Didn't any of them realize Zan would likely still be in that fucking prison if it wasn't for him? Or if Tessa had told him sooner, he could have been out a lot sooner? So many things could be different. Zan cleared his throat, the collar at his neck glimmering in the low flames hovering around the room. "I have a lot of regrets in my life, Luca. I simply do not wish for you to have to live with the same. But I will not bring it up again." Luca said nothing, only knocked back the last of his liquor as he watched his father leave the room. One would think having the tension eased some with Tessa would put him in a better mood, but it was exactly the opposite. It was why he'd gone flying, but here he was. With another sigh, he set the glass aside and made his way to his room. The door was closed, and it took him a long moment to find her in the dark room, forcing him to shift his eyes. When he found her, she was curled up in an armchair in the corner. "Tessa." She said nothing, and he moved closer, finding her wrapped in one of his shirts and her eyes closed. Despite that, her hands were clenched around the fabric, magic flowing around them. Not letting himself think about it, he reached out, trying to pry them open, but he found her entire being tense and coiled tight. A soft moan of pure agony fell from her parted lips, and he told himself it was out of loyalty to Theon when he scooped her out of the chair. She immediately melted into him, settling into his chest as he moved her to his bed, only opening her eyes when he pulled the blankets over her. Tessa blinked several times, her brow scrunching in confusion. "Just for tonight," he said gruffly, turning away from her to pull his shirt over his head. He tossed it to the corner, knowing she wouldn't need it tonight, before he grabbed a pair of lightweight pants and changed into them. She waited until he was climbing into the other side of the low bed before she rasped, "Why?" "Because you need to sleep, Tessa." She fell quiet, and Luca propped his hand behind his head, staring at the ceiling while he waited. Within minutes, her breathing changed, just as he'd known it would, and shortly thereafter, she was rolling into him. He tensed as she nestled into his side, a hand resting on his abdomen, while a leg slid over his. Then he loosed a long breath, forcing himself to relax. He let his magic out, watching it gently wrap around her, while he slowly did the same with his arm. His dragon gave a satisfied rumble. It was just for tonight. If he gave her this, let her get some much-needed rest, she'd be fine for a while. They wouldn't need to do this again for at least a week, maybe 2. That was what he told himself over and over, as sleep found him too. That was what he told himself when he woke a few hours later to find himself curled around her back to his chest, his arm keeping her held tightly to him, his face buried in her neck, her scent surrounding him. But even then, her arms stretched out, her hand seeking another that should be with them. That was what he told himself when he jerked awake from his magic alerting him to someone crossing his wards around the cave. He was up and out of the bed, already half-dressed and working off pure adrenaline, when he realized the bed was now completely empty. No blonde hair fanned across a pillow, or small form curled into a ball with the blankets thrown off. Apparently, they both slept more soundly when near each other. He knew that, of course, but that didn't mean he liked admitting it, or seeing such blatant evidence of it. Still, someone had crossed his wards who wasn't supposed to be here, and Tessa, not being in his bed, only had him hurrying to slide on his boots as he pulled his shirt on. He was nearly out the door when he saw the paper folded on one of the nightstands. His name scrawled across it. Luca snatched it up as he left the room, reading as he went. But the more he read, the faster he moved until he was racing up the stairs and out into the crisp morning air. There was nothing here. No one here. Not her, not her wolves, not another living soul. Only a single off-white feather that he bent to pick up. His heart beating far too quickly, the paper crumpled in his fist where he gripped it, reading the words over again.
Luca, you once told me I don't know how to let myself be loved, and I think you're right. My entire life, I've tried to be what others wanted me to be. Mother Cordelia and the instructors at the estate, Dex and Aurelia. Then it was Theon, you, Rordan, Akaz. All these beings with expectations and ideals of what they thought I should be and do and become. In the end, I don't think it's my fault for not knowing how to be loved, because for so long, I never was. I didn't know how to recognize it. But you also told me I needed to find myself worthy and deserving, that I needed to fight for me. And because you taught me that, I know I don't want just for tonight's. I know that's all you can offer me now, and I understand why. But because of you, I know I can fight for more. That if no one wants wild and untamed and chaotic, then I am content to be alone now, trying to conform to what this world, the gods, or the fates think I should be, is no longer something I wish to strive for. I simply want to be free of it all, because that is what I'm deserving of. I know I did this to us, and sometimes consequences are as lasting as our immortal lives. I won't ask for your forgiveness, because that is indeed not something I am deserving of. But I will say again, I am sorry, Luca. I am sorry I betrayed you so deeply. I am sorry we found each other only for me to be less than what you needed and expected. I am sorry I took so much from you. Being the grandchild of a god is lonely, and I'm sorry to leave you alone. But while I don't know how to let myself be loved, I think I did learn how to love. How to give another freedom when it is what they desperately seek. How to sacrifice and hurt and bleed for another to allow them to live a life they deserve. It is all I have left to make amends with. While I know you have found your father and brother, I know that is not what you want. So I saved him for you. Or I'm trying to. I will. We will save him for you. We will save him, and then we will leave so the fates can hunt us elsewhere, and maybe the two of you can find a way to bring peace to a broken realm. If anyone can do it, it will be the two of you. You deserve a life of freedom as much as I do. Thank you for trying to love me. Thank you for giving me the chance to be loved by you. Thank you for believing I am deserving of so much more. I'm sorry it took me too long to figure it all out. I'm sorry I was too late, but I don't regret our nights. Thank you for the time you did give me. Thank you for the training and the oranges and the flip-flops. I don't know how to let myself be loved, but I know I love you. Differently from him, and yet somehow the same. Thoroughly. Completely. Forever. Eternally yours.
He still held that goddamn feather, and he turned, racing back inside, all but leaping down the stairs. "Roehrich! Blackheart! Zan! Who's awake?" he yelled into the silence. It shouldn't have surprised him his father was the first to appear. Everyone else a few seconds behind him. It also shouldn't have surprised him Sienna was already in the kitchen, a cup of tea in her hands, and violet eyes pinned on him. "You already know," Luca said tightly, holding her stare.
"I do now,"
she answered. He didn't have time for her vague answers. He turned to the others, holding up the feather. "Is this what I think it is? A fucking seraph feather?" "Where is Tessa?" Zan asked instead. "Answer me!" Luca demanded. Roehrich stalked forward, taking the feather from him and examining it before he said, "That's what it looks like to me." He lifted his eyes to Luca. "Is she gone? Did she go back to them?" She'd left, and he didn't know if she'd willingly gone with them or not, but this sure as fuck looked like she had. Surely one of them would have heard a struggle, been alerted to it. Her goddamn wolves would have done something. But he didn't know what her plans were or what she was thinking, because he'd pushed her away too much. More than that, he knew this was a crossroads. His own version of salvation or destruction. She'd given him an out. Now he was left to decide if he was going to take it.
16. Tessa. Her bare feet sank into the soft ground on the river's edge as she watched the black waters merge with the clear, sparkling blue. It was hypnotic in a way, the dark swirling with the light. The black waters weren't murky like she thought they would be. They weren't thick or foreboding. They were just as crisp and clear as the other water, and she found herself drawn to the midnight river more than the rest, taking a step closer. They say the night waters have been a part of Devrim since its inception. She didn't turn right away, but the smallest of smiles pulled at the corner of her mouth. She'd been waiting for him. "I was hoping you would come tonight," she said, her fingers twisting into the fabric of her dress. "I will always come for you," he replied, and she finally turned to find him with a smile of his own. Emerald eyes were pinned on her, his hands in the pockets of his suit pants. "The gods made some waters black?" she asked, slowly facing the flowing rivers once more as he came to stand beside her. Nodding to the rushing waters, he said, "This is the fractured springs, where the night waters merge with the river of endings. But I don't think a god did this." "You don't think, or you know?" He huffed a laugh under his breath. "I believe the waters turn black when an Arius descendant has an outpouring of intense emotions, when they feel so utterly helpless and broken that all they can do is pour out their despair and sorrow, altering the world around them." Her brow bunched in thought. "That doesn't seem right," she mused. "Doesn't it? Does the weather not change when you are sad? Does a storm not scream its wrath when you are angry?" She looked up at him, his attention fixed fully on her. She got a little lost in dark emerald eyes and black hair, in a small dimple and lips she'd kissed more times than she could count. Still, he didn't reach for her, didn't touch her. Tessa cleared her throat. "So, you think an Arius descendant turned the night waters into what they are?" "It does stand to reason." "So logical,"
she mocked with a sigh, turning back to the rivers. But when he didn't speak right away, she glanced back, finding him still watching her. What? It has been some time since I've seen you so calm. She sighed again, wrapping her arms around herself. Can I tell you something? Always. She hesitated, though. Saying this aloud was admitting it more to herself than to him. But did it matter in her dreams? In a vision that may or may not ever happen? I'm tired, she finally said, her voice scarcely more than a whisper. He said nothing, knowing there was more. He always knew what she needed. But the patience, that was new. I'm tired of secrets. I'm tired of scheming. I think maybe I'm tired of trying to be the villain and the savior. I'm tired of hating you and missing you. I'm tired of being hated. I'm tired of fighting. Don't you dare stop fighting, Tesselin. Do you understand me? It's a constant push and pull, she continued as though he hadn't spoken. My magic wants and I desire. Power calls and fury beckons. A sea of freedom and a whirlwind of chains. How can it be all and nothing? How can I feel like I'm flying and falling all at the same time? I think maybe balance is as much of an illusion as hope in the end. I think... But she was cut off when large hands took her face, and those lips she'd lost herself in more than once took something she was finally willing to give. His mouth moved against hers deeply and thoroughly. She couldn't breathe, but she didn't care. She never wanted to come up for air. She could drown here, in this place. A piece of her soul still thrashed, but here she was almost whole. If only her dreams weren't fleeting. He pulled back, and she whimpered. At some point, her hands had left her dress, instead fisting into the fabric of his shirt. She held on, keeping him near, and he kept her face in his hands as his eyes searched hers. I'm yours, he said, his voice husky with a need and desperation she understood all too well. Every piece of me, and I will always come for you. In another life, she whispered, letting her light flow with the faint dark mist swirling around him, in the same way the dark waters merged with the river of endings. In every life, little storm. Her smile was sad. Still such pretty words, even as a phantom. Tessa! But he didn't get to finish as she pressed her lips to his once more, letting herself drown in memories. Her eyes fluttered open, and she reached up to brush hair from her face, only for her fingertips to find tears on her cheeks. For so long, she'd fought sleep, but here, she chased it. She used to use sleep as an escape. Maybe this wasn't so different. Her dreams were nightmares that would haunt her, but she found herself craving them as of late. It was all she had left now, all she would ever have. And while she'd made peace with that, it wouldn't stop her from seeking them out in her dreams, even with the risk of those visions being unfavorable. It was the only way she could know, the only way she could protect them now. She sat up in the bed with a wince. It was a far cry from the beds she'd been sleeping on with Theon in Faven, with Luca. It was smaller, too, a single bed, she realized. It took her a minute to remember everything that had happened, how she'd used her magic to keep Luca lulled to sleep, her power soothing his as light and dark coiled around her and gently extracted her from his hold, how she'd traveled outside, having been practicing that skill as much as the others. Once she'd done it a few times, it hadn't been hard to figure out what triggered it and how to control it. With Roan and Nyla at her sides, she'd climbed down the mountainside in the still dark morning until she felt Luca's wards slip over her skin,
stopping on the other side and far enough from the cave that it wouldn't be seen. Then she'd crouched down to speak to her wolves, telling them her plan. The only ones who knew. Perhaps the only ones who cared. Asking them to deliver a message for her when she was gone. Then she'd sent a note to Dexter with her magic. The only light was of her own making while she'd waited for him. It took longer than she'd anticipated, but he came in the end, with all pretenses dropped, just as she'd requested. His off-white wings had been on full display, and he'd traveled in himself, dark eyes narrowing when they fell on her.
"More games, Tessie,"
he drawled, scanning the surroundings.
"Where are your pets?"
"I'm done with games. I'm done with your lies. I want truth, and I want answers. You can give them to me, or I'll find them myself in much less favorable ways," she'd replied, lifting a hand and letting her power surge until a small storm spun in her palm.
"So foolish," he'd sneered. "Trying to outwit a god when you are nothing but a child."
"And you," she countered, taking small steps back until she felt the wards once again. "What exactly are you, other than a lying, traitorous bastard? You're enslaved to that very god." Then he'd smiled, and it had made her second-guess herself, made her magic tense, ready to defend her.
"Oh, Tessa Lynn,"
he'd purred, slinking forward and following her path.
"I may be caged, but you are the key to my freedom."
Something had shifted then, as if a veil was being lifted or a curtain pulled back. He wasn't alone like she'd thought he'd been. There'd been others with him. Not Aurelia like she'd been expecting, but these were seraphs. At least a dozen. And while she'd been distracted by their sudden appearance, Dex had pounced. Before she could react, a cuff had been clamped around her wrist before something had slammed into her head from behind, and her world had gone dark. With a growl of irritation, she adjusted the cuff, not even feeling the sting as she swung her legs over the side of the bed. This wasn't like Theon's bands. She couldn't take this one off, and it was preventing her magic from healing her. Her head was pounding from the hit, and her power was coiling in her veins, full of fury as she stalked to the single window in the small room. One look through the glass, and she knew exactly where she was. The Celeste estate. She lurched back, stumbling over her feet. Why had he taken her here? She assumed he'd take her back to Favin, not... Breathe, she ordered herself, focusing on keeping control. It was more imperative than ever. She was away from Luca and Zan. This is what she'd wanted. They were trying to get her to leave, and she was trying to not leave. Not yet. Taking a few more calming breaths, she looked around the room. 2 single beds, 2 small dressers, a dormitory. She made her way to the door, surprised to find it unlocked. With a turn of the knob, she stepped into a hall she knew far too well. Counting the doors confirmed her suspicions that she'd come from Dex and Brecken's room. It only made her anger simmer more. Within minutes, she was crossing the courtyard and into the main building, ignoring the Fae who stayed back, trying to blend into the walls they pressed against. She had her sights set on one hallway, one door, and she threw it open when she got there. Only to find Dex sitting behind the extravagant desk, a piece of steak halfway to his mouth. His surprise quickly disappeared, morphing into tolerance as he said,
"Took you long enough."
Where is Cordelia?" she corrected herself. Dex scoffed as he chewed his meat.
"Hiding from you, of course. Everyone is so on edge with you running around, turning their precious buildings into piles of rocks. If I wasn't so irritated by it all, I'd find it humorous."
"Sorry to give you another mess to clean up," she sneered, taking in the office she'd spent so much of her childhood in, while avoiding the small cupboard on the wall. He waved her off. I'm not so much irritated with you as I am with them. They focus on such trivial things here. Even Rawdon seems to have forgotten the end goal.
Which is what? She asked absent-mindedly, hating being in here and knowing that was exactly why Dex had chosen it.
Getting you home where you belong, of course.
Her head whipped back to him, only to find him not even looking at her. No, he was busy cutting another bite of meat, as though she truly was the dismissive nuisance she'd always felt like.
I'm having a plate brought for you, he said. Take a seat.
Fuck off, she retorted. He clicked his tongue in disapproval.
Is this not what your little letter demanded of me? No pretenses, only truths and answers.
Take this off, she countered, lifting her arm to show the cuff. Then we can chat all you want.
Make a blood vow not to harm me, and we can discuss that,
he countered. She scowled at him, and he smirked, knowing he'd won for now.
Take a seat, Tessie.
Stop calling me that, she snapped. He sighed, placing his silverware on his nearly empty plate and pushing the dish aside.
You summoned me, Tessa. With your erratic behavior as of late, can you really blame me for taking precautions? Aurelia said you attacked her the last time you saw her.
I did, Tessa said simply, starting to wander around the room. She let her fingers drag along the wall. She is irritating. Dex huffed a laugh.
I can agree with you on that.
There was a knock before the door pushed open and a seraph entered, carrying a tray of food. She watched the male move, feathered wings of a soft light gray rustling with each step, before he set the tray on the other side of the desk. Dex nodded to the male in dismissal, and the male gathered the dirty dishes before heading back to the doorway.
Thank you,
Tessa said tightly when he passed, and the male paused for only a second. Hazel eyes met hers, an expression she couldn't read lingering in their depths.
That is all,
Dex said coolly. The seraph took the hint, continuing on his way, and the door snicking shut behind him once more.
Sit and eat, Tessa,
Dex said pointedly.
Before it gets cold.
She glared at him, but she was hungry. It wasn't as if she couldn't eat while she was here and carrying out her own plans. With an irritated huff, she crossed the room and dropped into the wooden chair, immediately sitting still and proper, as if Cordelia were the one sitting across from her. Refusing to let her nerves or discomfort show, she picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. So what's the plan then, Dex? I don't trust you. You don't trust me. Are either of us going to believe a word we say? He smiled that smile he used when he was reassuring her he would fix whatever she'd fucked up.
I have a proposal.
Which is?
A truth agreement. You can specify the time frame.
Luca had told her of this, how he'd made one with Rawdon when he'd come to Favin to ensure neither of them could lie to one another during negotiations. An hour, for now, she replied, picking up her fork and steak knife. For the next hour, neither of us can speak a lie to one another.
Do we have an accord?
Dex asked, arching a brow. Her smile was all teeth when she answered, It's a bargain, before taking a bite of her own steak. She felt the bargain mark settle, this one along her left ankle. It would be gone before she left this room. I'll go first, she said after she swallowed, and began cutting another piece of meat. How did you get here?
Through a mirror gate, the same as you,
he answered, folding his hands atop the desk while he watched her.
In the Akaz kingdom, we bided our time and came at the same time Zan brought you, so our presence wouldn't be felt as strongly when we entered.
How did you know when I'd be coming?
It's my turn for a question, Tessie, he mocked. Are you fully bonded to Theon St. Orcus as his source?
No, she answered, picking up her bread once more to hide her trembling hands at his name. The source bond never worked right. My power rebelled against it.
But some aspects did work, right?
My turn, she said with faux sweetness.
What exactly is the power you stole? He blinked, seemingly surprised.
I see Zan has been running his mouth, he muttered. Then he sighed as he said, While there are only elemental fae in Devram, there are other types of fae in other realms. They are known as cognitive fae, and one of their gifts is being able to alter or mask reality.
You can...
She trailed off as piece after piece fell into place.
Like when you met me in the mountains. You made it seem like you were alone. That's how you hid the other seraphs with you.
He nodded. What are the names of all the people who were with you when you destroyed the Pantheon?
She took another bite to stall, but there was no way around that very specific question. His dark eyes watched her, tracking every move and breath, but she held his stare as she finally said, Luca, Zan, Tristan, Sienna, Gia, Roehrich, and Eliza. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess you are far older than I am. So why did you wait so long to come around?
Dex shifted in his seat, one arm falling to the armrest while the other stayed on the desk. He tapped his finger a few times, appearing to stall just as she had. I didn't wait, he gritted out. The more I have to alter, the more draining on my power. I can only hold an illusion for so long. Small illusions are easy enough, but larger ones, appearing to be younger, for example, take more power. I simply ensured you were not around when I came here when you were younger, or when my power was low. Her utensils clattered to the desk, bouncing off the glassware to the floor.
You are the reason...
Of course he was, but it still hurt to have it confirmed. It all made perfect sense. Tristan said he was there when they were attacked. Dex and the others were the ones who'd taken her from them. He'd known where she was the whole time, keeping his secrets from everyone else, including Rorden. Not even Cordelia knew what she truly was. Dex had kept her hidden, letting her grow up, breaking her, grooming her to be what he wanted, meek and submissive, completely reliant on him, looking to him for comfort and answers. Don't look at me like that, Tessie, he scoffed. You were too young to understand the intricacies of all the moving parts. You are still too focused on this realm. It's one of hundreds. You are meant for more.
You let me endure years of abuse, she cried, lurching to her feet.
I taught you how to survive, he snarled, smoothly rising to his own feet. He braced his hands on the desk, leering towards her. Be what they want you to be now, so you can be who you were meant to be later. That's what I taught you. How to blend in a world that would seek to use and destroy you. How to make them see what you needed them to see so you could sneak around and cross wards. We needed them to believe you were Fae, so we needed you to believe it too. Until it was time.
You're lying,
she spat. His smile was chilling. We are under a truth agreement, Tessa. I can't lie to you right now. Isn't this what you wanted? Truth and answers. Yes.
No.
She needed a moment. Even with the cuff on, she felt her control slipping. Her power surged, snapping and lashing out, trying to break free, dragging her down.
How are you any different?
She asked, her voice shaking.
You want to use us as much as they do.
He'd rounded the desk at some point, and now he stood directly in front of her. His hand cupped her chin, forcing her to look into his dark eyes. I'm not seeking to use you, Tessa. I'm seeking to set you free. I'm seeking to see you at your rightful place.
You said so yourself. I was the key to your freedom.
And you are, he confirmed. But you are also the key to yours. When she didn't immediately reply, he leaned closer, letting his hand slide from her chin to tuck her hair behind her ear. Give me a week, Tessie.
Give me 1 week to prove to you I've always been on your side."
What could you possibly show me in a week that could convince us of that?
His lips tilted in a knowing smile.
You, of all people, should know how much one's perspective can change in a single day. Hour, let alone a week.
Taking a step back, he pulled a phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen. Then he added,
"I think you will find even your presumed allies only have their own interests in mind."
"What does that mean?" she demanded.
"Come, we have visitors."
Tessa had little choice but to follow Dex from Cordelia's office. She stayed at his side, refusing to trail him like a fae or a fucking source. She knew where they were going anyway. Taking a left instead of a right, they stepped into the grand foyer of the main estate building.
"Who are we waiting for?" she asked in irritation. "The Aureus Lord and his wife."
"Voltaire and Cressida."
"Voltaire is no longer the Aureus Lord," Dex said.
"Then who is?"
"His heir, of course."
But if Voltaire wasn't dead, the only way he could be the Lord was if all the ruling lords and ladies had unanimously agreed. Rawdon would never. But it was another word that had her lungs constricting. Wife. "It's a selection year," she said, a touch too weakly, betraying her own emotions. Dex glanced at her, pity on his features. As if talking to a child who had learned a hard lesson, he said,
"It is my understanding an exception was made for an extenuating circumstance."
The door opened then, a male and female striding in. She took in the female first, wrapped in a long fur coat. Her chestnut hair was styled half up, brown eyes immediately finding her and narrowing as she pointedly removed her gloves to showcase the mark on the back of her hand.
"Aureus Lord,"
Dex said, bowing deeply, but Tessa stayed rooted to the spot. Her gaze slid to him, staring at his hands. On the back of one was the Acaz mark, but on the back of the other, she couldn't tear her eyes from the union mark that stood out. Dex stood straight once more.
"What can we do for you and your wife this afternoon?"
Slowly, she let her eyes drag up his form. He waited until she met his emerald irises, swirling with darkness and already fixed on her, before Theon said,
"I've come for what is mine."
Part 2. Beginnings. 17. Tessa. "Thank you," Tessa murmured when a glass of wine was placed before her on the table. The same seraph from Cordelia's office moved around the space, placing drinks before the 3 other people in the room. She'd never been in here. She'd never been worthy of seeing the 2nd and 3rd floors of the main estate building. These 2 floors were Cordelia's private living quarters, but Dex had apparently been privy to these spaces all the time, and Tessa wondered when Cordelia had learned that he wasn't Fae at all. Had she always known? If not, when had Dex revealed it? How often was he in this very room while she'd been huddled in a small dark cupboard, her stomach aching for food? The seraph left the room, and the tension was oppressive as it hung in the air. Theon hadn't looked away from her once, gaze fixed on her and watching her every movement. Felicity Davers sat to his right, across from Dex, who sat next to Tessa. The lounge they sat in was lavish, exactly like Cordelia's office. Rich fabrics, flashy colors, everything to exude her importance. And now they sat at this table for 6, somehow intimate yet formal.
"I fulfilled the requirements for my lordship,"
Theon was saying, still focused on Tessa.
"Prolonging this is only making me want to end your life sooner." I know this is hard for you to understand, as most things are for Arius and his lineage, but you don't get to have something just because you want it, Dex sneered. And yet, that's exactly what happened for Arius and Seraphina, is it not? Theon asked, bringing his glass of liquor to his lips and taking a drink, still holding Tessa's stare the entire time. Is that not what this whole vendetta is about to begin with? Such arrogant fools, all of you, Dex retorted. As if Akaz would let the cunt of one female dictate the fates of all realms. This is bigger than Seraphina and Arius. It always has been. They used to be part of it until they were swayed.
The way Rawdon and Voltaire used to work together until Rawdon was swayed, Tessa asked, glancing at the male she'd once considered her closest friend. The male tipped his head from side to side, debating his answer before finally saying, The fates like to watch the different ways history could have played out. Her brow furrowed. What does that mean? Dex finally deigned to look at her, his features cold as he said, Perhaps if you'd be who you were meant to be, you'd know the answer to that. Instead, you choose to throw tantrums and give yourself over to whoever gives you what you want. Watch it, Theon barked, his darkness snapping out like a whip and striking Dex in the chest. Felicity gasped, but Tessa only stared at the thin line of red that seeped into Dex's white shirt before dragging her eyes back to Theon, to find him still fixated on her. Her head tilted as she took him in yet again, and then her eyes narrowed when Felicity reached over, placing her hand on his arm and leaning in to murmur something. She couldn't hear it. All she could hear was the blood rushing in her ears as her gaze dropped to the union mark on the back of Felicity's hand. The hand touching Theon. The hand. Eyes on me, clever Tempest, came the low command, but it had her gaze snapping back to his, a knowing look on his face. Eyes on you, she repeated slowly, reaching for her wineglass. It was the first words she'd said to him since he'd arrived at the Celeste estate over an hour ago, and something akin to relief washed over him until she added, Every time you say that, it's followed by pretty words attempting to lure me into submission.
Thank Akaz you finally recognize that,
Dex said, swiping up his drink. Of course I do. It's all anyone does in this realm, she replied, holding emerald irises as she brought her wine to her lips. She took a sip, her tongue sweeping over her bottom lip when she finished, and she watched Theon's gaze dip to the movement. Pretty words and extravagant actions to distract from true motives. The clicking of a tongue sounded before Felicity spouted, Always so dramatic. Tessa's smile turned serpentine as she slid her gaze to the female. What pretty things did he promise you, Ms. Davers?
It's St. Orchis now,
she replied with a saccharine smile. Is it? Tessa asked, swirling her wine. It sounds to me like nothing is official until Rawdon and the ruling ladies arrive to confirm everything.
Semantics,
she gritted out. Tessa tutted, mimicking her from seconds earlier. You're to be a lord's wife. You should understand that nothing in Devram is merely semantics. But I'm sure you'll figure it all out, in time. Red splotches appeared on her cheeks, and Tessa didn't miss how her grip tightened on her wineglass.
And did you figure it out, Tessa Lynn?
She asked, unable to hide the sneer from her voice.
Did you figure out your place?
I have, Tessa answered. Pity you haven't figured out yours.
I am his match,
she spat. Tessa said nothing, only smiled as she sipped her wine again.
I am his match,
she repeated, spluttering the words.
And what are you, other than something to be leashed and brought out when needed?
Theon started to say something, but Tessa held up her hand to halt him. Her tone was tinged with a madness she knew they all could hear when she said, I am salvation and destruction, beginnings and endings, light and dark. I am the secrets of gods and the sorrow of fate. I am wrath and vengeance, chaos and fury. But to you, Ms. Davers, I will only be your end. Tension crackled in the air as Dex cleared his throat, signaling to someone for a refill of drinks. And when Tessa's stare slid back to Theon, his eyes were still on her. She knew they'd never left during that entire exchange, as if imploring her to understand something. She could swear there was even a faint, insistent tugging on the broken bond, but she wasn't sure she was ready to examine that yet.
Take that cuff off her,
Theon said, his tone low and dark, startling her back from her thoughts.
I'm afraid not,
came a voice that had Tessa inwardly flinching. Rawdon Jove strolled into the room, his source a step behind him along with his heir, Dagian Jove, and his source. Dex and Felicity got to their feet, bowing their heads, while Theon and Tessa stayed seated. The last time she'd seen the Akaz Lord, he'd been berating her for not fulfilling her purpose. She'd promised she would act, and it had all been a setup. She wasn't a fool. He'd organized the entire goddamn thing, working with Cressida and Cordelia for the augury attack, and knowing she'd summoned the hunters that would end in a massacre in the Arius Kingdom. That was her fault, even if she was set up. It was still her actions that had ended in the deaths of hundreds, just like Penn last fall. Destruction, not salvation.
An agreement was made, Jove,
Theon said tightly.
Are you not a male of your word? I most certainly am,
the Akaz Lord replied casually, taking a seat at the head of the table while Dagian took the other end.
I am also a male of tradition and policy. All lords and ladies must be present to recognize a new ruler. Then summon them, now! I'm afraid Maya is a little preoccupied at the moment. Something to do with your father and his rogue source she has detained,
Rawdon said, leaning to the side for a glass of liquor to be placed before him. Tessa straightened at his words. At the same time, Theon said,
Eviana.
Indeed, Rawdon mused.
She was somehow freed from my home.
His stare slid to Tessa. What a shame, she said sweetly, reaching for her wineglass once again.
It is,
the Lord continued, picking up his own drink.
Our sources report 2 Fae helped her. They will all be sentenced to death for their treason, of course.
What? Tessa asked, nearly dropping her glass. But before Rawdon could respond, Theon cut in.
I do not care about my father's source or what she's been doing. I care that I receive my title and what I was promised. I have completed all of your requirements. Make this happen sooner, Jove.
During his little tirade, Tessa managed to regain her composure, but she knew Rawdon hadn't missed it. She needed to get out of this room, off this estate. She needed to see the sky and feel the breeze. She needed to talk to Lang and Corbin and make sure they were okay. If her actions ended in their deaths, she would never forgive herself. She'd let this world shatter, and she'd go down with it.
We have other responsibilities, Theon,
Rawdon said.
If I recall correctly, you often had other things to tend to when we requested your presence at meetings. The ladies will arrive when their schedules allow. And in the meantime,
Theon demanded,
I suppose we wait. Great. I'll take what's mine and wait in the Arius Kingdom. Let me know when everyone has found time,
he said, moving to get to his feet.
Tessa Lynn will not be left alone with you until everything is official, Saint Orcus. You are free to do what you wish, but she will stay here with Dexter until your lordship is finalized.
Rawdon said calmly.
Bullshit, Theon snapped. I'm not fucking leaving her here.
The Akaz lord shrugged.
As I said, you are free to do as you wish. Leave or stay. It makes no difference to me. I'm sure you can work on fulfilling your obligations as lord with your new wife here or there.
Theon's features darkened, or rather, his power did, darkness floating around him.
You have interfered with my personal matters quite enough, Jove. Try to do so again, and your heir may find himself in your seat sooner than planned. Are you threatening me, Saint Orcus? Was I not clear enough? You can't even draw from a source.
Rawdon sneered.
I suggest you get an heir in your new wife's belly before facing death. I am death,
Theon retorted, his darkness swirling until his wings formed at his back.
Be that as it may,
Rawdon said, light flickering around him.
You will still fall if you attempt to make good on that threat.
No one is going to decide where I stay, Tessa cut in, standing so abruptly she bumped the table. Liquid sloshed over the rims of glasses, and her chair scraped lightly, nearly toppling over. I am not a possession to be passed around. I am no one's to be used. Her eyes flashed to Felicity, and the female had the good sense to flinch back, inching closer to Theon. Tessa planted her hands on the table, leaning closer as she added,
Or leashed. And I sure as fuck don't need my power to remind you of your place, Ms. Davers.
She turned, stalking out of the room without looking back at any of the males who thought they could control her. Her bare feet padded down the stairs and out to the places she knew best. She didn't stop until she reached the park benches on the edge of the property, sinking down onto one and breathing in the crisp air. Her eyes fell closed, and she tipped her head back, letting the sun try to warm her face. The winter months were waning, the snow was gone, and there were signs that spring was trying to flourish, trying to find its way up from the frozen ground, trying to find the beauty it knew it was capable of if winter would just lift its oppressive hand from its neck, trying to grow and become something new.
You have this knack for disappearing as of late,
drawled a male voice.
It makes everyone so uneasy.
Tessa slowly opened her eyes, lifting her head to find Brecken standing before her. He seemed paler, but she supposed everyone did in late winter, not spending as much time outside. His brownish blonde hair stirred in the wind as his dark eyes took her in, his hands stuffed in the pockets of his jacket.
What are you doing here? She sneered. No one is letting you go off by yourself right now, he replied with a shrug. You can't tell me they weren't watching you wherever you've been hiding these last weeks.
So Dex sent you?
It was me or Aurelia, and I need to keep up pretense. He's growing suspicious.
Tessa scoffed, closing her eyes and tipping her head back once more. While she didn't exactly trust Brecken, the male had helped her get all those Fae to safety at the Serrana villas, and when she'd destroyed the Pantheon. She heard his footsteps before the bench jostled when he sat beside her. Her lips pressed together, keeping in the words she was longing to say. But Brecken seemed to know exactly what she was thinking because he said,
Ask it, Tessa.
There's nothing to ask, really, she said, slipping her hands beneath her thighs to warm them while she toed at the ground. I could ask why you never told me. I could ask how you could have known what was happening to me and didn't do anything about it. I could ask so many things, but it all comes down to survival. I can't fault you for that, but I also can't trust you because of it.
That's understandable.
Even the things you've helped me with, If you told anyone, you'd be implicating yourself, so it still comes back to your own basic survival. It's the way of Devrim."
"It's the way of most realms,"
he said, stretching his legs out in front of him while clasping his hands behind his head. "How old are you? And Dex? Aurelia?" she asked, peering at him sidelong.
"Aurelia is the youngest of us, still under a century. Dex is the oldest."
She nodded, letting those truths settle. "And what do you have to gain from this? Or is it simply blind loyalty to Akaz?"
"We were created for a purpose,"
he said, staring out across the desolate courtyard.
"From the time we could crawl, we were taught that purpose, to serve Akaz. It isn't much different here for the Fae. We are born, complete our studies, then we find our powers, studying beings the same way heirs watch the sources here."
"And you killed an Aureus legacy?" Brecken nodded, an arm falling along the back of the bench while the other fell to his side.
"And I was rewarded greatly for it. It's what got me the spot on this mission."
"To find me?" He clicked his tongue.
"I told you once, your well-being was never my concern. You were always Dex's main priority."
"And you?"
"I was sent to aid him and the Akaz legacy here, but I was given tasks of my own. So was Aurelia,"
he said, and he sounded almost sad. When he didn't explain further, Tessa said, "How come you and Dex and Aurelia can make your wings disappear, but it appears the other Seraphs can't?"
"There is a difference between the Seraphs and the elite Seraphs, just as there is a difference between dragons and guardians."
"So, you are a light guardian? Like Luca is to Theon?"
"Kind of. Only we're all bound to Akaz, not another individual."
She mulled that over in her mind for a few quiet moments before she said, "A few months ago, you told me your freedom depended on me being who I was meant to be."
"And it does,"
he said, turning to face her for the first time since he'd sat down.
"There are so many paths before you. One path offers freedom to some, while condemning others. Another path does the opposite. Some paths free many, while some paths bring only death."
"And who am I meant to be, then?"
"Come now, Tessa,"
he chided, his signature smirk tilting on his lips.
"I know how clever you are. I've watched you outwit the Akaz Lord and Dex these last months."
He chuckled under his breath.
"You've provided quite the entertainment for me."
"I'm so glad," she muttered in irritation.
"You're smart enough to know only you get to decide who you are meant to be. Isn't that what you've been doing since being selected? Fighting back, telling everyone they don't own you, that you can't be leashed or collared, and yet—"
"And yet what?" she snapped, her power stirring beneath her skin before quieting once more.
"And yet I'm not entirely sure you've convinced yourself of that yet. It's why everyone continues to try to use you and trap you."
She stared at him, words failing to come to her in any kind of retort.
"Anyway, it became about more than survival for me long ago. Well before I found myself in this cursed realm,"
Brecken said.
"Yet, as cursed as this realm is, I'd rather stay in it than return to where I came from."
Startled at the revelation, Tessa said, "You don't want to go home?"
"That world stopped being my home when someone I loved was taken from me,"
he answered, getting to his feet.
"It changed me, much in the same way you've been changed. I am powerful, but you could destroy a world, and I think you would. You've been on the brink. It's why they fear you so much. It's why they keep trying to collar you and leash you. Because as soon as you fully believe in yourself and what you're capable of, that's when you'll be free."
There was a lump in her throat, and she swallowed around it as she peered up at him. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked hoarsely. so you can decide who you want to be," he answered. "Not for me or Dex, not for Theon or Luca or Akaz or Arius, but for you, Tessa." She looked away, trying to clear her head. Maybe it was more pretty words. Maybe it was him trying to gain her trust. It was all anyone had done her entire life. Become her lifeline so they could manipulate her. He wanted freedom, and she was his ticket to it. She wasn't sure there was anything he could do to prove otherwise. Then again, she'd once thought the same about Theon. "Do you know how to take this cuff off?" she asked suddenly, lifting her arm. "We hate it." Brecken nodded slowly. "Those were designed to contain beings of chaos during the Everlasting War. It requires the blood of 3 different first gods, or, in this case, their legacy, to remove it." "I am the blood of 3 different first gods," she argued. "Yes, but you're the one entrapped. Not only that, we all know what your blood can summon," Brecken pointed out. The hunters. She'd been so careful not to call them forth since that day near the river. "I can help you take it off, but it'll take me a little time to get what we need. But doing so will also mean I won't be able to be as helpful," Brecken ventured. "Because they'll know it was you who helped me," she said with a sigh, twisting the cuff around her forearm. At least it didn't bite into her skin like the other bands did. "I'll help," he said again, getting to his feet. "Just give me a little time to work out a plan." "And what am I supposed to do in the meantime?" she asked as he turned to walk away. "What you've been doing all along, Tessa. Figuring out who you want to be. But fair warning, you're running out of time."
18. Axel. "Everything's okay, right?" Axel asked, leaning against the wall with his hands behind his back. It was taking all of his self-control not to snarl and shove the witch away from Kat, despite knowing she wasn't harming her. The witch knew Sienna, and she ran the apothecary district. She was on their side, and yet watching her hands hovering over Kat's rounded belly with faint light flowing made him want to do incredibly violent things. "Stop talking!" Miara said, her tone as harsh and cold as all the other witches Axel had ever encountered. Her long dark hair hung in loose waves around her shoulders, stark against her pale skin, and her violet eyes were closed as she worked, tilting her head as though listening for something. "Everything is fine, Axel," Kat said softly, her hands resting at her sides. "She's taking longer than usual," he argued. And she was. They've been coming to see Miara every week now, and the witch never took this long to tell them everything was fine and progressing as normal. This wasn't some few-minute delay either. It had been nearly 15 minutes of them sitting in utter, anxiety-inducing silence. "Axel, let her work," Kat said, her eyes closing. She could try to hide it, but he heard it. The thread of worry she was trying so hard to gloss over. And it was all he needed to push off the wall and step forward. He bent over her head where she lay on the exam table, smoothing his hand over her hair. Pressing a kiss to her brow, he looked at Miara, not caring that she was still trying to focus. Katya being worried and stressed couldn't be good for the babe, but Axel just didn't like seeing Kat distraught about anything. She was the logical and sensible one. If she was worried, then everyone in the goddamn realm should be worried. "She's been more tired lately," he said to Miara, his hand slipping over Kat's and interlacing their fingers. "I'm sure she has," Miara said, finally straightening and lowering her hands. "Fae babes grow rapidly, but the last months are the most taxing. She's managing her own power, which I'm told is vast, and now the babe's as well. That eats through her magic reserves rather quickly. It will not get better." "It's going to get worse," Axel clarified unnecessarily, but he wanted all the facts laid out. She needs to rest and eat, Miara added, moving to her work table and sifting through vials of liquids and baskets of plants. She also needs to be siphoning off that power. It will be exhausting.
But the babe is fine?
Kat asked, pushing onto her elbows to watch Miara. He is well, Miara said, mashing some leaves with a pestle.
But?
Kat pushed, and Axel's brow furrowed as he helped her sit up. But what? He asked.
She took a long time to examine him today, and now she won't look at us,
Kat said, embers sparking in her eyes.
She's not telling us something.
He looked at Miara, finding the witch's features pinched in annoyance. I find you too clever for your own good.
You do not keep things from me when it involves my son,
Katya retorted, shadows appearing and drifting around her like an aura.
If you know something, you will tell us.
Axel blinked at her fierceness. She rarely displayed it, but gods, when she did. He slid his hands into his pockets, leveling Miara with a dark look. You heard her. Tell us what you know.
I don't know anything,
Miara replied, dumping the ground plants from the mortar into a larger bowl. She reached for a few vials, adding their contents as she added,
The future is ever-changing.
But you've seen something? Axel demanded.
All witches have that gift, some more than others. My premonitions are not nearly what Sienna's are. You should seek her out.
Sienna is not here, Axel said sharply. You are.
We cannot tempt fate. I cannot risk it.
Then you are risking your life, and I will not be the one to end it, he said with a pointed look at Katya. The shadows had thickened around her, bright embers floating among the dark. Those same embers were in her dark hair, trickles of flames winding among the tight curls. A female who would stand between the world and her child. What a mother was supposed to be and do. Just say it, Miara, Axel said, bringing his hand to Kat's lower back.
The babe cannot come before the 6th month,
she finally said.
That is all I will tell you.
But he is not due until the 7th month, Kat said, confusion replacing the menacing notes.
He will not make the 7th month,
Miara said, using a dropper to fill several vials with whatever she'd just created.
But if he does not make the 6th, you will not meet him until the after.
Katya lurched back. If his hand hadn't been there, she may very well have gone over the side of the small exam table. You just said yourself, the future is always changing, Axel said.
And you insisted I tell you what may or may not happen,
Miara said simply, striding forward while extending the vials she'd just prepared.
These will make your sleep more restorative. I will prepare more for next week when I see you again.
Kat took them from her. The tinkle of the vials was loud as they shook in her trembling hands. What are we supposed to do in the meantime? Axel asked, immediately taking the vials from Kat and slipping them into his pockets before retrieving her shoes from the nearby chair. He dropped to a knee, sliding them onto her feet.
The same thing you've been doing. Don't try to figure out fate. It will only lead to madness,
Miara warned.
The Fates are crafty beings, keeping their secrets close. They wander about unknown and unseen. It is why we do not meddle. They are everywhere and nowhere.
Now you sound like Sienna, Axel grumbled, pushing back to his feet and helping Kat from the exam table. Or maybe Tessa and her nonsensical ramblings.
Do not try to unravel their secrets,
Miara warned again.
It is valuable time you will never regain.
Neither Kat nor Axel spoke as they left her place, located in the southernmost part of the apothecary district. The district completely separated the dispensary district from the rest of the underground. He held Kat's hand as they passed the walls of her home, larger than the rest of the shops and homes in the district, since she ruled over it the same way the Alpha and Beta did the leisure district. The same way Bree, Cade, and Rael ruled over the dispensary district. The thought alone had his throat suddenly too dry. He forced his mind to Kat, moving silently at his side, her other hand rubbing along her stomach. "She's wrong," he said in determination. But Kat just nodded, and he fell silent once more. He knew her well enough by now to know she needed to think this through, needed logic and her books. She'd talk to him, but not yet. Not until she'd gone through all her knowledge and theories. So much like Theon in that way. Shadows still clung to her, trailing her footsteps and drifting in the air between them. Axel swiped his fingers through the dark, suppressing a shudder as he remembered what it had been like to wield them, when they'd been an extension of him, when he'd been more than this, when he hadn't been so utterly helpless to spare her from such worry and fear. Now his wife and son would have something that he would only ever have memories of. They were nearing the central road that ran from one end of the underground to the other, and Axel was about to suggest they stop to rest when Kat spoke first. "I need to talk to Theon." Axel came to a sudden halt, forcing her to stop too. What? Why? And why couldn't she talk to him? Why did she need to talk to Theon?
"Because Theon is the one who can get to Tessa, and Tessa has visions," she said.
His heart sank at her words, at her utter desperation. He stepped forward, reaching to tuck her hair behind her ear as he said gently, "Kitten,
Don't look at me like that," she said, stepping out of his reach. "Tessa has visions, and she will tell me what the witches won't. She doesn't care about the fates or the gods."
"Tessa doesn't care about anyone but herself, Kat," Axel said, his voice hardening. "We are not letting her near our son."
"We have to try, Axel,"
she pleaded. He shook his head, not knowing what to say. "None of what you are saying is logical." Flames flickered in her eyes again, but tears glimmered there too, along with an unwavering resolve.
"Find a way to get me in touch with Theon or Luca, someone who can get me to Tessa, or I'll do it myself."
His throat was on fire. No, he was on fire. That was all he could think as he thrashed. His arms, his legs, his goddamn throat. It took him a minute to register someone was holding him down, or attempting to. He snarled, throwing all his strength into his burning muscles as he flipped the person off him, pinning them down. Everything was a blur, a haze that he couldn't see through. But he could touch and taste and smell. He could smell the blood now squirming beneath him, as if it could get away from him. It was fire and shadows and power, and it was his. His fingers skimmed warm flesh, and it stilled beneath his touch. But he could hear the ragged breathing, the panting, could feel a chest heaving as he walked his fingertips higher, along the hollow of a throat, the column of a neck, until they stopped on a pulse, beating rapidly, thrumming with something he'd been craving for days and days, weeks, months, maybe his entire life. He leaned in, inhaling deeply, let his fangs drag along that pulse point. He inhaled again, ready to feast. Then he was growling in pain and fury as he was thrown to the ground, landing hard on his back. The air was knocked from his lungs, but he didn't care as he tried to scramble to his feet to chase down what was his. Only he couldn't move. Or at least, he couldn't move his limbs.
"Axel,"
The voice was far away, trying to break through his anger and bloodlust and want.
Axel, look at me!
He snarled again, and whatever was keeping him contained burned. The snarl morphed into a bellow of pain, but broke through the all-consuming need. He blinked, everything coming into focus, including his wife standing over him, murmuring,
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Her hands were raised, flames in her palms, while cords of shadows held him to the floor. She didn't look fearful of him, even though she goddamn should be. Unshed tears were glimmering, but she wouldn't let them fall as she watched him.
I'm sorry, she said again. Axel?
I'm back, kitten, he said around the dry lump in his throat. Let me up. She eyed him for another few seconds, clearly gauging the truth of that statement, and he was glad she did. He wanted her to take every precaution. This was exactly what he'd been afraid of, even if she didn't appear shaken in the least. Slowly, the shadows unwound, but she kept the flames in her hands as he got to his feet. He wanted to rush to her, but he moved slowly, giving her the time she needed to trust he was back in the right state of mind. She was in one of his shirts, but it only hit her upper thighs now. He was shirtless, only in his undergarments, and he clenched his hands into fists, feeling the lingering burn at his wrists and ankles. Do not apologize to me again, Kat, he interrupted, his tone dark and commanding. You did what you needed to do.
I know, but
there are no buts. I told you this was what I was afraid of, and you said you could fight me off if needed. You did what you needed to do. She nodded, the flames waning but still at her fingertips as she watched him.
You're not feeding enough.
I have to ration myself, he said, forcing himself to stay rooted despite wanting to pull her into his arms.
You have to drink enough to stay healthy, Axel, she argued. You fret around here about how much I'm eating and sleeping. You have to do the same for yourself.
When Theon comes back with more rations, it'll be different. Her eyes narrowed and the flames went out as she crossed her arms over her chest.
Did you contact him yet?
We just saw Miara a few days ago. I can't simply call him, you know that.
I can send a fire message, she argued.
Just give me some time to figure it out. This needs to be a conversation, not passing notes back and forth like we're in studies. He's busy and—
No, Axel,
Kat interrupted again.
I do not care what he is busy with. I want to talk to Tessa. Contact Luca if you don't want to bother Theon.
Tessa wants to end our bloodline, Kat, he said, trying not to raise his voice. That includes our son. But she only glared back at him, unmoving in her resolve. He wasn't going to win this battle, and he knew if he dragged this out any longer, she would make good on her promise to do so herself. He sighed, shoving a hand through his hair. I have to go to the underground entrance to use a phone, he said. If I leave now, I can hopefully be back late tonight, provided there aren't any surprises along the way.
I'll come with you.
No, he argued. You will stay here and rest. You hardly got sleep tonight. I'll send word to Miara to have a couple witches come stay with you. I have some legacy contacts in the district that owe me favors as well.
I think I've just proven I can defend myself,
she said wryly, but the underlying heaviness told him how accurate his assessment was. She was exhausted, and while she'd just expelled some power, it was draining on her too. He left her standing there while he went to the large closet, quickly dressing and brushing his teeth. When he came back out, she stood in the same spot, arms still crossed. Stopping a few feet from her, he asked, "Can I touch you yet?" Her features softened, and she lowered her arms.
I'm sorry,
she whispered again as he pulled her into him, inhaling her scent for an entirely different reason now. Stop apologizing, Kat, he sighed, resting his cheek atop her head. If this is our new reality, we need to adjust. I'd rather you burn me every day as long as I still get to call you mine at the end of it. She pulled back, peering up at him. It will be different when he's here. You'll never have to worry about having blood. I'm not going to use you like that, he replied, cupping her cheek. You mean you'll feed from others? His brow furrowed. No, I'll get rations like I do now. But why? When I'm right here, why would you take from someone else? I'm not. He paused, cocking his head at a realization that couldn't possibly be true. But he couldn't help the slow smirk that tilted on his lips when he said, Are you jealous of me feeding from others, kitten? Even from a fucking glass bottle? No, she said quickly, eyes darting away. He couldn't swallow his huff of dark laughter quickly enough. He leaned in, his words fanning over her lips when he whispered, Liar. His hands dropped to her hips, walking her backwards until she bumped into the wall. Her breathing was ragged once more, only this time he liked what he was doing to her. She tipped her head back, biting her bottom lip as she stared up at him. Tell me, kitten, he said, his voice low and gruff. Tell me you're jealous at the idea of me feeding from another. Her amber eyes flared, that annoyance he loved to pull from her there, but something else he'd never quite processed was there too. I don't know why you're so surprised, she retorted, her hands flat on his chest. Fae are known to be as possessive as Legacy. Is that so? He taunted, reaching up to wrap a coil of hair around his finger. Yes, she snapped, that irritation rising. You want me to call you mine at the end of the day? I'll call you mine every minute of it, Axel St. Orcus. You're mine as much as I am yours, and you'd rip apart anyone who tried to provide something so vital for me. Are you going to spill blood for me, kitten? He asked with a smirk, not missing how her thighs clenched at his tone. But her voice was steady and fierce when she pushed onto her toes to get closer as she replied, No, I'll burn them to nothing, and then I'll burn the ashes to be sure they understand you're mine. Gods, you're so fucking perfect, he muttered before his mouth crashed into hers. Her lips were already parted, and he wasted no time diving in, his tongue twisting and sliding against hers. A moan rumbled from him, and he fully regretted getting dressed now. There was a quiet fury behind her kiss that came out whenever he managed to rile her up enough. But this possessiveness, it was 1,000 times better. Her teeth bit into his lower lip, and he nipped hers back in response, feeling her sharp gasp all the way down to his cock. He pulled back, watching her chest rise and fall as he said, I have to go, or we're going to end up back in that bed. She started to protest, but he put a finger to her lips, watching her eyes flare again at the action. Someone wants me to contact my brother, and I can't disappoint her. She's likely to start something on fire if I do. You're such an ass sometimes, she muttered, but it was followed by a yawn. And you're exhausted, he answered, brushing his lips to her temple before guiding her back to the bed. Yes, but now I'm also needy. And gods, it was almost a whine. He pulled the blankets up over her before leaning in close once more. Rest, kitten, he said in a low voice. When I get back, you can possess me all you want. Oh my gods, she muttered, snuggling down into the blankets. You can go now. He huffed another laugh, dropping another kiss to her brow, before making his way out of the room. Stopping in the kitchen, he winced as he grabbed a bottle of blood. He hadn't been lying. The stock was diminishing. It maybe wasn't a bad idea to be getting in touch with Theon. Kat was right. He wasn't drinking enough, and he couldn't let anything like what happened earlier happen again. And now, knowing how she felt, it made drinking this blood even harder than usual. She didn't realize how much he craved to taste her again, how much the memory of her life force sliding down his throat haunted him. Not because he'd almost killed her that day, but because it had been divine. He didn't particularly want to examine what that said about him as he grabbed a jacket from the hook near the lift and stepped inside, taking a long swallow from the bottle. All he knew was she wanted this as much as he did, and that information somehow changed everything and nothing. The trek to the main gates was uneventful, and he'd expected to run into Bowden when he got here. The entire way he'd been preparing for the confrontation, but his father's commander of forces was nowhere to be seen. There were the usual Arius sentinels about, but they wouldn't question him, not without Bowden present. He made his way into the main office, swiping an emergency cell phone before moving to a more private location, but he stayed outside. The clouds were blocking the sun, and if he wasn't so pissed at Tessa, he'd almost thank her for being miserable today to provide the cloud cover. "Who is this?" came Theon's dark voice when he answered after the second ring. "Who pissed in your coffee this morning?" Axel asked, watching the clouds drift across the sky, taking it all in, memorizing it. "Axel? What's wrong?" Theon asked immediately. What isn't at this point? He thought. But to Theon, he said, "I need an update on a blood supply. Mine are almost gone, and what?" He sighed, rubbing at his brow. "It's not enough, Theon. I tried to feed from Kat in my sleep. She had to use her magic to fend me off, and the babe is already taking all her energy. She doesn't need to be expending it on this shit." "Is she all right?" "Yes, but that isn't the point. When are you able to come back?" "I'm not sure," he ground out. "Things didn't go as planned." They never do when Tessa is involved. "Yeah. There's more." There was an audible sigh, but it wasn't irritation. It was a palpable heaviness. When he didn't speak, Axel said, "Kat wants to talk to Tessa." "What? Why?" he asked, the surprise carrying down the line. "We've been seeing Miara every week for the babe, and she mentioned some possible futures a few days ago." "Gods damn it," Theon muttered. "The future can change. Visions are only possibilities." "I know, but she was pretty certain. Said we should talk to Sienna, which isn't exactly possible right now." "Call Luca. He's with her." "I'm calling you," Axel retorted. "My wife wants to talk to Tessa, not Sienna. And while I hate the idea and don't want her anywhere near Kat, she's insistent. If I don't come through on this, she's going to take matters into her own hands." "She's smarter than that," Theon argued. "She's a mother," Axel said. "She's logical about everything else, but the life of our son? Logic doesn't exist when it comes to a mother protecting her child. That's what it's supposed to look like, not what we grew up with." "Okay, just—" Theon trailed off, and Axel could practically see him pacing wherever he was, shoving a hand through already disheveled hair. "I'm on a timeline here. I can't leave for at least 2 weeks." "I won't last that long, Theon. I can't get any blood here." "I know," he gritted out. "I'll send Luca." "He's not with you?" Axel asked in confusion. "I thought you were going to find Tessa, and Luca was with Tessa." "I found Tessa, but they aren't together, and I haven't been able to talk to Tessa alone. She's at the Celeste estate. Roehrich is here. Her fucking friends from the estate are here. But everything else is going fine there." "I've locked in some alliances," he answered, scanning the area to make sure he was still alone. "The witches are with us. I think we have the shifters. We have a meeting with the Fey leaders in a few days." "You're doing well, Axel," Theon said. "I'll make sure you get some blood." And Tessa? What should I tell Kat? I'll bring her as soon as I can. She's not going to like that answer. It's the best I can do right now, Theon said. Tell her I swear I'll be there as soon as I can. Yeah, all right, Axel grumbled, not convinced in the least. Axel. What? We're almost there, Theon said. When I come there with Tessa, I'll be the Arius Lord. Tell her that. Tell her we're almost there. The line went dead, and Axel looked down at the phone. He would be the Arius Lord? What the fuck did that mean? He pondered the possibilities all the way back to the Charter District, while also marveling at not having any trouble this entire trip. It was unheard of in the underground. But when he entered his building, he knew immediately something was wrong. The doorman was inside, stationed where the building managers usually were. Axel didn't bother asking. He raced for the lift, jamming the button repeatedly, even while ascending to the penthouse. The moment he stepped into the foyer, Kat was there. Her face was pale, and there was genuine fear in her eyes as she clung to him, trembling. She hadn't feared him that morning, had faced him without flinching. Whatever this was, it was bad. What the fuck happened? He demanded, taking in everyone in the room. The building manager was here, yes, but so were the 2 legacy he'd called in favors with, and 3 witches, including Miara. You had a delivery. Ajax, one of the banished legacy, said grimly. A delivery of what? I think it was more of a message, Miara said tightly, motioning to one of the other witches. The female stepped forward, a canvas bag in her fingers. A canvas bag stained with blood on the bottom and dripping onto the marble floor. She reached inside, and Axel pressed Kat farther into his chest, shielding her face. Because that was Bodin's severed head in the witch's hand. And he had no doubts who had sent him the commander of Force's head. Bree fucking Delacruz.
19. Eviana.
Motherfucker!
Lang grumbled when the vehicle lumbered over a large pothole in the road. Everything not secured rolled all over the back of the truck. Corbin grabbed him, keeping him from rolling off the bench where he was stretched out, his head resting on Corbin's thigh.
Every fucking time I'm asleep, you'd think they'd be able to keep their roads in decent condition.
He was grumpier in the truck. Or maybe it was just her effect on him. When Eviana had first met Lang and Corbin, Lang had been the more carefree and easygoing of the 2. But with each passing day, he became snarkier, darker, a little meaner. She should probably feel bad about it, but truthfully, it was a good thing. He'd need that grit for what they were about to face. Sunny dispositions got you nowhere in Devram. Even if she was starting not to mind his stupid nickname for her.
How can you sleep, Bellona?
Lang muttered, something hitting her in the face. She opened her eyes, stretched out on her own bench, and glared at Lang, brushing the crumpled napkin onto the floor. I'm not sleeping with your constant commentary, she retorted.
Like you could sleep in these conditions anyway.
I've slept in far worse, Windwalker. At least we've been alone these last several days. She could feel eyes on her, and she glanced at Corbin, finding him watching her far too intently. If Lang was the carefree one, Corbin was too observant and introspective, which wasn't surprising. She was sure it was an instinct based on what he was, but it didn't mean she liked it.
Do you think we're close?
Lang asked around a yawn, trying to stretch out a little more. Corbin's hand fell to his chest, fingers brushing down his torso and back up. Lang relaxed some under the comforting touch, and Eviana suddenly wondered if she'd ever find a touch comforting like that. Probably not.
I don't know, Corbin answered. We've never been to the Seraphina Kingdom. That means we're once again reliant on you, Bellona,
Lang drawled, and Eviana shrugged, pushing to a sitting position. She climbed onto the bench, pushing onto her tiptoes. It allowed her to see just out of the small rectangular window. Nothing had changed since the last time she'd looked out, and she said as much when she answered,
Still just trees. They're not just trees,
Lang said, sitting up himself and reaching for a bag of food they'd been given. It hadn't been much. Deli sandwiches, fruit, cheese, water. He fished out a small bag of carrot sticks, opening it up.
The trees aren't the problem, she replied,
leaping lightly off the bench before beginning to move from one end of the space to the other.
Stop doing that,
Lang muttered.
It makes me uneasy.
That's unfortunate for you, she said, not ceasing her movements. She knew exactly where they were, though. Just as she'd predicted, they'd traveled around the Dreamlock Woods. Actually, they'd given the woods a larger berth than she'd thought they would, adding more days to this trip than she'd anticipated. They'd stopped in cities along the way so the transporters could rest and eat. That was when they were allowed to use restrooms, under supervision, of course. They had to put bands on whenever they left the truck, but the moment they were locked behind the warded doors again, they removed each other's. But the Seraphina estate was maybe a day's travel away now, and they needed to get out of here and into the woods before they passed it.
How many times have you been here?
Corbin asked, his hazel eyes tracking her progress back and forth.
Why does that matter? She replied. Just trying to gauge if we have any idea what to expect. I'm from the Anola Kingdom. Lang is from Phaelin. We were both at Celeste and then Arius. All the kingdoms are different, and this is the only one we've never stepped foot in.
The Seraphina Kingdom is... But she went still, sucking in a sharp breath. Frozen. She felt entirely frozen for several seconds, unable to breathe out, as though she was being attacked by a water and an air fey at the same time. But this wasn't that. She moved with purpose then, leaping back onto the bench to peer out the window. The source bond and all its facets were still blocked, but she didn't need a bond to know the oppressive shadows drifting about them like a fine mist were Voltaire. She'd know his magic anywhere.
We need to get out of here,
she said tightly, stepping back down from the bench.
If we could do that, we would have done so already,
Lang said dryly.
It wasn't time until now,
she replied, efficiently packing up the backpack. She slipped a couple sets of bands into their bag and pulled out the glove Lev had slipped to her.
You two need to create a diversion. Get them to stop the truck.
They stared back at her as though she'd just spoken in an ancient language.
Get them to stop the truck, and I'll get us out,
she said, her power thrumming with excitement at the prospect of being unleashed after weeks and weeks of being trapped.
You'll get us out,
Corbin repeated, those intuitive eyes narrowing.
You've been able to get us out this entire time.
Not while the truck is moving.
But you can. Why did you wait? Because she set this all up,
Lang said, venom in every word as he got to his feet. He prowled forward, and that darkness she'd been contemplating earlier spiked. He looked more like a predator as he towered over her, his teeth bared. He looked like a primal fae, the way they were always meant to be, not submissive beings who answered to the legacy of gods, not tamed creatures bowing and serving. She started when he reached out and took her chin between his thumb and forefinger, holding her stare as he said,
She set you up to be captured back in that town. I couldn't figure out why until now. You're trying to get somewhere.
Eviana scowled, shoving his hand away from her face, But Corbin was there too. Both of them advanced until she was up against the wall of the truck. They hit another bump, and she stumbled, falling into Corbin's chest. But Lang shoved her back hard enough that the back of her head slammed into the truck wall. Lang gripped her chin fully now, his fingers squeezing in an all-too-familiar way. Each word was laced with a quiet fury as he said, "You've put our lives at risk. I know you don't give a single fuck about anyone else, but you're going to tell us what exactly we're giving our lives for, Eviana. You're going to tell us now, or we're not doing shit." "Lang," Corbin said, a low sternness to his tone. "No, Corbin," Lang retorted. "She had you fucking kidnapped. They could have killed you right then and there. She didn't care. She's after something, and she's using us to get it. We deserve to know what we're about to die for." But Eviana said nothing as she held his malice-filled stare. She knew her eyes were just as hard, revealing nothing, and Lang released her face with a mirthless scoff. "You're just as bad as the Legacy," he sneered. "I don't know why you ever thought otherwise," she replied flatly, still not daring to move. Corbin still stood before her, even with Lang stalking a few paces away. "If you told us, we could help," Corbin said quietly. "Don't bother, Corbin. I already tried," Lang spat, kicking a discarded water bottle to the other end of the truck. "She's a selfish cunt that poisons everything and everyone who comes in contact with her. We should help deliver her to Voltaire. Maybe then he'd spare our goddamn lives." "Lang!" Corbin barked, his head snapping towards his lover. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" But Lang didn't answer. He just shook his head before dropping back onto the bench, staring resolutely ahead. Corbin slowly turned back to Eviana, and she saw it then. The subtle shift in his eyes. She'd been waiting for it. The larger pupils, the change from hazel to a pale gold. The shape even became a little more almond-shaped, more feline. His hands landed on either side of her head, caging her in as he leaned down. His voice was soft and cold, so low she wasn't sure even Lang's Fey hearing could pick up the words. "You're changing him. Whatever the fuck you're doing is changing him. So this is what's going to happen." Each word was accompanied by a low, fierce growl. "We're going to get this truck to stop. You're going to get us out of here. And the moment it's safe, you're telling us everything. If not, we'll do exactly what Lang said and turn you over to your master." "He'll still punish you," Eviana said evenly. "As long as you're back under his control and unable to even breathe without his consent, I don't think I give a fuck." She stared up at him because, for the first time in decades, something stirred in her chest. An emotion she hadn't paid any mind to for years and years. An emotion that never served her. But she felt a trickle of fear. They meant it. They would give her back to Voltaire, who was currently far too close for comfort. And then she would never save the only person who truly mattered to her. She could understand their anger in that regard. They cared for each other in the way she cared for Priya. Would kill and torture, burn and endure for each other. She let them see none of that, though. Right now, she needed to focus on getting into the woods, far from Voltaire. Once she'd gotten to Priya, gotten the girl to safety, she'd gladly turn herself back over, as long as Priya was no longer an option for him. So Eviana gave Corbin a sharp, curt nod, and he pushed off the wall. She stayed rooted to the spot, watching him approach Lang, watched as he reached out and tilted the male's face up to his own. watched as some silent exchange happened between them before he bent down, brushing his lips against his. Then he held out a hand, pulling Lang to his feet. She wasn't sure what they were doing as they stood on one side of the truck before rushing to the other. Back and forth they went, throwing all of themselves into the sides. And the truck started rocking. It was like they were on a goddamn boat with the full strength of two Fey males going back and forth. Eviana stumbled, dropping to her knees at one point, splitting them open, but she scrambled back to her feet. Grappling for the glove, she crouched near the doors, trying to keep her footing. Someone in the truck cab pounded on the box, a muffled order to, "Knock it the fuck off!" carrying to them, but they didn't stop. Even when the truck slowed, pulling off to the side, even when they were panting with exertion, they didn't stop. And when the truck stilled completely, Eviana pressed the bloodied glove to the doors, hearing the latches click. She pushed a door open and hopped out, moving quickly. The sentinels weren't even fully out of the cab yet when she conjured vines and snapped them out, wrapping around their necks and yanking them to the ground. She dropped low, pressing her hand to the asphalt. Her power delighted as it called up roots from the nearby trees, the streets buckling under their strength and the cement exploding around them. Fragments of rock rained down, but the roots rose up like a dome, keeping her protected, wrapping around the bound bodies, dragging them down through the rubble to the earth below, strangled cries dying out. The escort vehicles were screeching to a halt, and she knew they had only seconds. Eviana whirled back to the truck, finding Lang and Corbin wide-eyed. "Holy fuck," Lang murmured. She quickly made her way over to them, reaching into the truck and grabbing the pack she'd left just inside. Pulling out her makeshift weapons, she passed one to Lang, keeping the dagger she'd taken from Raven Harbor for herself. "Are the winds warning you of anything we can't see?" she asked, pulling the pack onto her back while they jumped down to the rubble-strewn ground. "Why do you keep asking that?" Lang demanded. "And why didn't you give Corbin a weapon?" "You have your powers, but Corbin is more. You know it. I know it," she retorted, moving to Lang's side. "We need a shield to buy us time. Now." Lang didn't argue, throwing up a hand and creating a hard shield of wind. She watched the sentinels struggle against it, one with air magic trying to counter Lang. He was more powerful, though, even if he grunted softly at the exertion. "Voltaire is nearby. I need you to find out which direction," she said, using her magic to draw up more tree roots. The element of surprise was gone now, though, and they were actively combating her, too. "I don't do it, Lang," Corbin cut in. Lang was quiet, his jaw clenching before he said, "I can't do that and keep this shield in place. I haven't had enough practice. It's too much." "Then your lover will need to shift," she said simply, tightening her grip on the dagger as the sentinels moved closer. "But mark my words, if Voltaire gets to us first, death would be a kindness. He knows what you both are. He has plans. You wonder why I am the way I am. You would find out firsthand how I became one of the monsters." "If we do what you say, then what?" Lang countered. "We're still fucked." "We go to the woods. They won't follow, and even if they do—" "We are not going into the Dreamlock woods," Corbin interjected. "Then we may as well let them take us to Voltaire," she replied. "Choose your nightmare." Corbin cursed under his breath, shoving a hand through his hair. "Apparently you're my fucking nightmare," he murmured, straightening again. He glanced at Lang, so focused on holding that shield in place, before he said, "What I said in the truck stands. Get us out of this, and then you tell us everything." Eviana didn't bother answering, drawing up her magic to the tips of fingers in one hand and tightening her grip on the dagger in the other. It was the only weapon they had that could actually kill a legacy,
But she didn't want to kill them. She wanted them incapacitated so they could slip bans on them. If they couldn't use their magic, they would be no match for her, Lang, or Corbin. The problem was they were outnumbered and only had so many sets of bans. Which is why Corbin needed to shift. "I need to know where Voltaire is so I know which direction to go," Eviana said. "If Lang needs to lower the shield to focus on that, we need to be ready. At our strongest."
Yeah,
Corbin muttered, stretching his neck from side to side.
"You ready, Lang?"
The male nodded, small beads of sweat at his hairline.
"Protect him like you care for him,"
Eviana said.
"I love him,"
Corbin snapped. That would do. She assumed that meant he would do whatever was necessary to keep him safe. With a nod, Lang lowered his shields. The sentinels wasted no time, power racing for them. The earth magic wasn't an issue. She was stronger than anyone here. More than that, she didn't need the roots and plants around her. Using them simply didn't drain her reserves as quickly. The water attacks were harder to dodge, snares of water and knives of ice. Corbin was able to fend off most of those, although she felt the sharp slice of magic more than once as they fought.
"Where is he?"
she demanded, needing Lang to hurry the fuck up.
"He's trying,"
Corbin snapped, freezing a whip of water while Eviana struck out with her foot, shattering the ice.
"He needs to try harder,"
she retorted, rallying her magic. Her palm face down, she raised her arm. The rocks and rubble around them rose with it, hovering in the air above their heads. The sentinels panicked, covering their heads, but they didn't veer away. Too close. They were too close. With a surge of strength, she brought the debris closer, concentrating it above the closest two before letting it fall. One sentinel went down, buried beneath the asphalt pieces. The other took a hit to the head. A wide gash cut down the side of his face, now dripping blood.
"You fucking bitch!"
he seethed as she planted her feet, needing him close to plunge her dagger into his heart. Until a giant mountain cat appeared, mauling the male and taking him to the ground. About goddamn time. Sleek and powerful, the mountain cat's jaws clamped around the male's throat. An Anahita legacy. Daggers of ice appeared in his hand, but they became water before they could be plunged into the cat's side. Apparently, Corbin could control his water element while in his shifted form. Interesting. Eviana whirled to Lang, finding him with his eyes closed. She opened her mouth, ready to berate him for not knowing yet, but he held up a hand.
"Don't say a fucking word,"
he muttered, brow pinched in concentration. Corbin prowled over, his massive paws silent on the rubble, and he planted himself between her and Lang. His feline eyes narrowed, a faint golden glow pulsing around them.
"We don't have time. We're out of it,"
she said, knowing more sentinels would appear any second, not to mention Lev.
"He's to the south, waiting,"
Lang said, his eyes snapping open.
"He won't, once he learns we've stopped and there's been an incident," Eviana said. "We need to run. Now! To the woods!"
They took off, Lang snatching the pack right off her back, allowing her to move faster while he carried that weight. Corbin went ahead, taking down a sentinel while she combined her power with a gust of air from Lang, rubble slamming into another sentinel so violently he was thrown feet into the air. The males were faster, their strides longer, but she pushed herself harder. Once they made it past the tree line, they could slow. She could tell Corbin was holding back to stay by Lang's side, and they were so close. But not close enough. She could see the shadows thickening. Knew Voltaire had been told what was happening. Then she was crying out as she was lifted from the ground before she was choking on a lungful of water. Lev was walking calmly towards her, one hand raised and the other in his pocket, and she was trapped in a fucking orb of water. Corbin and Lang skidded to a halt, spinning back to see what was going on, and she wanted to scream that they were being idiots, that they needed to keep going, keep running. But then they did just that. A look passed between them, and they turned, racing for the woods and leaving her behind. It was what they should do. Every person for themselves and all that. It was the way of Devrim, and yet, pushing down whatever it was she was trying to feel, she focused on Lev. Her features became impassive and unreadable as she stared back at him. Her lungs were burning now, unable to pull in oxygen, and she ground her teeth, refusing or unable to show her discomfort. She wasn't entirely sure. She'd spent too many decades training herself not to show the pain, but to endure it silently. Too many of the people she was forced to spend time with got off on inflicting pain, including her master. Deep blue eyes held hers, and he rotated his palm, the orb she was in spinning with the movement, making her disoriented. Fucking prick. Then she was falling, crashing to the ground hard enough to feel it in all her bones. She heard rips as various portions of her clothing tore on the sharp rubble scattered about, and she'd bitten her tongue so hard she spat blood as she glared at Lev walking towards her. Her clothing was soaked, weighing her down, and the boots Tessa had given her were filled with water. Curling her fingers into the rocks and dirt, she felt tree roots shuddering as she called them to her, the ground shaking. "Don't," Lev snarled, a dagger of ice pressing to her throat. "I told you I would have to stop you if you tried to escape." "And I told you that you could try," she replied, her voice a little hoarse. And before he could say anything else, the roots exploded from the ground. 4 found Lev, and he was on his back before he could fully process what was happening. The rest wound around her, soaking up some of the water from her coat and pants as they placed her gently on her feet. A single vine unfurled, slithering up like a snake to present the dagger she'd dropped at some point, and she took the hilt in her hand. Taking the few steps to his side, she stared down at Lev. His eyes were hard as he struggled against the tree roots, but not even his ice weapons could slice through them. She lowered to a crouch, the roots pulling back enough to reveal a space on his chest, directly over his heart.
"Do it, then,"
Lev gritted out.
"What was it you said? None of us really care about survival anyway."
Her fingers tightened, the dagger still at her side.
"Maya will punish me for losing you,"
he said, his head dropping back in defeat. "Would you prefer that? Would you prefer to live and face her wrath?" she asked, her tone as flat and cold as the witches of the underground. His jaw flexed as he ground his teeth, and it was answer enough. None of them could ask for death. None of them could end their own misery. And she was already fucked if caught. So what would it matter if she added more to her punishment? "You could come with us," Aviana said, not sure where the words had come from or why she was offering it.
"No, I can't,"
he said, his voice thick.
"We both know it. However you're keeping Voltaire from binding you won't work. I would be a beacon right to you, Aviana. I don't know what you're doing, but I meant what I said. I don't want any part of it."
Aviana nodded, looking around at the destruction, at the shadows that were only growing. She was wasting time. Another sentinel could appear at any moment, and she'd used so much of her power too fast. They were out in the open for anyone to see, anyone to find. She heard the rocks crunching under boots, saw the mountain cat in her periphery. Then a large hand wrapped around the one that gripped the dagger, and Lang lowered down beside her. They hadn't left her, and that realization made her feel something. Something that was too much with what she was facing.
"You are sure about this?"
Lang asked, his voice low and soft. She didn't know if he was asking her or Lev, but they both nodded. Corbin sat, tail switching and keen eyes observing,
as Lang lifted her hand and guided it, the blade hovering above that cleared spot on Lev's chest. It would still be her hand that did it, that gave Lev mercy. Her hand that spilled his blood, not the Fey male's. They wouldn't be punished because it was her giving this to someone as tired and as tortured as she was, who understood that to continue living this life wasn't living at all. The dagger came down. It sliced through flesh and muscle and bone, and the only sign of pain was a small wince from Lev, because even in death, they knew better than to show emotion, than to betray themselves or their masters. Blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth as Lev whispered, "Thank you, Iviana." And then his eyes closed forever, and her eyes fell closed too, wetness clinging to her lashes. The last time she'd cried was the day they'd taken something small and innocent from her. "We have to go," Lang said, too gently for someone that had just helped end a life. Iviana nodded, yanking the dagger back to herself. Lang took it from her hand, wiping the blade on Lev's coat before handing it back to her. She shoved it down the side of her boot before standing. "I'm sorry," Lang said when she turned away. "Don't be," she replied coldly. "Let's go." They were silent as they hurried to the trees, slipping into the Dreamlock woods. They couldn't go too deep yet, but they needed to get deep enough that they'd be near impossible to find. Somewhere along the way, Lang had swiped the pack he'd dropped. It was slung over one shoulder, and Corbin stayed in his mountain cat form for whatever reason. She didn't have it in her to wonder right now. So no one spoke. No one spoke when she finally stopped, too tired to continue. No one spoke as they coaxed a small fire to life, eating protein bars and apples. No one spoke when she curled up on her side to sleep. No one spoke, but they stayed closer than they ever had before. Corbin lay down near her head, and Lang stretched out beside her, his head resting against Corbin's flank. He wasn't touching her, but she could feel his body heat, inches away. The comfort was an offering, if she chose to take it. She didn't.
20. Theon. Finally. That was all he could think as he sucked in a sharp breath. This always happened when he found himself here. It took a moment to orient himself, although it was getting easier each time. The hardest part was figuring out where in Devrim he was, and where he'd most likely find her. Still in his suit from dinner, he turned in a slow circle. Everything was in ruins, as it always was. Partial buildings covered in moss and decay. Rubble and the gods knew what else under his feet. The black waters rushed and flowed, but this wasn't the night waters, because this wasn't the Arius Kingdom. Which meant it was likely the Windfell River. It was the only other place with black water, because he'd turned them black himself. There was the possibility that someone at some time had turned some waters black in the future, but he didn't have time to contemplate the odds. He never knew how long she'd keep him here. He started moving, his pace brisk, keeping an eye out for the only other person he ever saw here. She always kept her distance, and he was still trying to figure out what her presence meant. There were trees far off, and it didn't take long to realize he was close to Favin. Or what would have been Favin. Decades in the future, it was as desolate as everywhere else, the fates having come just like he'd said they would. Just like it had been prophesied. But she'd survived. These visions proved that, and that was all that mattered. He turned, about to head toward what would have been the capital city, when he spotted the glimmer of gold as the sun's rays caught on her hair. Forcing himself not to run, he made his way to her, rounding a small bend to find her standing at the river's edge, arms wrapped tightly around herself. He stopped a few feet away, knowing she heard his approach, and he slipped his hands into his pockets, always letting her take the lead on these encounters. "You have a wife," she said, her gaze fixed on something across the river. "I'm required to take a match to get back to you," he answered. "Everything is always for you, little storm." "Always with the pretty words," she muttered, her light coiling around her with those brilliant new black and gold embers and sparks flitting among it. "I tried to tell you last time," he replied. Those words finally had her turning to him, a look of puzzlement staring back at him. "Last time?" "The last time you pulled me to this place." The confusion stayed for a few seconds before it morphed into surprise. "Pulled you in? You're not a phantom? You're—" She trailed off as he came closer, eating up the space between them in a few long strides. Lifting a hand, he cupped her cheek, and she tilted her head back to look up at him. He took in every piece of her. The bright violet eyes, suspicious yet with a glimmer of hope. The golden hair, unbound and drifting in the soft breeze. Her soft skin beneath his fingertips. The light and dark flowing around her, courting her, calling her to go deeper, to let go, to give it control. Finally understanding, after all this time, what she needed. "Where is Luca, Tessa?" She frowned, immediately tensing. "He doesn't want us, so we let him go." She stared up at him, earnest and imploring, when she said, "That's what we do, right? When we love someone, we let them go when they don't want us. We set them free and let worlds burn to nothing to make sure they are happy. It's what—" She trailed off as his thumb brushed along her cheek, a simple soothing motion that she leaned into. Her eyes fluttered closed for a few seconds, and when she opened them, tears clung to her lashes. "He's not here, because we're all too broken," she whispered. He leaned down, pressing his brow to hers. "Maybe we're all broken, but maybe together we can form something new, something whole." She was quiet, her eyes closing once more. Something flitted across her face, an expression of wanting something that was impossible to have. But she was wrong. He'd swore to always give her everything she needed. He'd failed on so many counts in delivering on that promise, but he would not fail in this. "Look at me, Tessa," he said, the order low and rough. And like she always had, she obeyed. Her eyes fluttered open, holding his. Misery and desperation stared back at him in a rare show of vulnerability. "I am yours, every piece of me, in this life and all the ones to come," he said. "I'm sorry it took me so long to figure everything out. I'm sorry, but we'll fix it." "We?" He nodded, still cupping her cheek, while his other hand tentatively fell to her waist, tugging her a little closer. Forcing himself not to groan at the contact, he said, "We, because it's not something I can do on my own." She bit her bottom lip as she thought. Then her eyes narrowed when she said, "How do I know this is real? That I can trust you?" He couldn't help the smirk that pulled at his mouth, admittedly something smug and satisfying. "How do you think I am here, clever Tempest? You only pull people into your dreams that you trust implicitly." She trailed off, still uncertain. still wary. And he couldn't blame her after everything she'd experienced these last months. The entirety of her life. "You're not alone, Tessa," he murmured, brushing his lips across hers in the lightest of kisses. He still felt her shudder at the contact. "Wake up, and I'll prove it." 21. Theon. He was on his feet before he was fully awake, still completely dressed from dinner earlier this evening. For days, he'd been waiting for Tessa to pull him into her dreams. He hadn't been able to get a moment alone with her. Roehrich and Dex made sure she was never by herself, and at night, her room was guarded by seraphs and warded. Up until this moment, he hadn't even been sure she wanted to talk to him. He hadn't lied to her. He'd tried to warn her about what was going to happen the last time she'd pulled him into a dream. But then she'd kissed him, and he was powerless when she did that. When she clung to him like it was the only way she could survive. When she wasn't fighting him, and they were both grasping to keep something so fleeting and impossible. Theon shrugged off his suit jacket and loosened his tie before taking that off as well, tossing it to the sofa. He'd never stayed at the estates before. He'd never even visited them, really. Luca had always gone and done the scouting, his father wanting their plans kept a secret. What nobody had realized was that Theon had been keeping his plans a secret from his father, too. And while Luca was visiting estates on his behalf, he was dealing with his father's attempts to get him to fall in line. Still, with the ladies not able to come here for 2 goddamn weeks, he'd become more than a little acquainted with the estate these last several days. It was spacious, much like the academic campuses he'd read about and even attended occasionally, although he was never gone from Arya's house for more than a few months at a time. The main building housed the foyer, dining hall, a few small meeting rooms, the estate mother's office, and other inconsequential rooms. The 2nd and 3rd floors were her private living quarters. There were dormitories for the Fae, segregated by age, and at the southernmost part of the estate was a grander complex designated specifically for when Legacy were visiting. Roehrich was staying in Cordelia's living space. Seraphs roamed the halls of the complex, and he'd been given a suite on the 2nd floor, while Tessa was being watched and sequestered in a suite on the top floor. Now, he just needed to figure out how to get into it.
"Are you finally coming to bed?"
Theon turned to find Felicity in the bedroom doorway, a silk robe tied loosely around her. Her long hair was flowing over her shoulders, and she tugged at the sash of the robe as she sauntered into the room. "I don't know why you're asking that," Theon said tightly, rolling back his shirt sleeves to his elbows.
"Because part of the match contract involves me conceiving an heir, Theon," she said, frustration seeping into her tone. "I can't exactly do that if you won't even sleep in the same bed as me."
"I don't need to share a bed to fuck you, Felicity," Theon said darkly. "But even with that being the case, you will never carry my child because we will never fuck, let alone share a bed."
"I understand. You're just using me to get to Tessa,"
she said, her tone going sultry once more. She came closer still, the robe falling open.
"But you understand you can have us both, right? Keep the female, Theon. I don't care. I'm only here to help. She can't carry your heir. The other kingdoms would never stand for it."
She stood directly in front of him now, the robe hanging off her shoulders, revealing full breasts and the flat planes of her torso. Long legs led up to the apex of her thighs, as bare as the rest of her. She brought her hands up, her palms landing on his stomach. They slid up to his chest, the robe slipping down her arms, and she pushed onto her toes. And then he felt her power pressing against him, a power that could increase conflict or deflate it. It pulsed around him, emanating out from her palms as her lips brushed his jaw.
Use me, Theon. I'm here to make your life easier as your match. It's my role as a lord's wife.
She murmured against his skin, getting braver when he didn't stop her. One of her hands slid around the nape of his neck as she moved from his jaw to his cheek, getting ever closer to his mouth. Her lips were a mere inch from his when she gasped, eyes going wide. She tried to lurch back, but his power had wound around her throat, keeping her still. Darkness thrummed as he took a step back from her, wanting her to understand every bit of this rejection. I am not fucking you, Felicity. Not ever. We will never share a bed, and Tessa will never be required to share me. Your side of the match contract is not my concern, he said coldly.
But you need an heir,
she rasped, gasping for air when his darkness tightened at her throat. Which is not your concern, he replied. Here is what is your concern, though, Miss Davers. If you ever attempt to use your magic on me again, my power won't just be wrapped around your neck. It will snap it. Do you understand? She nodded frantically. Well, as much as she could anyway. Good, he said, making his way to the door. The only thing I need you for right now is to ensure I get what I came for. You've always known what this is, and you'd do well to remember it. Do not leave this room tonight. He slipped out the door, letting it click shut behind him before he released her from the grasp of his magic. He didn't know if she'd obey his order or not, but even if she didn't, she wouldn't leave right away. She was as manipulative as the rest of the realm. She had motives of her own. Her father may have agreed to the match contract in negotiations with Voltaire, but Felicity had wanted it, wanted the status, wanted the power that came with the title. She wouldn't risk that. Not yet. But he saw the desperation seeping into her actions. Like tonight. He probably shouldn't have had that confrontation quite yet. He needed her compliant until that lordship title was his, but then again, if things went as planned, he wouldn't need her for that either. He took a side stairwell rather than the main, knowing it wouldn't matter much. The moment he crossed the wards, someone would be alerted. A plan would be better, but the only plan he could come up with was to deal with whoever tried to stop him. The building was only 5 floors, and the moment he stepped foot on the staircase leading to the 5th, he felt the wards. He didn't slow, continuing up and coming face to face with one of Tessa's so-called friends. Not Dex or Aurelia, the other one. He had a roll of lull leaf between his lips, and his dark eyes looked him up and down as he leaned against the doorframe of the stairwell. It's about time, he drawled, pinching the roll between his fingers. Then he added, That won't be necessary. Somehow I doubt that, Theon replied, his magic coiled tightly in his palm, preparing for the fight that was sure to come. I know you haven't talked to her much as of late, but I'll take you to her. Let her explain. You're going to take me to Tessa? Theon asked skeptically. What's your name again? Brecken, he answered, putting the lull leaf back between his lips. Suddenly in front of him, a hand landed on Theon's forearm before he felt the pull in his stomach. The fucker could travel. In the next breath, he stood in a suite grander than the one he'd been given. It took up half of the 5th floor, and he wasn't sure how many rooms there were. A main bedroom for sure, along with the formal living room they were standing in. And there she was, pacing back and forth before the unlit hearth. No lights were on. There was only the moonlight streaming in as she muttered to herself in the dark.
We have a purpose,
she was saying softly, never ceasing her back-and-forth strides.
They could help? No, it's too broken. I'm broken. They're broken. The realms and the gods. There can never be a balance.
Each step had her power trailing, the chaos echoing around her in a faint pulse. Not even that cuff could fully contain it. Her hands came up, fisting in her hair and pulling, and her face twisted in an agony that had his chest hurting. It pained him to see her like this. "You going to say something?" Brecken asked flatly. But his throat was dry, the words a hoarse rasp, when he said, "Little Storm." She shook her head.
Wasting so much time. We save him and then we leave. They can be together, happy, and I can—
"Tessa, look at me," he said, the words sterner, clearer, breaking through whatever she was battling internally. Her head snapped up, violet eyes latching onto his, and her mouth dropped open.
You came?
"One day, Tesla and Astra, you will understand that I do not lie to you," he said, rooted in place as she stared back at him. "I will always come for you." She worried her bottom lip, one hand drifting back up to her hair as her gaze slid to Brecken.
You brought him here?
"I did tell you time was running out," he replied, the lull leaf between his fingers. "But I suppose I also am trying to prove something to you for some reason." She scoffed, the smallest of smiles tugging at her lips. And while Theon was certain he didn't need to be, a minute part of him was jealous that she'd only smiled at the Seraph since they'd appeared here. Theon cleared his throat. "He said you would explain why we don't have to worry about him telling anyone I'm in here." She was still staring at Brecken when she said,
He has been helping me. At the Serrana Villas and the Pantheon, he helped ensure the Fae were out of harm's way before I—
"Then you believe we won't have unwanted interruptions tonight?" Her eyes flashed to his, lightning flickering in their depths.
Where is your wife?
He smiled then, a dark smirk that had her eyes widening slightly. But she held her ground. "That will be all," he said, keeping her attention on him as he dismissed Brecken. He heard the Seraph's chuckle under his breath before he traveled out. And for the first time in months, he was alone with Tessa. "Are you jealous, Tempest?" he asked, one hand sliding into his pocket while the other came up, his thumb pressing to the corner of his mouth as he watched her.
No,
she sneered. "Still with the lies," he chided.
Enough,
she snapped, both hands back in her hair, getting caught as she pulled.
I thought you said we came back to—
She was pacing in a small circle, nearly spinning in place, and then she whirled back to face him.
You said I could trust you, that you'd prove it to me, that you were mine. You can't be mine and hers. You can't—
"I am only yours, Tessa," he said, his voice low and clear. "In this life, and all the ones to come."
You have a wife, Theon, she cried. How can you say that to me? I mean, I know there's you and there's Luca, but this isn't that. I know it's not, and I won't.
She trailed off, shaking her head as she stumbled over her words, fury and agony behind every single one. "She's not my wife," he said when she fell silent, her chest heaving with her emotions. And she went so preternaturally still, he wasn't even sure she was breathing. Even her power had stilled, specks of gold and silver, white and onyx, frozen in the air around her, tangled with her hair. She looked fucking ethereal. "She's not my wife," he repeated. "She thinks she is. Everyone believes she is. The priestess who performed the rite and gave the union mark was Gia. It's incomplete and not binding. At least not in that way."
What does that mean?
She demanded. "Gia wove a binding mark into this one. Disguised it, I guess you could say. If Felicity learns the truth, She will be unable to betray me, he replied. Then she is bound to you. Until I decide to free her from that oath, yes, I suppose she is. Her lips pursed, and he gave her a minute to process everything. Finally, she said, I don't like her. A huff of laughter burst from him. I gathered that, little storm. She nodded again, rubbing her fingertips together at her sides. Then her eyes snapped back to his once more. You left me behind. You left me. I stand by what I said. I would let a realm become nothing but rubble for you. Let the fates destroy every living, breathing thing in this world if it meant you could live. I do what must be done, and have no regrets, he replied, taking a single step towards her. His head tilted as he studied her. But you didn't leave. Why? Because you are his family, she answered, that sharp tone faltering at the words. Luca? She visibly flinched at the name, but she nodded. He doesn't want me, Theon. He wants you and Axel, his family. So You what? I wanted to save you for him. Then I will leave, and maybe the two of you can save Devrim from itself, she said in a rush. He tisked, taking another step closer. Do you really think I will not follow you? You weren't going to, she retorted, that anger flaring once more. You sent me away like I was not— Don't you dare say that, Theon interjected, his own fury flaring just as hot. Do not imply that you are nothing to me when you are everything. I will do whatever is necessary to ensure you are safe, that you are protected. And if that means I have to send you to another realm with a dragon, that's what I will do. As long as you are free and happy. But we won't be happy without you, she cried. You always think you know what's best for everyone. Me, Luca, Axel. But we get choices, Theon. You don't just get to decide what makes us happy. You don't get to decide where I go, what I do. And you sure as fuck don't get to tell me to leave the fucking realm when you've made me Her mouth snapped shut, eyes darting to the side. But there would be none of that. They were back in the place where they thrived. A push and pull. A constant battle. Uncensored words and heated actions. Don't go quiet now, Tessa, he purred, prowling forward and closing the distance between them. He took her chin between his thumb and forefinger, tilting her face up and forcing her to look at him. A stuttered breath fell from her lips, frustrated tears pooling in endless depths of violet, while her power swirled among it all, trapped and unable to do anything more. His other hand came up, fingertips running along the planes of her face, her brow, the bridge of her nose, tracing her upper lip. Say it, he said, a low command. She tried to turn away, tried to free herself from his hold, but he held firm. Not now. Not this time. Say it, he growled again. She swallowed thickly, one frustrated tear spilling over. It trailed down her cheek, and before he could stop himself, he pitched forward, catching that salty drop with the tip of his tongue and tracing its path. He heard the pained sound she tried to swallow down, and his lips brushed her flesh as he dragged his mouth to her ear. Say it, he whispered, the words low and dark and full of sinful promises. One finger found the hollow of her throat, dragging down between her breasts, along her stomach. Lower. Say it, and I will give you everything you want, clever Tempest. Yours, she gasped out, her head tipping back with the single word. I'm yours, every piece of me, as much as I am his. That's right you are, he growled, another gasp escaping her as he gathered her roughly into his arms.
"Theon!"
She cried in outrage, but he wasn't waiting, making his way to a bedroom. The main bedroom, a spare bedroom. He didn't particularly care. She'd finally said it. Those words he'd begged for, longed to hear from her lips. And gods, he was glad she'd never lied about it. Never said them to appease him. Because her saying them when she meant them? If he hadn't been irrevocably hers already, that would have done him in. He'd drop to his knees for her, crawl for her. He'd give up his kingdom, this world, his very soul for her. And he needed her to understand, needed her to realize all of that. For all the roughness of moments ago, he lowered her gently to the edge of the bed, leaning over her. His brow pressed to hers, just like in her dreams, and she lifted a trembling hand, sliding her fingers into his hair.
"You said it, in my dreams, but I need to know."
"Yours, Tessa. Only and solely yours. You never need to question it," he said, before his lips found hers. He tried to keep it soft and gentle, but that wasn't them. It never had been. Her lips parted wider, and he took advantage. His tongue sank into the hot silk of her mouth, and he groaned when she nipped at his bottom lip. Her back arched, her need palpable, and he would never deny her. He palmed her breast through her shirt, only then realizing what she was wearing. "This is his?" he asked, pulling back to look down at the black button-down shirt.
"It smells like him. It's my last one,"
she said, each breath harsh.
"I would have found a way to steal one of yours. It makes the nightmares bearable."
"You're not alone, Tessa. Never again, I swear it." She nodded, but he could see the uncertainty in the movement. "How can I prove it?"
"I don't know,"
she whispered.
"So much is unknown right now. I keep trying to change fate, and it's not working. Nothing is working. I'm broken, and we're broken. And what if that's how it's meant to be?"
"I refuse to accept that," he replied vehemently. "If that's what the fates want, they can go fuck themselves."
"I spoke to Seraphina, and she said—"
"You spoke to Seraphina? The goddess, Seraphina?" he interrupted, unable to help himself. She looked at him curiously, but then a tiny smirk pulled at the corner of her mouth.
"Are you jealous?"
she mocked. "Fuck yes, I'm jealous," he said, palming her breast once more. "What did she tell you?" Tessa sucked in a gasp, her eyes starting to glaze with lust.
"She said—"
But she trailed off when he began teasing her nipple through the fabric of the shirt. "She said what, Tessa?"
"I asked her why she chose Arius over Akaz."
She gasped again. Theon hummed, bringing his mouth to her neck. And what did she say?" he asked against her skin before latching onto it. Tessa moaned, her fingers tightening in his hair.
"She told me what you wouldn't."
He nipped at her delicate skin as he growled at her answer.
"Or maybe what you knew, but didn't realize you knew,"
she amended with a quick inhale. He pulled back then, her hand slipping from his hair as understanding dawned. "She told you of the Genesis bond."
"Not that exact term, but yes,"
she said, her breathing unsteady.
"But you didn't tell me."
"I figured it out shortly before they put you in that cell, but Tessa, I didn't want you to be forced into another bond. Not if you didn't want it. I didn't want to put that pressure on you." Her eyes fell to her lap, where she was wringing her fingers together. "Please tell me you understand my intentions."
"I do,"
she whispered before lifting her gaze back to his.
"I do, because it's the same freedom I gave Luca."
Another lone tear slipped free, and she reached to swipe it away, but he caught her hand before she could. Intertwining their fingers, he stepped closer to the edge of the bed, between her legs. Releasing her hand, he slowly started working the buttons of the shirt she wore, slipping it down her arms and tossing it to the side. With the tip of his finger beneath her chin, he tilted her face to his once more. "I promise we will fix all of this, Tessa." She nodded mutely, uncertainty shifting to something more heated as her hands came up. They followed the path another's hands had trailed in another room, up his torso to his chest, erasing all of it and leaving only her.
"But tonight, I just need you,"
she whispered as she returned the favor and undid the buttons of his shirt. "Tessa," he groaned, her fingertips barely grazing his bare skin as she moved. Within moments, he removed the rest of his clothing and climbed onto the bed with her as she scooted farther up, her hair fanning across the plush pillows. He stared down at her, and he found himself wondering if he was still dreaming, because this was what dreams were made of. "Mine," he whispered, running his fingers along her side, tracing her ribs, grazing her breast, along her collarbone. His hand trembled faintly, and he realized he would be content with this for the rest of the night, marveling at her willingly beside him, naked and glorious and waiting to be worshipped.
"Please, Theon,"
she said, the words bordering on a whine, breaking through his trance, and the reverence quickly turned into something wilder, untamed, feral. Sliding on top of her, he sat back, touching and groping, because it had been far too long since he'd had her beneath him. He cupped a breast, her nipple peaked and hard, and another growl rumbled from him as he bent down, taking it in his mouth. Tessa writhed, her hips seeking and searching. Aroused, sensitive. His favorite way to have her. "Patience, little storm," he chided, sitting back and running his thumb over her nipple again. "I know what you need."
"And I'm still questioning that,"
she retorted. His laugh was soft and dark as his hand skimmed up to her throat, gripping loosely. "We both know that isn't true. We both know that I know exactly what to do when you're needy and wanting. And we both know you'll take whatever I give you." Releasing her throat, he slid back off her, settling onto his side and propping his head on his fist.
"Then what are you doing?"
she demanded, once again breathless. One of her hands came up, skimming along her skin, kneading her own breast. But there would be none of that. His darkness unfurled, wrapping around her wrists, and that goddamn cuff he'd be getting the fuck off her, and pulling them above her head, keeping them there. "As if I'm going to let you touch what's mine," he said with a soft snarl. "Do you have any idea how much I've missed touching you, sleeping beside you, sliding my cock into your tight cunt and feeling you come undone?" Her breath hitched at the words, and when her thighs rubbed together, he reached down, pulling one away. "I'll be the one to give you all your pleasure tonight, Tessa. Only me."
"Then get on with it,"
she retorted. Or she tried to. It was definitely a whine, and he chuckled again, leaning down to run the tip of his nose along the length of hers. "Keep them open," he said in a dark command as he ran his fingers up the inside of her thigh. "Or I'll do it for you." She sucked in a sharp breath, but then she relaxed, her legs falling wider in obedience that she only ever gave him here. When she needed someone else to make the decisions, to make her feel good, to let her exist without expectations. Trailing his fingers up, he brushed by the spot he knew she wanted him to touch. "You can be so good when it serves you," he said, leaning down to kiss along her jaw, down her neck. He nipped at her collarbone, her chest, dragging his mouth back to her breast. "You know you drive me mad, right?"
"Yes,"
she rasped, squirming to try to get his fingers where she wanted them. He smacked her inner thigh, a cry coming from her lips as he rubbed his palm on the same spot, soothing the ache. "I'm glad you realize how crazy you make me," he went on. "Because then you'll understand why I want to see you just as undone, just as crazed as you make me."
"Theon,"
she gasped when he sucked her nipple into his mouth once more, swirling his tongue around it, before moving to the other side. He didn't stop there, though. He finally gave her what she wanted, circling her clit fast and hard. Her whimpers and gasps were a symphony he wanted to memorize. The only music he ever cared to listen to again. He planted kisses between her breasts, down her torso. Gods, he was painfully hard, and all he wanted to do was climb on top of her and fuck her until they were so bonded no one would ever doubt who she belonged to again. There was only one other who would have her like this, and if he walked away, he was a fucking fool. "Are you as insane as I am yet, Little Storm? Do you understand what you do to me yet? What I crave and need and have to have?"
"Yes,"
she gasped, bucking against his hand. "Are you sure? Because I don't know that you deserve to come until you do." Her eyes had fallen closed, but they snapped open at that, lust and fury glaring back at him.
"I always deserve to come."
"Is that so?" he smirked, watching that confidence falter just a little as he rolled back over her. He kissed her once, twice, before tracing the seam of her lips with his tongue. His cock slid against her wetness, and she chased him yet again, grinding up against him. "How do you plan